PASCAL. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. There's a lot of things that are going on in this courtroom. There's a lot of things that are going on in the world. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of things to get into, so we are going to be getting into that very, very shortly. But still, wow, what a crazy couple hours. Let's be real, okay? A lot of things have been popping off overnight. A lot of questions have been popping off, being brought up, okay? And I'm talking about things that have nothing to do with the Diddy trial. Yes. So like I said, it's going to be a mixed bag of a bunch of things as we wait for this verdict, because, of course, we are on verdict watch. We're still trying to find out if Diddy is going to be found guilty on all of these charges. Is Diddy going to see the inside of a prison cell for the rest of his life? That is the question. Is this man going to be wearing Kool-Aid lipstick, holding the inside pocket of a man named Toby? That's the question I think we all are kind of curious about right now, okay? Is he in dire straits, or is he going to get free like Amistad? That's the thing that we're all trying to figure out right now, okay? So before we get into everything, do me a solid, all right? I put a lot of time to get these shows together, especially when they go as long as they have been lately. 5, 6, 7 hours, sometimes 8 hours long. Real talk, please do me a favor. It's a simple ask. Hit the like button down below. Okay, your boy's working hard out here in these streets. Hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. That'll be greatly appreciated. Okay, if you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, Rumble. I'm on all them bugs, y'all. I'm on all of them. Okay, so make sure you're following whatever they ask you to do on every single page. Follow, like, subscribe, do whatever you need to do, okay? But just make sure you get your butts back here to the show, okay? Also, if you're watching here on the YouTubes, hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you, all right? Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, okay? We're going to be getting a lot of clips from the news stuff that we've been covering here on this main channel, over there as well, but cut nice and tight and nice and clean, okay, for you guys over there on the second channel. So make sure you're subscribed to both channels. Hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, you get that information. You get that notification, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Like a lot of y'all were gifted, okay? Y'all are gifted, let's be real. But you guys were gifted with memberships. So please, for those of y'all who haven't become a member, hit that join button down below. Support the channel, okay? We cover a lot of things on this show. It's a variety of different topics that go on this show. Everything from true crime, pop culture, to politics. We talk about it all here. So make sure you are supporting if you can. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And of course, if you want to support even further, check out some of my clothing. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, we got to get into that. You know what? That gives me an idea. The Toby thing gives me an idea. So I might be thinking of something here for later on. Not right now, but it's an idea nonetheless. Okay. But anyway, guys, we are back at it again. Okay, we are still waiting to see what is going on with this trial. All of us want to know what's going on. We are all patiently, and most of us impatiently, like I'm impatiently waiting. I'm hoping, honestly, I hope I'm wrong. Okay, my theory is that we're not going to get the jury's not going to come to a verdict until tomorrow. That is my theory. Okay, I could be absolutely 110% wrong. I could be completely off. Okay, I could be completely off. But rest assured, I could be right too. I hope that they come to a conclusion and an answer by tomorrow. I hope I'm right on that at least. Because again, they're off. Courts close on Thursday. Courts close on Friday. Because of course, celebrating this nation's birthday, right? Independence Day. But it seems like there's some stuff going on inside that deliberation room that is at least interesting and is causing a little bit of a pause, which is really interesting. So again, there's a lot that we need to talk about. But for right now, I'm gonna, instead of us going for the top news stories that are going on in the world right now, I'm gonna give you guys what's going on so far in this courtroom first, and then we're gonna go into some news stuff, and then we're gonna hop back and forth because I know a lot of y'all, all right, are here for the Diddy talk, are here to find out what the heck's going on, okay, and you want to know what's really popping off. Some weird stuff is going on in the courtroom. So we got to get straight into this, okay? So 1 second. It is weird, okay? So, of course, I will also say, take this title with a grain of salt, okay? Because I know that TMZ has been very, let's be real, they've been very Team Diddy, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, there are some things that are going on in the courtroom with the jury that I think are good questions. Okay. And a decent question to ask. And apparently how the defense and prosecution has been responding to this, they have been reacting quite theatrically. Let's just say that. Okay. And don't get me wrong. They're definitely like tripping over themselves with the opportunity to try to throw in more gray into their decision making, into this jury's verdict decision making. One side wants to do that. Another side wants to just clarify things as much as they can. Now, here's the thing. For those of y'all who are late to the party, maybe didn't see the 6-7 hour show that we had yesterday, which was an epic show, by the way. Fantastic show. Okay. Great conversations with everybody and being able to go through all the news and everything that's going on. But what's interesting about this, but here's the thing. King Bob's queen. Let me just say this. That's great. They can still deliberate on Thursday. But here's the thing, though. If they come to a verdict on Thursday, courts are closed. So they still have to wait till Monday to come back in and do their duty. You see what I'm saying? So if they want to have their full 4-day weekend, because let's be real, courts are closed on Thursday. So they have a full 4-day weekend ahead of them. So they can relax, sleep in, do whatever, right? They're not going to want to come in on Thursday. They most definitely are not wanting to go in on Thursday. So they're going to have a decision made. They definitely have to. Or they have to have it by today or tomorrow. That is it. If they don't have it by tomorrow, they're going to come back in on Thursday, eat up a day off, a potential day off, and then have to be sitting there with that verdict in their minds, with that decision that they had till Monday. So they can't even really go and kick it, have a great time, do what they need to do, enjoy their Independence Day. Can't even go and do a cook-off. A cookout. Can't even do a cookout. Or, some other people, barbecue. You can't even do that either. Because you're going to be around people asking you, or talking about the Diddy trial. For a fact, everybody in their mom is going to be talking about the Diddy trial. Shoot. Hanging out with fam this weekend. And everybody's talking about the Diddy trial, putting in their 2 cents and saying, oh, yeah, he wrong for that one, but I don't think he did anything about this. Everybody and they mama is talking about this. Okay? You really think that these guys going to the cookouts and the barbecues are going to be able to dodge this conversation? Nope. Don't want to hear it. Nope. La, 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 la. Like, you really think that they're not going to, you really think people are not going to talk around them? Everybody and their mama's talking about this. This is the case. This is the trial that's really bringing people together. Real talk. This is one thing he's good at making people do. It's making them come together. Sorry, not sorry. I know that was a low-hanging fruit joke, but still, he has that talent. He definitely has that talent. Okay? Definitely making people come together. All right? And he's doing it again. Even while he is locked up, people are still coming together and going, damn, y'all heard about this Diddy trial? Or, yo, you think he's guilty or no? Real talk. I mean, it's just us in the room, man. It's just us in the room. You don't need to, nobody else needs to know. Nobody else needs to know. Do you think he's guilty or not, bro? Just between you and me, homie. Come on. What you think?
Well, I think actually technically the distribution question, I don't know, technically that could be off. But then when it comes to the other stuff, the STing, the moving around of these pros, letting them spill their vanilla milkshakes all over his girlfriends, I think he's definitely in trouble for that one.
You're like, oh, finally, someone said something, right? But I'm telling you right now, they're not going to want to have their cookouts with them going, because for a fact they're all going to be talking about it. Come on, y'all. When the judge says, please don't discuss this case with anybody else. Please don't look up anything. Please don't go online. Please don't read any newspapers. Please don't read the tea leaves. Please don't do anything. Please. And we'll see you tomorrow. You really think that while they're on their 4th of July cookout, enjoying being proud to be an American, planes flying over, fireworks going off, you really think that they're going to be able to avoid a conversation about the diddler? You really think that they're going to be like, yeah, I got to go. As soon as somebody goes, yeah, the diddler, and everyone's like, oh, snap, you heard about this case, man? Y'all, this is crazy. You think he's going down or what? Everybody, white, black, Puerto Rican, or Asian, they're all talking about it. Everybody talking about it. Like I said, he got skills making people come together. So these jurors, whom, by the way, no one else is really supposed to know. They're not supposed to know if they're actually jurors or not. You really think that those people are just going to sit there and go, yeah, he wrong, though. Yeah. Drinking their Bud Light, Busch Light, whatever. Budweiser hard. Doesn't matter. You really think they're going to stick in the room? Or do you really think they're going to leave and go, but I can't talk about it. Nah, it's cool. No. It's just, a subject matter I don't want to talk about. Can we talk about football? Can we talk about the planes that are flying over? Can we talk about freedom? The freedom that we have. Can we talk about what the men and women of this country did for our freedom? Can we talk about that? as they're literally, downing freaking sausages. Okay? Salted meats. You really think they're going to literally look, we got to go. What about Israel and Iran? Can we talk about that? No one's going to want to talk about that. They might talk about it for 5 seconds, but they're going to go back to nut juice on chesticles because it's a lot more salacious, it's hilarious, and it's very, very controversial. I'm just saying. Right? So again, for their sake, I hope that they figure out the verdict in the next 48 hours. They got 2 whole days left, y'all. No pressure. Or they are going to have a very awkward cookout for their 4th of July. And for a fact, as soon as they go, I I got to go. I got to go in the other room. Okay. You already know they're going to be like, oh, you're a juror. You already know that. Come on, y'all. Think about it. Think about it, y'all. You know for a fact, everyone's going to be like, oh, he might be a juror. Do you see how he left the room so quickly? He literally jumped in his car. He is inside his car right now. The car is on and he's blaring Teddy Pendergrass right now. Real talk. Why is he in his car? And he ain't even in the driver's side. He's sitting in the passenger seat because he doesn't want to get in trouble, drinking his beer inside his doggone car, blasting Teddy Pendergrass. What the hell's going on here, man? You really think people aren't going to figure that out? He comes back out and they'll be like, what juror number are you? At some point, right? It's a very awkward cookout. It's a very awkward 4th of July. So again, it might be better that they wrap this up. The orchestral music is playing right now so that they can have a nice, calm 4th of July weekend. Okay? And then, of course, figure out the time when, they want to write their book or not. You know what I mean? Because that book is going to be coming up. Oh, and also, interviews and stuff. Because for a fact, somebody going to come out and go, yeah, excuse me, yeah, I was a juror. Yes, hi. I was a juror. I was in the room. So if you have any questions, let me know. Call me. Call me for real. Call me. I really want to be on TV. I really want to tell you how everything went down in that room. Publishers, you want a book deal? Like, come on, I was in the room. It's crazy. You already know it's about to happen. Tubi, you need this movie. I was in the room. It's already going to happen. It's already going to happen. Just so you know. It's already going to happen. Something to think about, guys. Okay? Something to ruminate, marinate on. Okay? Get all down there. Get it all the way down to your plums. Think about it. It's going to be weird for them. If this lasts till Monday and they got to go back in for deliberation on Monday, this is going to be a very awkward 4th of July for them. Okay? Think about it. All right. Real quick, let me get some of these super chats and everything. Wow, you guys came in hot and fresh out the kitchen today. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Seriously, it really means the world to me. Really. So, Tiffany, thank you so much for the super sticker. Again, thank you again for the other super sticker. Peg, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Okay. Good morning and good morning to you. Okay. Love ya and the fan burgers, of course. Greatest channel with the best mods. Absolutely. Shout out to all my mods. Real talk. All of them. They're all fantastic. Okay. And I really appreciate their support as well. L, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for the super sticker. Okay. I appreciate it. Rianne, thank you so much again for the super chat. Morning to you as well. Morning to everybody. Okay. Nothing but love for you, baby. All right. Babies. Sorry. It wasn't directly to Rianne. It was for everybody as well. Okay. Happy Tuesday. True. You made it. What is that emoji? Is that firecrackers or like celebratory? Because from what I'm looking at, it looks like shrooms. What is that? What is that? Is that a right in between Happy Tuesday, you made it? What is that? What is that? I'm assuming it's like, because it's so small, right? It's so small on the screen. It looks like a psychedelic shroomies, but okay. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm celebratory. I'm celebrating too. Okay. Too intense for you. Jeez. Thank you so much, though. That's intense. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate the support. So let's get into this, guys. I had to do my little opening monologue, little warm up, talk to y'all. All right. That's confetti. That looked like that's confetti. Okay. That's no dig at you. No dig at you. Okay, Rianne. I'm just saying, I didn't see that at all. Okay, the confetti, that didn't look like confetti to me, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, we still love you. Okay, so we got to get into some things. I'll get to the other super chats here in just a little bit, but we got to get into the meat and potatoes of everything that's going on. All right. So yesterday, okay, jury came out. They complained real quick. They complained about juror number 25. Okay, he allegedly was not playing by the rules that the judge literally laid out for them to abide by. So they wrote out a juror note to the courtroom and said, basically, this juror is being a pain in the butt. Okay, obviously that was a big issue. So they wrote back like, hey, we're not going to let him go. Y'all just need to figure this out as adults because y'all are mature enough to go through this conversation. Now, we also understood that this particular guy is 51 years old. He is Hispanic. He's male. He's a scientist, okay, and he lives in Manhattan with a domestic partner, okay? Now, domestic partner could mean 15 million different things. It could be meaning that he's with a woman. It could also mean that he's, a partner with a male. Doesn't matter if it's man or woman, but it is interesting insight as far as the dynamics and the demographics of this actual jury to begin with, right? So, Hispanic male having some issues. They responded back. The judge responded back with a note made by both and approved by both sides, prosecution and defense, and basically said, figure it out. Y'all grown. And so they went and continued, right? So then out of nowhere, near the end of the day, full 8-9 hours of everybody sitting around waiting for a verdict, they came back out with a question, okay? And they asked basically about substance distribution. So we're going to look at this article, and of course, we've got a couple of things we're going to look at here. And this is all revolving around this particular note that they put out right before they adjourned for the day, that the judge said that they were going to respond to the following morning. And we're going to talk about how the prosecution and definitely the defense responded and reacted to this actual question. It's interesting, and defense is really, I'll preface all of this really quick with this. The defense is they're planning on leaning on nothing but gray. That's their whole motto. That's their whole goal. This is their business model for sure. They are trying as best as they can to play in that sea of gray. Not so black, not so white, right there in the gray. That's what they're going with, because if they throw that in there, it confuses the jury, and then they start making choices that hopefully lean more in favor of Diddy if they play with the gray. So let me explain that here in a second. Now, don't worry, I'm going to circle back. I said I was going to preface that, and we're going to bookend that here in just a minute. So, Diddy trial jury question. Like I said, this was a question that was made before they adjourned yesterday that they talked about first thing this morning. So what does substance distribution mean, Your Honor? Judge clarifies in note. So it's the second day of jury deliberations for the Diddy trial, okay? And arguments over a late afternoon note sent to the judge Monday, okay, shed some light on the opposing legal team's strategies. So jurors sent a note to judge asking if an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person actually hands it over, is that considered distribution? Now, let me say this before we continue. This is a damn good question, okay? And I can see where people are like, wait a second. This doesn't make any sense. How is this really the thing? Well, I make that make sense, right? If you are, let's just say the individual is Cassie, okay? Say the individual is Cassie. She's in this freak off. She's doing her thing. She, beep, bop, boom, you know what I mean? Doing her thing. But she realizes that for her to get through this mug, through this mess, all right, through these freak offs, she has to be completely zooted. She got to be out her doggone mind, right? So what does she do? She turns to Diddy and says, hey, you got any of that stuff? Or you got the Obama pills? You got that E? You got that Yeah, yo, you got whatever, right? And Diddy says, say less, sweetheart. I got a whole pharmacy filled with pharmaceuticals. Just let me know what you need, girl. And she takes it. Is that still considered distribution? It's a fair question. I'm going to answer the question for you. In my personal opinion, yes. This is considered distribution in my personal opinion. Doesn't matter if the person's willingly taking it. It is still distribution. That's it. Now, here's the other thing too. Sorry, just saying. I'm just spitting my thoughts on this. Okay, I am not a lawyer. I am not a judge. I'm just a person with a microphone. But one thing's for sure. Look at all of the other lawsuits and other trials that we've seen where somebody has taken a substance from somebody else and lost their life. Oh, perfect example. Do you remember the 3 Kansas City Chief fans that were found frozen, gone in the backyard of their friend's home that was donned the name in high school, The Chemist? Does anybody remember this? 3 individuals. Okay, went and hung out. Okay, went and hung out with a friend of theirs. I'm forgetting his name. Okay, the owner of this house that they were found frozen, or the renter of this house. Technically, he rented the house, but anyway, they're out. It's a Sunday night. They were watching the Kansas City Chiefs game. This happened in Kansas City, by the way, or in the suburbs of Kansas City. They're out having their wings, their beers, blah, blah, blah. They're kicking it, having a great time. The game is over. Don't know if the Chiefs won or not, but regardless, they're having a great time, right? So they decide, hey, the owner of the house, or the renter of the actual house, the chemist, I'll call him, because that's what was his name in high school. He says, hey, y'all, why don't you come over and let's go kick it over there, right? Now, they went over and they kicked it over at his place. They were definitely, since it was Sunday, they definitely were not over there to drink Perrier and read scriptures, okay? Read verses from the Bible, okay? Trust me, they were not. They were over there drinking, smoking, doing a little powder, okay? And then guess what? They were found unalive, gone in the backyard, frozen in the backyard, in various areas of the backyard. The guy, the chemist, who actually was the renter of the home, wakes up, doesn't even know that his friends are gone because he's so gone. He has no knowledge of that, right? But the only reason why he figured it out was because police had to come up to his door because one of the guys, one of the deceased's fiancés snuck into the home, found them gone in the backyard, and called police. This guy was so gone, the chemist was so gone that he's opening up the door being like, what's going on, right? Now, this particular guy and another dude that helped distribute the substances to these friends are now, by the way, at first it was a specific charge, right? But now it's been upgraded. Just so you know, it's been upgraded to M, y'all. I don't know if you know about this. Now, this is very important information because here's the thing. Those guys were over in the house. They're hanging out with this guy. Okay. He obviously had a copious amounts of this powder. He turned to the friends and said, hey, I got this stuff. Y'all want to, partake? And they partook. And of course, they lost their lives. This guy distributed that to them. He doesn't have to technically be a dealer to distribute that. Take Matthew Perry as another one, for example. Oh, Matthew Perry, even if here's the other thing too. Just a reminder, these two, okay, the chemist, the 3 that lost their life, and Matthew Perry, they're also willing participants. They were willing to take the substance. It's not like they put a pew-pew to the three guys' heads and said, sniff this. They didn't do that. They said, yeah, hey, shoot, I'm gonna so be hungover. I'm gonna be so hungover tomorrow at work, but F it, man, let's go. And they're ripping lines, right? Willing participants, and then they lost their life. But the person who gave it to them is still going down, guys. And now he's being hit with M. Real talk. So then you look at somebody like Matthew Perry, who is literally begging for that ish. He's begging for it. His personal assistant goes and gets it for him and gives it to him. And guess what happened? We no longer have Chandler anymore. He gone. Can I be any more obvious about the distribution? Shout out to Chandler. RIP. But still, at the end of the day, distribution is still considered this. When an individual walks over to somebody else and says, hey, I need a little bit of that. And Diddy has it on his person? Damn right that's distribution. Damn right that is distribution. There's no question about that. We shouldn't even be going, is it? Could it be? Maybe. No, it is. That is still handing this substance from one hand to the other. That is still distributing that. Regardless if that is a willing or non-willing participant. That is still distribution. So you look at the three Kansas City Chiefs, guys who lost their lives in the back of that house. They were willing to take that stuff. They took that stuff. They weren't, like I said, forced to do it. This guy is still getting hit for distribution. And now his charges have upgraded to even more intense charges because of his involvement in the deaths of those three guys. And then you look at the doctor that signed off, that got Matthew Perry his substances. You look at the personal assistant that helped him get those things as well, and then give it to him for him to pass away in his big ass hot tub. That is still distribution, y'all. That's it. No question whatsoever. We shouldn't even be sitting there challenging it, questioning it, whether or not it is or not, blah, blah, blah. It is. So they asked something that is very important because, of course, I think it's a smart question. They want to understand fully because, again, I'm sure some people in the jury are basically saying, well, you know, she was willing to do it. Okay. Cassie or Jane Doe was willing to partake, you know, take these particular substances. They were willing participants. It's like, but wait a second. If that substance or substances or that Gucci bag, that Gucci fanny pack was being passed from, let's just say, Brandon Paul to Diddy, but then Diddy doesn't give it to Cassie or Jane Doe, that's one thing. It's still distribution because it's still being passed from his assistant to him. And then he's partaking in those substances. But then on top of it, whether or not they are willing or not willing, they are still being given the substance. You see what I'm saying? So again, this is very, very interesting stuff. So let's continue on. But I think this is very important to understand. Somebody just said in the chat, I saw in the corner of my eye, Anna Nicole Smith, right? If I remember correctly, didn't she, OD on something as well? I mean, those things are a huge factor. And I feel like that's the same thing, okay? That's the same thing for every single person that has lost their life due to taking some sort of substance, okay? Real talk. If they're able to find the dealer, that dealer going down, period. They don't play. These states, at least as far as the states go, they do not play, period, at all, right? So again, let's go back. So they say, after they ask this question, which I'll repeat one more time, and if an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person, like Diddy, hands it over to that person, willing or not willing, is it distribution? Damn good question. Yes, Michael Jackson, thank you. That propofol, you feel me? Okay, that was still administered to him, regardless if he was willing to take it or not. Whitney Houston, okay, I'm every woman. Yeah, same her, same person, same situation, right? All the people that were distributing those things to them, if they were caught, were seriously looking at some crazy time behind bars for their hand in that person's life being lost, right? So let's continue. So the question is, if they hand it over, like Diddy handing a Jane Doe or Cassie a substance, is that distribution? So in the back and forth in the courtroom, the prosecution team wanted to clear yes. Okay, wanted a clear yes answer to the question. The defense, which we're going to talk about here in a second, but the defense simply wanted to a restatement of the judge's original instructions, which seems to indicate they wanted the jury to continue to wrestle with the issue because the jury presumably already had the instructions packet when they sent the note to the judge. Now, what's that all about? What is the defense trying to do? The defense is basically trying to say, like, no. Send back to them. We already gave you instructions. Figure it out. That's literally what they're trying to say. The prosecution is going, no. We just need to give a very clear yes answer. That's it, because that's what it is. Yes, that's distribution, period. Yes, that is distribution. Carry on, right? And the defense is going, no. We want to play this. Just so you know, this is the subtext in what they're saying. We want to play with the gray. We want to play in the sea of gray. I want to be surfing on the sea of gray, right? That's exactly what they're saying. They're going, wait a second. No. Let's respond back saying you have the packet, the instructions packet. Read the instructions packet and let's keep it moving. Don't answer yes. Don't answer no. It's already been explained. We don't need to talk about it anymore. And what I think is that's ridiculous for them to do that. Because here's the thing. At this point, if they've already gone through the instructions packet, this is probably the reason why they're reaching out and sending that note, because they're like, it's not clear enough for us and we just want to understand a little bit better. So can you clarify this one thing for us? I think it's fair for them to go in there and say, yes, it's distribution. Just so you know, let's keep it moving. Not, let's just keep them confused. You keep them confused, they're going to be in there forever, y'all. Because they're going to be sitting there scratching their heads about every single nuanced thing in this trial. But interesting though, right? This is what's going on. This is real life. This is really what's going on. So the judge listened to the lawyers and then sent a note on Tuesday morning reading, the word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed over to another. Distribution does not require a sale. So, in other words, as long as they're reading that comprehensively and they're consuming that with both sides of their brain, fully understanding what's really going on, because I'm assuming all the jurors' brains are fully functioning, that means 110% unequivocally, yes, that's distribution. Period. So they can't go and be lost in the gray. They can't be lost in the sauce in this situation. Because at the end of the day, if someone like a personal assistant, like Brendan Paul, brings in the Gucci bag that has the substances and then hands it over to Diddy, and then Diddy goes over to the girls and goes, yeah, I got a little bit of something, girls. Yeah. Still distribution. Doesn't matter if they're like, yay, I can't wait to consume, right? which is weird for anyone to say that out loud. But anyway, I'm sure somebody said it at one point. Okay. But if they're going, yay, can't wait, sniff, sniff, pop, pop, still distribution. Or if he's going up there and jamming it down their throat and saying, you're going to go in that room and you're going to S that D right now. Against their will, still distribution. So it's fair to say we know what's possibly what one of the verdicts is going to be. Okay? Unless, like I said, unless somebody's in that room like juror number 25 being like, nah, man, you can't tell me nothing, bruh. Nah, man. He innocent. He innocent on everything. He ain't done no wrong. I love Sean John. You know? He's an angel, right? So again, after judge sent this note, the court was adjourned. Jury went straight back to deliberations, as we already know. So on Monday morning, he delivered instructions to the jury after the prosecution and the defense both rested their cases Friday. About an hour after the jury began deliberating, the foreperson sent out a note to the judge informing that the court, that juror number 25, quote unquote, quote, could not follow your honor's instructions, which could mean a slew of different things. He could be an absolute butthole, or he could be like, yo, I'm standing 10 toes down on all of my verdicts, and there's no way you can change my mind. Sorry. And everybody else is like, damn, then this will be a hung jury. Or this will be a mistrial. He guilty on some of these guys. That's maybe what they're saying in the room. Or he's not guilty on everything, guys. He's only guilty on a few things. And it looks like the majority of us agree on this, but just you. You the problem. What's up with that? We need to figure that out. Because he can't walk out free as a bird. That might be it. Or they may be like, he's innocent. Set him free. But this guy thinks he's guilty on all counts. And he doesn't care. That's a big problem. It's like, wait a second. Okay. So then, all right, we need to find it. Okay. He's not entirely guilty. So let's figure out the things that he's guilty of, right? That may be it. Or maybe he's, that douchebag at the party with his acoustic guitar singing, the simplest acoustic songs known to man in the room. And they're like, oh my God, shut the hell up. Just stop playing the guitar. No one wants to hear you. Shut up. Shut up. Or he's working on his stand-up right there in the room. I don't know. Like something about him not following the instructions, the judge's instructions, just make me wonder what's really going on in that room. You know what I mean? So the judge reminded the jury of their sworn obligation, like I said earlier, and instructed them to keep going with their deliberations. So again, he's basically going, y'all grown, figure it out. Y'all grown. You know what I'm saying? That's basically it. That's basically it. But yes, this is distribution. We have seen it countless times. Time and time again, this is most definitely distribution. If people are being locked up right now for things that have been done to other people, from celebrity to regular civilian, if they're being locked up for just selling it to the person, or being in the room and actually being the one with the baggie that is the fateful baggie that took the friend out. If all of those people are getting locked up and looking at some serious time behind bars, why doesn't it apply over here? It should apply over here as well. So again, good question. I'm glad they asked that question. So here's another thing. We got a few things that we're going to go into, and then we're going to go into the inner city press stuff. And then, of course, when there's some lulls, we're going to be going into the news because there's a lot of news that's been going on. We got to talk about the Idaho 4 stuff with Brian Koberger. We're definitely going to be talking about that here in a little bit. But then I also have a friend coming onto the show. I'm really looking forward to it. Lawyer Danny On Direct, her YouTube channel. She's going to be coming on in about an hour or so to discuss the Diddy trial and where we're at. So I'm really looking forward to having her on. We got a guest coming on. Very excited. Very, very excited. All right. Like I said, you get everything over here. You get information and you get to chuckle a little bit. Okay. I get to tickle your ribs a little bit. All right. So let's get over to CNN. We got a few updates here. Okay, so Diddy's back in the courtroom, and his sister and mom are also in attendance. Yeah, I don't think the kids are coming back until the verdict is made. Okay, so Diddy's back in the courtroom as we wait for more information about the juror's latest note. His sister and his mama, okay, are back inside the courtroom. So jury request key testimony transcripts in trial. Interesting. So judges on the bench, they send a note at around 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, asking for several transcript sections. So Cassie's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. Cassie Ventura's testimony concerns the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. Cassie's testimony, if any, regarding interactions like freak-offs with Daniel Phillip. Daniel Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Cassie. So the parties are reviewing the transcripts to identify excerpts that respond to the jury's request. So one thing I like about this, yeah, he has a sister, yo. Ash said, this mother lover got a sister. Yeah, he got a sister. Well, here's what's even more diabolical. Okay. Not only does he have a sister and he also has a mama that's still on this planet, he got girls. He got daughters. Yeah. Yeah. He got daughters. Crazy. Just so you know. But moving on. One thing I do like about this, okay, it shows that the jury gives a damn. They really want to figure this out. They're going through finite pieces of information. They're wanting to get down to the meat and potatoes of what's going on here. And I do appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, he got 4 of them kids, 4 of them daughters, 4 of them. All right. Pretty wild stuff, y'all. Okay. Not making it up. That's real life, right? But when it comes to the jury, I do like the fact that they are trying to figure this out. Right? That they're not just walking in and walking right back out with just a, lackadaisical verdict. Because they could easily do that. They could literally go in there and go, he's guilty on all counts or he's innocent on all counts. Let him walk. I don't think that's the case. Like I said before, I don't think he's going to be found guilty on everything, but I think he's going to be found guilty on a few things. You can't sit here and tell me none of it is going to stick. Now, we read an article yesterday, if I'm correct. We read an article yesterday talking with a lawyer talking about, what's going to happen? He's going to walk because none of the evidence is going to stick. There's plenty of evidence. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad and very smoking gun type of evidence. Just saying. I just don't think it's as simple as some might be playing out. So let's take a look at this. Let's go over to NBC. So jury note asked for testimony transcripts. So like what we just talked about before, but they're going to break it down a little bit better, which I appreciate. Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, hold on. So jury sent its 5th note. So this is, of course, them asking for transcriptions, if I'm correct. So prosecutors and defense attorneys returned to the courtroom. They all looked at their phones and conferred about the note. So prosecution went to the defense table to chat with the defense. Okay, prosecutors are chatting and taking notes as the defense team huddled near their court artist, or near the court artist. I'm sorry. So we already know about Janice Combs. Okay, so the jury note that was sent. Okay, they requested transcripts of testimony given by Cassie and Daniel Phillip. Okay, which is the S worker who was hired for freak offs with Cassie and Diddy. Hold on one second. Coffee. They asked specifically for Cassie Ventura for her testimony about the infamous video, okay, the attack video, about when she and Diddy were at the also about when she and Diddy were at the Cannes Film Festival and its aftermath, okay, about her freak offs with Phillip. The note also asked what Phillip told the court about a freak off at the Essex Hotel. So prosecution told the judge they reached an agreement on the Phillip testimony and one of the sections regarding the Cannes incident, though there was a dispute over where to cut off the events after the incident. The prosecution added that they are working through the testimony and testimony on the Intercontinental. So here's the thing. The Cannes, I get why they're talking about the Cannes Film Festival, because while she was at Cannes, they had some problems. Okay. Diddy was grabbing her arm on the red carpet and doing all kinds of stuff. She also was accused, or I guess she was caught stealing some substances from Diddy, and that really angered him too, right? So then they get on a plane, or she gets kicked out off the boat in Cannes. They were supposed to be staying on a yacht or something like that. She gets kicked out. She ends up not taking a first class flight because she didn't want to be next to Diddy. She was scared to be next to Diddy. So she trades in her first class flight ticket for another seat somewhere else on the plane. Diddy ends up doing the same thing just so he could sit next to her while he starts allegedly playing these freak off videos for Cassie in front of her. Hey, take a look at, our freak off's greatest hits type of thing, right? Then they fly back into town and he sets up a freak off, unbeknownst to her, but sets up a freak off for her to be performing. As soon as they land. Now, question is, I'm sure they're bringing that up because they're wondering about STing, right? Whether or not this is STing or not. I'm telling you right now, this is not good, okay? This is no bueno as far as the testimony goes. And this is one of the reasons why they're looking into it, because they want to know and they're trying to figure out, is this considered STing or not? Now, obviously, what I just told you guys is a very, very loose version of it, okay? Very broad strokes. Obviously, there's more to that story than what I just told you, but it's still insane to me that you have somebody who was scared of Diddy because he was really mad about the incident in Cannes. She gets kicked out. He took her passport. Okay. He took her passport. So she couldn't leave earlier if she wanted to. And JMM, yes, it's not a crime. Changing your seats to sit next to somebody that you're in a fight, okay, with, clearly, okay, but at the same time, nonetheless, he took her passport. That's illegal. She couldn't leave if she wanted to leave early. She changes her she changes her first class flight ticket to a different flight ticket, okay, on the plane, same plane. And then he says, I'm gonna do the same. And then while they're doing that, he's sitting there showing her videos. For what reason? To threaten her? Don't know. They land and they do a whole freak off. Pretty insane stuff, okay? In fact, there is something I do want to share, and because I do have this. Hold on. Okay, that's that. No. Which I'm really happy. Hold on.
My friend's covering.
We got to take a look at this real quick because this is a good, I think. And if you don't know about Tory, okay, veteran journalist. I mean, he has done a lot of work. Okay, a lot of journalistic coverage on a lot of things, and he's big in the hip hop world. Okay, as far as hip hop journalism, etc. Okay, but he did a video that I saw first thing this morning. I'm not kidding. I opened up the thing and it was right there, and I'm like, damn, I'm glad I heard this. And I think you guys, all of us, need to hear this as well, okay? Because this says a lot. And this is a quick breakdown, and this is just scratching the surface of what Diddy is looking at, okay? Just so you know, let's take a listen.
The Diddy trial have told you how great the defense's closing was. But after the closing, the government got another chance to rebut what the defense had just said. One last rebuttal. People have not told you how powerful that was. The government's lead attorney, Maureen Comey, daughter of Jim Comey, gave a powerful, passionate, rousing, intense rebuttal. She made me think Diddy is done. Comey said ST is getting someone to say yes to doing it through force or coercion. That's it. One time is enough. You don't need to believe that all the freak-offs are ST. The only question was one of them.
Very important to hear that. And I have it all the way up. I don't know why this one's very low. The volume on here is up and everything. But one thing is for sure. What he's saying here, and this is as loud as it gets, insane, right? But they only have to do one. I've said it a million times. They only need to do one. They don't have to try for anything else. Just one instance of STing. And there's a couple, at least from what I've seen. Now, I can see where some people could argue that. Some people, I'm sure there's going to be some pushback. Okay? I'm sure there will be, right? But the way I see it is if someone is being sent somewhere and then suddenly flown from, let's say, LA to Miami, thinking that they're just going to go to the Diddy's home and cuddle, only to find out that, oh, surprise, I got 3 dudes ready for you, lined up, ready to rock and roll. Unbeknownst to them, that's STing. Now, I know some of these things have to be talked about and thought about before they can actually say, oh yeah, definitely, without a doubt, STing, right? At least when it comes to the women. But the STing does happen, y'all, with the S workers. We talked about this. These guys went up, took the stand, and said out loud, yeah, I was flown in from this place to this place to perform at these particular freak-offs for Diddy. They even said those incidents don't even have to be full-on sex. They could just be flown with the intent of entertaining their client, and it's still considered STing prostitution. Real talk. That's it. Let me continue.
Forced or coerced. One freak off.
Just one.
Force or coercion was used to get to yes. That's enough. One instance is enough to convict. She said, do you really think Cassie wanted an escort to in her mouth? She said that one several times. She said when Cassie was in a hotel in Long Island doing a freak.
Hold on. I'm going back to that one in a.
Said when Cassie was in a hotel.
Hold on.
To in her mouth.
Okay. Now, yeah, the face that he's making right there is perfect, because that's exactly how I feel about that as well. Remember during the defense, the defense said out loud, yo, she wanted it. She wanted to go have him number one in her mouth. That's what she wanted. Okay? No. That's not at all what went down. At least that's how the prosecution is breaking it down. They're like, no. She didn't ask for that. She didn't sit there living a life like it's golden. It's not like she said that. Nope. But the defense is sitting there going, she wanted it. She was willingly excited to have these people give them their man-made lemonade. I don't think that was the case. Okay? I really don't. I really truly think the opposite, obviously. Okay? Even that instance is insane. Okay? But let's move on.
She said that one several times.
No doubt.
She said when Cassie was in a hotel in...
This part is mother-loving diabolical. Let's not forget this one, guys. This one right here, this ish right here, what he's about to say, if I'm correct, if I got the timing right, and we're at the right spot, this part is mother-loving diabolical. Hear it out.
Long Island doing a freak off, and she was beaten so badly that she had an open wound on her face, and then she OD'd, and as soon as they brought her back, they went back into a freak off.
Yeah. Let me just remind you, these are the things that she was saying. Remember, they were in a motel, not a hotel or a Holiday Inn. They were actually in a motel, y'all. Actually in a motel. Performing. She had already been attacked by the diddler. Then he plies her with substances. And she's so jacked up, all she says is, all I remember is coming out of unconsciousness, finding myself in a shower while they're trying to get me back from the dead, basically. And then after, he goes, baby, wake up. Come on, Cassie, wake up. Damn it, wake up, girl, wake up. In the shower, she goes, what's going on? Oh my, what? Huh? Oh, good, you're back. Oh my God, I thought you were dead. I swear to God, I thought you were dead. Now get over there and suck that man's D. That's really what is allegedly what she said during that testimony. The most diabolical thing I've ever heard. Real talk. She's ODing. She comes to. They give her a little bit more stuff, and they throw her back in the game. Remember how he says finish strong? I'm sorry. You can't unsee that stuff or unhear that stuff. Okay? That's insane, y'all. That really is what she said during her testimony, y'all.
That's ST.
And that is ST.
Clearly forced. She just OD'd.
Yep. I'm wondering, but see, here's the thing. I'm wondering if the jury is savvy to this, though. Right? Like an incident like that. Yes, Charlton. Okay. Not only is this insane, but it's illegal as hell. Okay. They're in some random dingy motel doing these freak offs. She's taken too much of a substance. Okay. She's at the brink of her own demise. And then she is brought back from the darkness. And as soon as she comes to, she gets thrown back on that bed to perform more. That is not even just insane. It's diabolical. is demonic. And I believe, from what she said, I believe that to be real. And again, most definitely, this is ST. Okay? I just get concerned that the jury's not going to remember this. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to remember these specific little anecdotes that have been dropped throughout this testimony because there's so many. That's the thing too. So that's why even when I heard this morning, seriously, I'm telling you right now, first thing this morning, and I go, oh my God, I forgot the added details, that it wasn't just she OD'd and then they moved on and then, they went and they stopped the freak off. No, I forgot that they continued. I forgot that he's like, get back in there and finish strong, girl, after she just got done coming back to life. That stuff is insane. And if that is 110% true, that is most definitely STing, y'all. Just that one alone, it's a wrap, son. Bye-bye. 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 You know what I mean? Bye, Felicia. Bye. If that is 110% real. And if the jury remembers that story, that piece of the testimony, because that would put him away for a while.
He said when Jane was in LA and telling him, I do not want to do any more hotel nights. And he said, fine, just come to New York, fly to New York, and it'll be just you and I. Meanwhile, he's on the phone calling Paul, setting up another hotel night. So when she's in the air and when she gets there and it's too late to say no, now he's like, haha, we're doing a hotel night. She was forced into doing it. That's ST.
Again, like I said, and we've heard that a couple times from the Jane Doe. Jane Doe will sit there and say, hey, baby, I want to see you, but you know what I mean? I really don't feel like doing one of those. I don't feel like doing a sober night. I don't feel like doing a hotel night. I'm done. I just want to see you, and I want to spend time with you. And what would Diddy do? He'd say, oh, don't worry, baby. We good. No. I want to spend time with just you, girl. Just you, girl. Yeah. Get on that flight. We coming through. Okay? I promise it's going to be you and me. We can even make it like a movie night if you want to do it, okay? Whatever you say, I'm down for it. She gets on the flight, and as soon as she lands, she gets text messages being like, okay, so I got Chef, I got RICO, and I got Ray Ray. They all ready, and they're going to be here tonight. And she's like, okay. Thank you. I didn't ask for it. I thought it was just going to be you and me being together. And that's it. But oh no. No. Still, very interesting. That's STing, guys. That is most definitely STing. All right?
This is not what I thought it was. One instance is enough to convict.
Sheesh.
Jane started a fight with him, but he beats her. Jane started a fight with him, but he beat her viciously for hours. And right after the beating ends, they go right into a freak off. Maureen said he literally beat her into submission. He made Jane pay for fighting him by being with Anton.
Remember also that he also gave her, he allegedly forced a pill down her throat and said, get out there and S Anton's D right now. After being attacked, okay? Now, okay, let me just say this too. Yes, she threw the first punch per se, right? She's the one who shoved his head up against a marble counter, okay, and was calling him all kinds of names. And yes, I get it. You could look at both sides of it and make it seem like she was instigating because she wanted him to get mad so that she could possibly sue. But what's interesting about this is the end result is she never filed a civil lawsuit against Diddy at all. She never went after Diddy for not one red cent of his money. Why is that? Now, I know that the defense threw that out and pointed that out, but at the same time, throughout that argument at least, but at the same time, take a look at that. Has she filed a lawsuit? She had over a year now to do something about it, and she hasn't. Now, I get it. Some people will sit there and say that she was out for the money. Where's that? She could have walked away with $30 million too. After that lawsuit dropped with Cassie and the fact that it was settled so quickly, didn't you see everybody else? A tidal wave of accusations and civil lawsuits came flooding out the gates towards Diddy. But you know what? Bossed up. I see your point about the rent being paid. But think about this. $30 million. She would have been just fine on her own. She could be Miss Pimpendant. Okay, Miss Independent up in this biznai. She could just have whatever she wants. $30 million would have taken care of her for life. Okay? So again, she has enough smoking gun evidence and enough embarrassing information that could have destroyed or had Diddy turn around and go, okay, how do I spell your last name? Real quick. She would have gotten another 30 mil too. Just saying, right? So again, very interesting stuff. Let's continue on though. I'm glad I ran because I follow him on TikTok, and I've always followed him since since when MTV was MTV, right? But he does some really great stuff, and I'm just glad that we have this recap here. It's really good.
Did she want to have sex with an escort right after being beaten for hours by this man? Of course not. And at that freak off, Jane told him, I don't want to do this. He said, is this coercion? And then he gave her an ecstasy pill and said, now get back out there. I think he's going down for ST.
I think so too. Okay. I truly think so too. Okay. I don't think that he's going to walk entirely. Like I said, I know there's a lot of people like going, nah, he good. He done. He's going to go free. Wait, Pascal, you're about to be shook. You're going to be shocked. I'm still waiting to see when. I'm still waiting to see. But I'm going to tell you, though, I truly believe that this man, okay, he's not going to walk, y'all. This mother lover is not going to walk. There's no way, okay? There are so many things. Like I said, I feel like the prosecution put out some things that were solid and some were just not, okay? Some were just absolute trash. They didn't follow through well enough, or they threw in there was too much room for reasonable doubt. I agree about that. But there's another part of this here that you just can't deny. Okay? It's the pros and it's the STing. That's it. Pros, STing. You don't have to ask anything else. I mean, sure, you can sit there and go, well, the distribution is fake. It's wrong. It's jacked up. It's blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, there's everything else, guys. There's or at least it's those two. Okay? And also, you can't forget the bribery. You can't deny that the bribery is actually real and actually happened, because it did. Okay? Because it freaking did. That video, that video that we all know, he paid somebody or a couple guys to get that taken out. He got that ripped out of everywhere. Okay? From the security guard or security cams, from their database, etc. Right? He paid somebody $100,000 just so he can have that taken away. That's bribery. We can't forget the extortion on Cassie with Cassie's parents. That's without question something that actually happened. And if you're a juror, or at least if I was a juror in that room, I'm instantly going, I remember her going up, and what did the defense do? They did nothing. They extorted that family, period. We don't even need to talk about that. He's guilty on that. Boom. Let's move on, right? The bribery stuff, most definitely. Him guilty, without question, okay? Like I said, there's smaller ones. There's smaller charges that he is definitely guilty on. Like I said, this man's not walking out of this unscathed. There's just no way. Okay. I like I said, I'd be shook. Okay. Oh, look at that. Boss up. Okay. We agree on something. Thank God. I got worried, boss. Okay. I got really worried, boss. No, but I'm saying real talk. Okay. You agree that on the, you can see it from space as bribery. But I know that there's people out here that are like, man, he's a saint, man. He didn't do nothing, man. If he's going up to people and saying, hey, man, oh, Eddie, my angel, right? I'll give you money. I'll take care of you, though. Just get, what do I need to do? You feel me? What do I need to do to get rid of this ish, man? Okay? Say less, bro. Say less. Say less, bro. Say less. I got you, homie. All you got to do is, let's just say you just walk in to take it out and, you happen to leave it in my place. And you just happen to, delete the video. How much would that be, though? Okay. Oh, 50 grand? Bet. Say less, Eddie, my angel. I got you, bro. Just come through this place at this time, and I got you. Then they show up. Hey, man. Eddie, my angel, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on in, man. Walking in, sitting down. They go, hey, to KK. Hey, come here. Go get that ish. Yeah, go get that bag. Uh-huh. Yeah, thank you. Comes in, pulls out money. Okay? He has a whole stack of cash. He goes, funk, however many stacks it is, right? And he says, in fact, bro, hey, Eddie, my angel, because I love you so much. You my boy. You my boy. All right? You saved my ass, man. You saved my ass. Did he save my ass, y'all? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And it's like, man, you don't even know. You don't even know, man. I'm so appreciative of you, man. Man, I thank you so much, bro. Thank you, man. All right. So what I'm going to do is instead of you giving you just 50, come here. Give me that bag. I'm giving you 100. Bap. Go ahead and count that ish. Doesn't that look sexy, baby? That looks sexy as hell, doesn't it? Woo! 100K. What you gonna do with all that money, baby? I'm just wondering what you gonna do with all that money. But don't spend it all in one place now, okay? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you have the thumb drive or what? You got it? Okay, yeah. Hand it over. All right. KK, here you go. All right, bet. Thank you. Take it. Okay. Check to make sure that ish is in there. But while she's doing that, go ahead and do your thing, man. Count that money. No, I don't. I really don't. I really don't need to do all of that. I trust you. You trust me, man. This mother lover trusts me. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, ain't he crazy? Yeah, he crazy, boss. Yeah, man. I'm telling you right now. That's cool. That's cool. You know what I mean? But it's all there. It's all there. KK comes out and she's like, it looks like the video's there. So you mean to tell me that okay, cool. Thank you. So you mean to tell me that there's no video? The video's been erased. It's gone. It's not on that hard drive, right? It's not going to pop up anywhere or anything like that because I'm giving you a lot of money. You feel me, Eddie, my angel? Right? Yeah, it's all gone. It's all gone. I promise you. Okay, bet. Someone get a bag for me. Where's the bag? All right, thank you, KK. Funk. Here we go. Here you go, Eddie, my angel. Okay, can you escort him out? All right, bet. You know what? In fact, let me walk with you, man. Let me walk with you. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Eddie, my angel. Walking over to the elevator. Man, this is crazy. I appreciate you, though. You saved my ass, man. I'm just making sure we legit. All of that is gone, right? Because I'm giving you a lot of money. You feel me? Yeah, it's all gone, bro. It's all gone. It's all gone, Diddy. It's all gone. Okay, cool. Now, like I said, hey, do not spend all this money in one place. Okay, man. Okay, my Eddie, my angel. You the bomb, though. You the bomb. You my N-word. You my N-word, man. That's my N-word. Yeah, he my N-word. Yeah, he your N-word, boss. Exactly, man. Hey, you be blessed, man. All right. Thank you, man. You saved my ass. Thank you, brother. Thank you. That's a whole situation. That's bribery. All right. That be bribery. Doesn't matter how any way you chop up and screw it, it is still bribery. At least that one you could see from space. There was quid pro quo. You give me this, I give you some money to make it disappear. And I can save my whole booty. And Cassie's too. But mainly me. Because I'm looking like an ass. Not really Cassie. Just saying. Just saying. Crazy things indeed. But somebody out there going to be like, no, that ain't bribery, bro. That ain't bribery, homie. No, he innocent, homie. Come on, man. Stop with the mess. He innocence. He innocence, man. No, he's not innocent, guys. Him guilty as on that at least. At least. Sure. It won't be 30 years behind bars for bribery. But he gonna get something for that. At least for that. Okay? At least for that. All right? And I forgot to do that. And scene. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Call my agent. I don't have an agent. I'm sorry. Okay. It's like, damn, man, you getting your Denzel on. Okay. I see you, bro. Yeah, I don't have an agent. It'd be nice to have one. That'd be fun. You know? What's better than some money? More mother-loving money. One day, man. One day. Okay? Let me get some of these super chats really quick. Man, I'm crazy. Oh, wow. Another note. Okay, let me get that really quick. I am Sam. Thank you so much. Another note sent to the judge by 4-person. Oh, my dear God. What's going on? What is going on? We're going to get to it, I promise. We're going to get to that here in a second. Let me just knock out a few of these super chats here really quick. Some of them were from a while back, so let me grab these. DC, thank you so much. You're absolutely right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, DC. Thank you so much. Love the comic books, by the way. Appreciate it, you know? Anyway, huge Batman fan, just so you know. But anyway, Evelyn, thank you so much for the love. Listen, I'm nursing a UTI right now. Oh, golly. Woo! Hopefully you're drinking a whole lot of cranberry juice right now. Are you? Maybe the sugar-free kind, you know what I mean? Because we're all trying to stay slim thick, right? But I can definitely understand that it's probably agony, okay? He guilty on that fact alone. No one would willingly have the hibbity-dibbity on a mother-loving UTI. You ain't wrong, okay? You could be on the mall, the 2C, okay? Ain't helping them symptoms. Yeah, you can't, that you're still going to remember. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? That's still uncomfortable, y'all. That's still uncomfortable. All right? Still uncomfortable. All right? But hold on. Let me get one more. We're going to get to it. Monica, get 3 more. Monica, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Tiffany, again, thank you so much for the 3rd time, if I'm correct. Thank you so much for the super chat again. And DC, again, thank you so much for the super chat or super sticker. I'm sorry for those 3 super stickers. And again, for the super chat, DC, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and peace and blessings to all y'all. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. One more, and then I got to hop over to the new updates. Thank you, Donna. Okay. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for gifting a new member. Okay. And Donna just blessed you with and just gave you some positivity. Okay. With that new membership. Welcome to the family, to you new family member. All I ask for you guys to do is to pay it forward. That's it. Okay. Rianne, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so very much. Okay. I'll get this here really quick. Charlie, is it Charlie or Choli? Like holy with a C? Let me know. But thank you so much for the super chat. Best demonstration of bribery ever. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here all day. Okay. And that was just all shoot from the hip. Pun intended. I guess pun intended, because I'm not actually bussing. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we got some things we got to get into. Allegedly, there's a new update revolving around a new note has been sent out. So we got to take a look at this. Okay. Should start a children's show for adults that is basically like explaining these things. What is bribery? And then I just do a whole reenactment, right? I'm insane. Okay. Because we do have a few. What is this? Okay. Okay. We're going back a little bit because there's a few things. All right. Let's get in. Let's. Okay. Let's see. And don't worry, I'm going to get to all the other super chats here too as well. So thank you so much for the support, all the new members, etc. I really do appreciate you guys. Welcome to the family. Welcome. And thank you so much for the support. But let me see what's going on here. Okay. So judge says, I understand there's an issue to resolve. So prosecution says, I understand that during the break, the defense came up with the issue about Daniel Phillip. I don't know if this is where the note dropped, but we're just going to go here and start here. Okay, so the defense says U.S. wants one more question and answer in answer than we do. Okay, it's his later thoughts. So then defense says the answer is about the the prosecution, said the answer is about the Essex Hotel incident. So prosecution again from Johnson says this. On the Intercontinental incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Cassie's IG post of 2024. So the defense says, Tenny Garagos says, we did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they are talking where they are talking about it. So it's regarding the incident. It's important to weighing whether Diddy coerced Cassie into commercial sex on that date. The request was for Cassie's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? This is what the judge said. So then the defense says in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. So prosecution says she was asked, do you recall posting an Instagram or posting on Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that DV is the issue, but that's not what the jury is asking about. We'd like more in about the Khan incident. We think, and the Garagos defense says, we think we should start with the first government exhibit about the Intercontinental freak-off. So prosecution says, if we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. So the judge says, I agree some earlier and later messages should be given. Okay, what's left? We'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. And this is what prosecution said. So judge says, Ms. Garagos, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection? Garagos says, I have to maintain my objection to the photos. Why? Right? Prosecution says, we do not think her testimony about her Instagram post is relevant. We think it's confusing. I think it can be included. Both sides have been reviewed. We'll proceed on this basis. And then they adjourned. But here's the thing. I don't see anything about another note thus far. Unless hold on. Let's go over here. Okay. As jury continues to deliberate in the STing and racketeering conspiracy of Diddy's trial, they have already sent several notes to the court with questions. Today, they requested the transcript of Daniel Phillip, okay, which we already know, a mail review manager who testified early in the trial that he was paid $700 to $6,000 to have relations with Cassie on several occasions. The jury also requested any testimony from Cassie regarding her interactions or freak-offs with Daniel Phillip. Phillip was one of the first witnesses to take the stand when the trial began. He testified not only about being paid to have relations with Cassie, but also about an occasion when Ventura, Cassie, instructed him to go number one, okay, while Diddy watched. Phillip further testified that Diddy recorded them having relations on one or two occasions using a phone and a camcorder. During their first encounter around 2012, Phillip testified that he went to a New York City hotel expecting to perform at a bachelorette party. Instead, he found only Cassie and a man wearing a mask, whose voice he recognized as Diddy. Phillip said he received money from Cassie to have relations with her. Again, received money to have relations with her. Prostitution. Okay. So moving on. Phillip recounted one incident in which he testified that he saw Diddy shout at Cassie before dragging her by the hair into her bedroom. Boom, right here. Thank you, God, that they did this recap. Well, let me say that again. Phillip recounted one incident in which he testified that he saw Diddy shout at Cassie before dragging her by the hair into her bedroom. He said he heard Cassie screaming and repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry," while also hearing what sounded like Diddy putting his hands on her. Phillip said he did not report the incident because he feared for his life. "I was completely shocked and messed up in my head. There was nothing I could do," he testified. "She was afraid. I could see she was afraid." Now, again, y'all, dragging her by her hair into the bedroom so that he can put his hands on her, and then he threw her back into the freak off to quote unquote finish strong. Am I wrong with that? Interesting, right? Lawyers debate which parts of the testimony would fulfill jury's request. So, prosecutors and defense attorneys are going back and forth on disagreements about the testimony excerpts, about what testimony excerpts are responsive to the jury's request for Cassie's testimony about the Intercontinental incident. I mean, for me, I'm like, wouldn't you just give them the whole doggone thing? I mean, yes, it's a lot, right? It's a lot of paperwork. It's 4 days, 4 mother-loving days, okay, of testimony. But still, at the same time, if they're asking for the transcripts, I mean, you can't just sit there and just you can't just suddenly go, well, we're going to only give them this paragraph and then this paragraph. That's all we're going to give you. That's insane to me. Let them see the whole transcript and let them comb through it all if they have to, right? Hopefully they got a fast reader that can go through everything, go boom, right there. She says it right here, guys. It says, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and the Daniel thing, boom. Yeah, Daniel Phillips said right here, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. You know what I mean? Transcripts should be sent to the jury by 1 p.m. Ay, chihuahua. So they're going to so again, like I said, they may not have an answer until tomorrow. Okay? It's a done deal. Okay? It's a done deal. Done freaking deal. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to check something here really quick. Okay. Okay. So interesting. So they're going to have another situation where they're going to be sitting down. They're supposed to be getting the transcripts in the next 15 minutes. just so you know. So in the next 15 minutes, they'll be sent the transcripts. Okay. So the judge ruled that the jury will get the transcripts for her testimony about the days before and after the incident at the Intercontinental. The jury will also receive Cassie's testimony regarding her Instagram post in response to the release of the Intercontinental surveillance video. The judge ruled over an objection from the prosecution. So prosecution said they could send the jury the testimony excerpts that are responsive to the jury's other 3 requests now. So they ready. They already have those. They're like, we're going to send them to them now. But what's interesting about this is that they're literally going to look at an Instagram post that she put up talking about being a survivor of DV, when that's not the only thing she says in this testimony. She says she's a victim of STing. She's a victim of all these other things other than just DV. So hopefully they're not looking at that and going, well, she says in her IG post that she's just a victim of DV. I'm hoping that's not the case. Okay. But they may be holding on to semantics there too. I don't know. We'll see. Right. Like I said, I feel like there needs to be a full and fair and concise verdict here. Right. Not just on, well, she says it in a post here. Right. At least this is how I see it. But let's see what NBC has to say here too. Court started with a heated debate on how to respond to the jury's question. So the morning started with a heated debate on yesterday's jury question about a specific aspect of substance distribution. Both sides took the notes as critical opportunities to influence the response. A note came in yesterday just before court closed for the day, asking whether an individual is considered a distributor if they give substances to someone who asks for the actual substance. So prosecutors pointed to lines on page 37 of the jury charge document, which said that distributing simply means to deliver, to pass over, to hand over something to another person, which again, he's cooked on this because he does this countless times. Okay. If they are seeing what is being written to them in this note. Okay. Diddy is not charged with substance distribution specifically, but possession with the intent to distribute is considered a predicate crime within his racketeering charge. So if he is found that he was distributing these things to the girls, then the possession with the intent to distribute, he's guilty of. So if he's guilty of one, he's guilty of the other, right? Because you can't distribute substances if you don't have possession of those substances. You see what I'm saying? So defense attorney Mark Ruffalo, Janine Garofalo argued that the answer didn't go far enough. But the judge, okay, ultimately sided with the government on what to send back. He said, I just listened to you and I have heard what you said. And this is what he said to Agnifilo, which clearly he's tired of Agnifilo. Okay. I don't think your concern has any basis. Diggity damn. He really said that. He said, I don't think your concern has any basis on this whole thing. Your concern does not even answer the question. You want to play in the gray. And that's what I see. Okay, instead of just going, hey, see line 37 of the judge instructions, it simply states this. So that is the answer for you. Okay, if someone walks over to somebody else and says, hey, I want to get some of that's in your pocket, right? Let me get some of that in that little Gucci fanny pack. And he goes, oh, say less, bro, and gives it to you, and you take it. That's distribution. You're distributing that substance to somebody, and that substance happens to be a substance. You ain't handing somebody a stalk of celery, are you? No. You're handing over substances, okay? Illegal for that matter, okay? It ain't a Coke. It's another type of Coke, but it ain't Coca-Cola. You see what I'm saying? So again, It's going to be interesting what they do with that. Let me see here. But like I said, the defense wants to play. They want to swim in the ocean of gray. Okay. And I think if Diddy is found not guilty, okay, I'm telling you right now, if he's found not guilty, if he's found not guilty on all these charges, one, he's going to be one lucky man. But two, maybe there's somebody in there. Maybe there's a mole or whatever. Maybe somebody's getting paid. Just saying. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick. First off, Rianne, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Okay. Thank you so very much. And again, like I said, pay it forward. Welcome to the family, you new member. Okay. You got some positivity. Pay it forward. That would be dope. Okay. It's as simple as opening the door for somebody, buying somebody a cup of coffee, etc. Okay. Flip to freedom. Thank you so much for the super chat. Why can't she say no and leave? So here's the thing. I think that's the ongoing question right now. I think that's the ongoing argument right now. Why couldn't she just walk out the front door? Right. I think that's the one thing that we're all kind of curious about. Why can't she just walk out the freaking front door and call it a day? Right. Well, there are certain factors you got to put into consideration. And here's the thing too. First, before we go into the Diddy's perspective or the Diddy situation, not his perspective, but the Diddy situation, look at all these other survivors and also victims of DV and other types of domestic attacks, right? The one thing that I think is unfair and not right to say is to go to somebody who survived DV or is currently still surviving DV and say, why don't you just leave? It's not as simple as just typing it in as a comment, right? There's a lot of factors you got to put in there. There's fear. There's intimidation. There's some people, Stockholm syndrome. They still believe that they can't do any better without this person, or their life is over if they leave this relationship or leave this home. That there's that fear of the unknown if they leave and run out the front door. And then the other thing is the actual attacker. That monster knows how to pull that person's strings, how to make them feel like they're the only one, how to make them feel like they're truly sorry about what they did to that person, to the victim. And then the victim believes in their mind, because they've been manipulated time and time again, that this is never going to happen again. It's never going to happen again. And guess what? 2 weeks later, a month later, shoot, even 6 months later, it comes back. But this time it comes back even more intense. And it's even worse. But because there's been this relationship and this pattern already established, the person who's doing the actual attacks believes that they can go back and love bomb that person again, manipulate them, make them believe that, hey, I'm never going to do that again. I'll never do that again. And then the cycle continues on and on and on and on. And here's the other thing too. Some people will find a way to try to keep that person locked down. And it's not just physically locking them in a home. It's also financially locking them down, making them more and more dependent on that person. There are ways to make somebody feel like they can't just up and leave, y'all. Come on. That's real. Now, let's look at the Diddy situation. Diddy's situation is a bit unique, but it's the same in so many ways. He has financial freedom. He has copious amounts of money. He's got fame. He's got power. He's got so many other things. This situation like I talked about, which is just, I wouldn't say is small, okay? But those situations now augment to a whole other level. You got a person who's rubbing elbows with the most powerful, with the most famous, with the richest people in the world, right? And you're standing right next to the dude. And just as simply as him snapping his fingers, he can change your life. Think about that for a second. Now, if you got somebody, and I get it, why wouldn't they leave? I instantly think about those things too. Who doesn't think about those things? Like, why, man, Cassie, or damn, Jane Doe, why don't you just pack up your stuff and kick rocks? But then you realize, snap, he has control over a lot of things. They probably are thinking in their heads, I got to go, but I can't. My career, I got to go, but I can't. My kid is in a really good school in this district. This home that I'm living in is amazing. I can't leave. Or I'm trying to leave, and this dude is sending out his goons trying to find me. That's literally what's happening with Cassie as well. Remember this incident where Jane Doe got done? She was like, I'm done with Diddy. Thank you, Flip, for the super chat. She said, I'm done with Diddy. We broke up. We had a break. But during that break, she packed up and she went to like Fashion Week or something like that in Fashion Week in Paris. Okay. And as she's packing up, he is sending her text messages about how he knows that she's going to Paris. How the hell does he know about her going to Paris? You see what I'm saying? Just a perfect example of her showing that she can't even escape the dude. Because he's sending her text messages going, I know where you're going. Like, that's insane, y'all. That's terrifying and absolutely insane. So again, when we look at these particular situations and we instantly go, why can't they just pick up and leave? Trust me, I had the same question. I even asked it live on the show. I even asked those questions too, because I'm like, there is no way on God's green earth I would sit through something like that. But that's just me. These people have been manipulated and messed with, consistently bamboozled, y'all. Constantly bamboozled. Being like, hey, babe, no. It's just going to be you and me. We just going to cuddle. Right? Okay, schnookums. She flies over. Yeah, I got 3 dudes ready to, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. Bamboozled. Or, yeah, no worries. We're going to be doing our thing. We're going to have a good time. Oh, hey, babe, what if we get Chef over? Then it's like, wow, okay. You have all this power over whether or not I'm able to walk into my home when I fly back to LA. Okay. All right, then. Let's do it. But I'm going to need some pills. I'm going to need some chemicals for show. That's what's happening. Cassie, it's her career. And yes, I get it. You know, whether or not she's talented or not, it's in the eye of the beholder. Okay? Let's be real. She did have a hit record. She did have a hit album. He signed a 10-album deal with this woman. 19 years old, young, impressionable, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And he saw that. And he used that as opportunity to manipulate. And he put his hands on her countless times. And he forced her to do some of these acts. Maybe not all, but some. And I think also a lot. She was plying herself with these substances so she didn't have to feel a thing. That's really sad, guys. Like I said, why didn't they leave? I think there's a lot of factors and a lot of reasons why they didn't. Sure, it doesn't make sense to us, to the layman's out here. Sure, it doesn't make sense to us, but at the same time, we're not in the ish that they are in. Imagine that fear. Especially like with Jane Doe. Let's put Jane Doe's situation aside for a second. You just look at the Cassie situation, okay? Where he's not only just plying her with substances, but he's also using excessive force, violent force to keep her in line, to keep her in what he believes is in line. Is just terrifying and more of a reason why someone would be just terrified to try to kick rocks from this man. I want to remind you one last thing, and I got my guest here, so I want to bring her on here in just a minute. But I do want to remind you this. There was a time when Cassie tried to run away. We're only talking about Cassie. We're talking about a time when Cassie had enough. She wanted to get away. She tried to run. That he sent out his goons, his security guards, his goons to try to find her. They finally found her in a hotel room. They cornered this woman in that hotel room. And she said, I'm going to jump. I can't do this anymore. This man is tracking me down everywhere I go. He is tracking me. If I'm hanging out with Bana to go shopping and have a little bit of fun, do a little whatever and go shopping a little bit, he's telling me, hey, how was the drink at that bar you just went to? So I see that you went to this particular store to go buy some new stuff. How did that go? That's insane, guys, to the point where she can't live her life. She's always being surveilled. That's insane. Like I said, that one incident in itself shows to you where her mind was. She realized, I can't leave. I can't quit this man. Even when I quit this man is still dragging me back in literally by the hair. Hasn't that what he's been doing? Isn't that what we've been seeing in that video? Isn't that what Daniel Phillips just alleged in his testimony? Maybe that's the reason why she couldn't leave. She couldn't escape. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. It's a damn shame, guys. But like I said, he's not on trial for DV. That is very true. But there are a bunch of other cases or other charges that they have against him that I see these as, not all of them, okay? Not all, but some are low-hanging fruit charges, especially with what has been dressed up and has been presented to this jury. But I'm very excited about this because we do have somebody coming onto the show right now. She's been on the show before, okay, guys? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to having her back on. Please welcome Danny on. What's up?
So
how
good
you
to be
doing?
Back. Oh, I missed you. I'm great. I'm about ready to pop any day. I'm in the same situation that Cassie was in when she went to testify. So I can relate to wanting to be done and over with quickly, get the facts out there and chat. So
no doubt.
Let's jump right into it.
Yeah, no. First off, congratulations. That's really dope.
Thank you.
If it's okay, if you mind me asking, when do you do?
So I was supposed to be due mid-July, but apparently I'm coming early. So hopefully I can evict this baby. I have sent a notice of eviction and hopefully he exits the premises quickly.
That's what's up. I heard spicy foods help. You know what I mean? Just a thought. I mean, what do I know? But but that's dope. Congratulations on your new journey. It's going to be a beautiful one. You ain't going to sleep for nothing, but hey, it's beautiful.
Oh, honey, I'm already not sleeping. I've said this a million times. When you go to law school, you lose sleep. You get used to losing sleep. You get used to running on, 3 hours of sleep and tons of caffeine, interrupted periodically from your own stress. So you get used to not sleeping, but when you're pregnant, there's a hormone that happens where you cannot sleep. And the hormone exhaustion is something entirely different. 10 out of 10 would not recommend getting pregnant if you can avoid it. So, all right, let's hop into this case. This is a crazy case.
Yeah, this is This has been a very interesting one. So I got a couple things I want to ask you. And of course, fam, you guys are watching the chat or you guys are in the chat. Please, you have any questions for her? Okay. She's an attorney. This is why she's here to talk about everything that's been going on right now as of late with this whole jury deliberation. So if you got any questions, please send them our way. Okay. Super chats do help. Okay. But, I'll keep an eye on the family chat so we can get those questions in for this segment. Now, Danny. Okay, first and foremost, before we go into all the jury deliberation drama and all that crap that's going on, what do you think Diddy's standings are right now with this, whether he's going to be guilty on everything, some things? What are your thoughts so far?
I mean, here's the thing. When it came to jury deliberations and instructions, the instructions are already 64 pages long. They are not easy. They are complex. But with RICO charges, because of the way RICO is structured, it's very vague and very broad. They don't have to show each and every overt act. They don't have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They only need to prove one or more, right? And they need to show that it was being used in connection with other people. And here they've shown it. I think that your chat, reading through your chat, it's interesting because I think the chat is picking up on something that most people don't realize, which is that DV victims and victims sometimes in criminal enterprises like this are also perpetrators. They're also, embedded into the criminal act themselves, and they are not perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect victim. You're not going to find, unless it's a child, you're not going to find a victim of DV or other criminal circumstances who you can't say should have done something differently, should have left earlier, should have, reported it to the police, especially in the case of, like, for example, Capricorn Clark, when she went to testify regarding the Kid Cudi incident, which that arson case is crazy. You want to talk about crazy. All of these sex crime aspects of the case are not as surprising to me. And I think it's because we've seen similar cases with Epstein. We've seen similar cases with other criminal enterprises. And by the way, just so that you guys all understand, think of the theories in the case and the charges in the case as separate issues. So the charges in the case is what the state has to prove, where they're going to go, and then, obviously what the punishment will be if he's convicted. That's all one big grouping, okay, on its own. But if you're thinking of the theories of the case, it's just different paths to get to the same place. So different paths all up the same mountain. The prosecutors don't have to go the route of, Cassie being a sex trafficking victim to get to their ultimate goal, which is to find him guilty on the RICO charges. They were involved in sex trafficking. Whether or not you believe Cassie's story or the other victims' stories,
right?
Being a freak on its own is not a crime. You can be a freak, okay? As long as everybody's consenting adults, you can be a freak.
No doubt.
The problem is the coercion, the drug aspects there, the transportation of prostitutes over state lines so that they can engage in these freak-offs together, and then the threatening and the coercion after the fact. So when you have Capricorn Clark testifying to, and multiple individuals testifying to, Cassie's mother, everyone else, when they're all saying the same thing, saying, yeah, he called me after the fact, or he sent an assistant to call me after the fact and said, if you come forward with this evidence, I'm going to release these sex tapes. That right there is elements of those crimes. So if you don't believe Cassie Ventura, which I do, by the way, she has no incentive to lie at this point. She's got paid, you guys. Everybody who's in the chat, she has been paid.
That's exactly.
Capricorn Clark has been paid. These women have already been paid out. They've already signed off. They're done.
That's exactly what I was trying to say too. It's like there's no reason for them to come up and testify, and then also on top of that, commit perjury in federal court. There's no reason, right? Cassie just got paid, right? All of these individuals, all of them have come in. I mean, aside from, I'm just talking about the major hits, right? You got the Cassies, here's the other thing. The Jane Doe, for example, she is not suing Diddy for any money, at least as far as right now. So she still willingly came in and testified against Diddy. So again, there's a lot of things where the defense kind of threw out like, oh yeah, it's this all has to do with money. And it's like, wait a second. If it's about money, then they would not have said yes to coming in and testifying. They would have just gone off and ran off with their money and been done with this. Something about this really made Cassie want to come in pregnant as hell and basically drive in the final nail in the coffin. That's what it felt like to me. But then, go ahead.
But it's not a DV case, right? It's not a DV
Right.
case. She's been at this for how long was she with Diddy? 10 years? 10 years
11
or whatever.
years. 11
Obviously,
years.
she may be motivated by hating the guy, right? There may be some motivation there where she's just jaded and upset, and this is her way to finally get justice for what happened to her. That's certainly a possibility. But we're not talking, again, everybody, we're not just talking about Jane Doe. We're not just talking about Cassie Ventura. We're not just talking about Capricorn Clark. We're talking about all of them in their entirety. If you look at the entire case together, you don't have to believe let's say Cassie Ventura. You can say, you know what, she should have left. She's not a victim. I don't buy her story. I think that she hated Diddy. This is her way of getting back at him. But I do find it fascinating that each and every single victim who was also a perpetrator in this crime, in this criminal syndicate, by virtue of being forced by Diddy to call around and to handle his dirty business, each and every single one of them said that they loved Diddy in some way. And it makes sense. And I think it's really great that the defense or that the prosecution brought in experts to testify about love bonding and to talk about how trauma bonding works in the context of DV situations, and not only in DV situations, but in situations where people are really close. I don't think there's any argument that Capricorn Clark was close to Diddy. I don't think there's any argument that these purported victims were close to Diddy and wanted to protect him. As a matter of fact, she said, I wanted to protect him at the time. Okay. So these aren't perfect, innocent victims. I don't think that's the story they're going with. They're not saying these women were perfectly innocent victims. What they're saying is that there was multiple lines of testimony from uninterested individuals, people who have nothing to gain, who don't make any money off of this, who are coming in and saying, yeah, I got a call first from so-and-so, from this assistant. I got a call first from Cassie saying, hey man, don't call, don't talk about this, don't do this, right? We had Capricorn Clark who was sent to talk to Kid Cudi to say, hey man, don't go talking to the police, don't snitch to the police. She didn't snitch to the police. She could have, she chose not to because she felt that it was her job in part to protect P. Diddy. She wanted to protect P. Diddy. And when victims or witnesses said, nah, you know what, I don't think I'm going to do that for you, that's when P. Diddy would get on the phone, and he sounded nervous, according to multiple witnesses. He'd get on the phone and then he would talk to them. Does that make sense? So that's how you have that evidence, that line of evidence of these aren't women who are just doing this, who are a part of this criminal enterprise. These are women who are being manipulated and coerced by their boss, by someone who can keep them out of the entertainment industry. That's why Capricorn Clark settled and won her case for her employment case, because she could not get employment again. And he threatened her with that. If you screw me over, I will make sure that you never get a job in Hollywood again. That's the power P. Diddy held. All the women in this case knew that. All the individuals in this case knew that. People were terrified of this guy. It's just what it is. Rightfully so. And frankly, he sounded a little unhinged, if you would. Like, he would say things like, oh yeah, I'll just kill you, calmly, and then he'd fly off the handle sometimes. And,
absolutely.
But he was particular about who he flew off the handle in front of. Like, frankly, the Kid Cudi whole event sounds like he was coming off of a really bad high. And, calls over to Kid, hey man, don't go telling anybody. Don't tell anybody what happened. What's shocking to me is if you listen to the testimony of not only Capricorn Clark, but the officers involved in the Kid Cudi case, the lead investigator went back to look for tapes, went back to look for evidence, And that evidence was deleted without his permission, without anyone telling him, and he has no idea how.
So this is but that's the thing I think is very interesting. Yes, the evidence for that particular arson situation, there's no proof of anything. Apparently they said that it was DNA of a woman, but there's no proof of that anymore. All of those things have been destroyed. So clearly he has some sort of inside man with the LAPD, especially somebody who is involved in the investigation of that particular incident as well. But that's the thing. The fact that all that stuff is gone, there's no proof now of the arson actually going down. You can sit here all day long and speculate that he did it, but there's no proof, there's no smoking gun evidence of him doing so. So, even that charge itself is kind of being thrown out the window because there's no proof now. You see what I'm saying? So for me, it would be wild to me. It would be wild to me if he was actually found guilty of that solely because there's no proof of him actually doing that act. Now, there's a few things I do want to talk to you about, because again, like I said, I got so many questions as well. As far as these other charges, like you said, the RICO is a little tough, but there are counts underneath that RICO that he's definitely, I see at least, that he's guilty of doing. There's without question at least 2 of them, and they only need to do 2 of them. So again, you can see it from space that these are, and they're simple hits, right? As far as the STing, as far as the pros, you know what I mean? Hiring these pros, you see it time and time again. There's paperwork, there's a paper trail, money trail, itineraries of plane tickets being bought for these specific guys to jump into a plane to fly from Atlanta or LA or wherever, to fly to wherever they are, to Turks and Caicos, to Ibiza, to perform in these freak-offs. So for me, I don't understand how, I guess, the general public is not seeing that there are some charges that he is definitely guilty of. That's the one thing I'm going, what planet are some people on when you can see as clear as day that there are things that he has done that he should be found guilty of? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, no, I completely agree. Those are undisputed facts. The drug trafficking, the ST, like you said before, they're undisputed. No one is arguing that didn't happen. Those are the only 2 avenues you have to take to get to your overall charges and to be found guilty. The guy, I don't see a world where he can't be found guilty. I really don't. I think that, however, let me preface this. This was what day are we on? 34? Day 34 of this trial going on. And we're 34. Only seeing snippets. I have not read the entire trial testimony. I am not sitting there in the jury. I am not sitting there every day. So there may be evidence there that the mass media is not pointing to, or exchanges between the victims and the witnesses and the defense attorneys that they don't want to broadcast, that maybe makes those victims look worse or maybe look less credible, and then they can't run with their salacious stories, right, in the news. So that's certainly a possibility, but you just got to look at everything, all the facts clear as day. Right now, it appears to be undisputed that there are certain acts he was engaged in that are criminal, you can't consent to, you can't get your way out of it saying, well, they participated willingly. That's not going away. There's other facts and evidence that, the kidnapping charges, those are also undisputed. Those are undisputed, whether it's Cassie, whether it's Capricorn, whether it's you name it. They're all undisputed. All of them.
You think so?
And I think when we talk about kidnapping, people think, oh, you have to go and catch somebody, put them in chains and throw them in the back of a car and put them, somewhere. That's not true. It just has to be they're cornered. There's a reasonable threat. There's a reason why they're not moving. And that threat, that perceived threat, is reasonable enough that they don't move.
Okay. So then when it comes to Capricorn Clark with the Kid Cudi situation, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, yes, I see that as the taking situation. Okay, Liam Neeson's. Okay, but then when I look at a situation like the Cassie situation where she's in the hotel room, I still don't see where she's being held against her will there. And because again, yes, she was attacked viciously. She had to hide out. Yes, she said she wanted to stay at her mom's and heal there, but she was made to go and stay there at this hotel. But I'm still wondering where the force is, right? The force of her
The
staying
video
at that
speaks
hotel.
for itself. Yeah, the video speaks for itself on that one, where he's dragging her back to the hotel room and locking the door.
No, that's a different hotel. That's a different incident.
Different circumstance,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's okay.
Yeah.
The one I'm talking about is she gets attacked beforehand. She was attacked beforehand. Yeah. She was viciously attacked, like, black eye, bruises all over her face. It was very visible. So they made her hold out. They made her hide out at the London hotel for about a week or so, where she was not allowed to. She wanted to stay at her mom's, but they made her stay at this hotel so that she could heal without being out there in the public eye. And so I know the part where she's getting dragged back into the hotel with the freak off situation, the infamous video. We all have seen that. They all are saying that is attempted. Is that attempted kidnapping?
No, that's kidnapping.
That's just straight up kidnapping.
She was, yeah, that's straight up kidnapping. She's trying to leave. He grabs her, holds her against her will, brings her back into the room, closes the door. That's kidnapping. Standing in front of the door, by the way, is enough to prove kidnapping. Again, as long as it's reasonable. So if you have 24-hour surveillance on you, like she did,
right?
If you have multiple threats, if you've already been beat the crap out of, and the reason that you're being kept in the room is to try and evade evidence try to destroy evidence of that beating that had occurred, that is kidnapping. I don't think that people, like I said, you don't have to be tied up. You don't have to be held against your will in physical terms. It can absolutely be psychologically holding someone against their will. Think of it this way. If a kidnapper sets you in a room and says, if you leave, I'll kill you, and you stay in that room,
right?
And he never locks the door. Let's say he never locks the door. And his argument is, well, it's reasonable. She should have known. She should have at least tried to open the door. I didn't kidnap her. If she didn't want to stay there, she could have left. That would be an absurd argument, right? No one would think, oh yeah, that's, she should try to attempt to open the door. You're being held hostage. You're being held in place against your will. There's a reason why you're being coerced to do that. It is what it is. I mean, you guys might say, well, I don't like that law. That's a possibility. You could say, I don't think that should be the law, but that is the law. So
I mean, it's going to be, I'm very curious. Okay. Because I know that there's different instances that the people are talking about. Like I said, the one where she's holed up in a hotel room so that she can heal. There's the part where she's being dragged by her hair back into or attempted to get dragged back into the hotel room for the freak off with the infamous video that we've seen. There's obviously Capricorn Clark with the situation of the Kid Cudi situation, which is for sure. Well, those two things, right? The Intercontinental incident, that the infamous video we've seen, and then the Capricorn Clark thing, I see clear as day. Now that you've explained that part of being dragged by the hair back into the hotel room is most definitely is not attempted. It is kidnapping. That is some serious stuff. Diddy's cooked in that way, okay, for sure. But I'm wondering, because this is when I wish somebody like you was in the deliberation room with these jurors. So we got to talk about these jurors really, really quick. Okay. So there's a situation that's going on where in the very beginning, they weren't even like an hour into deliberation. They sent a note back to the judge or to the courtroom, basically tattletaling on juror number 25. And they're basically saying he's not willing to abide by the rules laid out by the judge's directions. What do you think that exactly means? Is he just basically saying, like, let's just say he's saying he's innocent on all counts and that's it, set him free, and there's no way I'm going to budge? Or what's going on here? What are your thoughts on that?
I again, I'm not in the courtroom, right? So I can't peer in and look at the jury myself. By the way, for everybody who's saying he's guilty of DV in chat, I just want to make this clear. That is also a crime. Like, Assaulting someone is also a crime. I just want to make this clear so that everybody knows. Yes, there is a civil side to DV, right? You can sue them civilly. You can also end up catching a charge. So I don't know where people think that that's not a part of the criminal elements in this case. It very much is. But back to your question about juror 25. Juror 25 is from what we know, is a well-educated white guy, 51 years old, allegedly a well-educated white guy. Allegedly,
he's Hispanic.
He's a biologist, right? He's Hispanic.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's Hispanic. He's
Hispanic.
50. Yeah. So he's 50. He's 51 years old, Hispanic, scientist, has a domestic partner. He lives in Manhattan. That's all we know right now.
Okay. So is he the molecular biologist, the one who said he was studying that and he was a PhD?
Yeah, he's a PhD, recipient? And I think he's a neuroscientist as well. So yeah, that's all we know so far, right? Yeah. But yeah,
my guess is it's either one of two things. One, he doesn't understand jury nullification, or maybe he does. But jury nullification isn't, someone doesn't want to participate, so we're going to nullify the jury. In this case, my guess is that he just doesn't want to go along with what everyone else is doing. And he's already formulated his opinion and doesn't want to read through the 64 pages, or doesn't want to go piece by piece through the evidence. That happens sometimes. And I think there's maybe some disagreement, but that's just speculation on my part. I have no idea.
Interesting.
I have no idea.
Yeah. So it's such an interesting thing that, right out the gate, you know what I mean? Right when they're getting things started, suddenly out of nowhere, dude is already sitting there being a pain. So much of a pain that they write a letter, a note to the judge basically saying, can you please handle this? And it was an hour into this. So in my mind, I'm like, they're either going, we are all agreeing that he's either innocent or guilty on all these charges, okay? Or at least majority of us, or all of us are agreeing on maybe guilty on some, innocent on others, and he's the opposite on everything, let's just say. Can we get rid of him? Because we want to celebrate 4th of July and enjoy our 4-day weekend. That's the vibe I'm getting. Like, we're tired. We want to wrap this up. We already know that he's guilty on some and innocent on others, or he's guilty or innocent on all. God only knows. And we want to wrap this up. The orchestral music's been playing. It's time to get off the damn stage and wrap it up, B. It's just interesting that at least this is what how it's translating to me, that they want to wrap this up and be done. But now they've been sending back a whole bunch of notes in regards to transcriptions. They're asking for transcriptions for Cassie's testimony and Daniel Phillips' testimony and all that. And I guess my question about that too is, why not just give them the whole testimony? Why did they have to pick out segments of the testimony, transcriptions of the testimony? Why not just give them all of it and just call it a day and move on?
I've said this a lot. I've said this a lot, but it's supposed to be based on your memory, right? Based on your memory, your observations during trial, what you can recall, and based on what you recall during trial. That's what it should be based on. And that's why they don't just send them back with everything, because otherwise we would never have jury deliberations less than the length of the trial. Most juries would end up rewatching the entire trial again, especially in these life sentencing type cases. So I think that's partially why they do it that way. But I don't know. I don't know why not send it all back, to be honest. Yeah. But I think it's because you could just go back and forth all day pointing to different pieces of evidence, and it's more likely to end in jury confusion, right? Because your transcript, and here's another reason they might not do that. Your transcript doesn't capture the emotion and the intensity and the intent of the moment. It doesn't capture the context of the moment. So that's, again, another piece of thing, another qualifier that I'm going to add to what I'm saying here. All I have seen in this trial, and all 99.9% of people have seen in this trial, is the transcript testimony. Either it's been read to them or they have read it themselves. It doesn't capture, facial expressions. It doesn't capture tone. It's like reading text exchanges, right? We all know if we're going to get into an argument or a fight, we don't want to do it over text because tone doesn't always convey itself correctly in text and things can be misunderstood. So if you're going back to look at the trial transcript, it doesn't capture as truthfully the impressions you received when you first watched the trial happen, when you first watched that testimony, when you first heard that testimony. People's memory is not great, but their overall impression of that moment is what the court wants them to rely on more than the transcript, because generally speaking, their overall impression of that moment is probably a little more accurate to what occurred than the trial transcript. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. And of course, it's good to know that you're saying that, it should be based on memory. It should be based on what their impression was when they were in the trial. But that's the reason why there's deliberations, right? That's why they deliberate and they argue or they discuss over certain facts. Because even so, like there were certain moments, certain things that I forgot, right? And I'm sitting here every day, damn near 7-8 hours every day, covering the trial. And there's just certain things that I totally forgot. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about the thing of Cassie, ODing at that motel in Long Island, and then being thrown back into
about that one.
You see what I'm saying? And
yeah,
it's like,
you mentioned I'm like, oh wait, yeah, that happened.
And there's so many moments. There's so many little anecdotes that she said in her testimony that you're like, oh my God, I forgot about that. Damn, she did do that. She did go through that. Holy cow. And then, when you hear things about, from Jane Doe, which we need to talk about that too. There's just so many, it's just such a roller coaster ride. So you just forget all that's going on because there's so much being said. There's so much information. And if you're not writing everything down, you're not going to remember everything. Right. Which, by the way, we because we talk about, these victims, and I get it. We're all human. We're all flawed. But I need to know what your thoughts are on the Jane Doe. Jane Doe's testimony was very strange, in my personal opinion. It gave me great pause. I was quite vexed, with the whole situation, because of course, what she says one moment, like you said just earlier, and that's why it sparked the question. She sits there and says she professes her love to him, right? She's still saying that she loves him, still calling him her lover and schnookums and all those things, right? But then at the same time, it's like, but you're here testifying against him right now. Yes, I'm sure she was, I get it. She was subpoenaed, but at the same time, this is a very, very strange and confusing situation. Can you just let me know your thoughts on her testimony? Because it just seemed weird.
I have issues with a lot of her testimony only because there are holes and there's conflicting elements of her testimony that makes her a little less credible to me. As far as her professions of love, right? Saying, oh, I love him so much. I still love him. He's my lover. And then also being there to testify against him. That doesn't surprise me at all. If you think about, we always think about romantic relationships and romantic love. Think of it in terms of a relationship, though, between like a parent and a child. And you'll say, oh, well, that's different. When it's a trauma bond, it really isn't. There's this desire, this belief that you have a duty to that person. This belief that because you love them, you're willing to do anything for them. And that's similar to a parent-child bond. And even if you love your child, if you have to testify against them because they, beat your wife, let's say, or you're a grandparent who loves the grandchild, but you know that what that grandchild has done is not right, and you have to still speak the truth and say what happened. There's just, you can love someone and show up and testify against them. That is a hard thing for people to comprehend unless you've gone through it or you've worked with people who've gone through those circumstances. Right. But I completely believe that. I believe that she really did love him. I believe that she was led on, frankly. I believe all these women were led on and used by Diddy. I mean, he's saying the same shit to everybody. Oh, baby, you're my only one. I love you so much, and then going on and screwing them over, each and every one of them, and
No
abusing
doubt.
them either emotionally, psychologically, financially, in one way or another. With Cassie, obviously physically. Oh, and by the way, Capricorn watching what happened to Cassie happen, and not just Capricorn, but you have security guards who are testifying to watching Cassie get beat the shit out of, right?
Mhm.
And if you have other people who are watching this happen, you have video evidence of this happening, and then you have people testifying to hearing him say repeatedly, "I'll kill you, I'll make you disappear," and then he has the capability of doing those things. That takes, an assault to a federal crime, right? That's bringing us into felony territory. All of this stuff is amplified. And again, that's why you have to look at the case as a whole. You can toss out Jane. Frankly, you can toss out Jane Doe's testimony. Toss it. And I still think he ends up with a guilty verdict. If you're just looking at the evidence, in my opinion. But again, I'm not the jury. I'm not in that room. The jury could have seen a totally different trial than what's being portrayed by the media. So I'm just going to couch that there.
Yeah, I think that was the other question I was going to ask you is like, how do you think that's translating to the actual jury? Because, court of public opinion is going to do their thing, right? Especially when it comes to Cassie and when it comes to Jane Doe. They're going to sit there and say, oh, they were willing participants. They were co-conspirators. They were little freak leaks, all that stuff. There's going to be plenty of that, right? But what really matters is how the jury is grabbing that information. Are they seeing that this is, okay, not everything's so black and white, that there's going to be a lot of gray, right? That there's still evil within the situation that happened here. Or it could be 76 freak-offs that were totally consensual, and it can just be the 77th one where they say, no, I don't want to do this, where it's not. That is a crime, right? I'm wondering how that is translating, and if that's still if that really is putting some weight for this jury and how they're really kind of taking this in. What are your thoughts on that?
It really just remains to be seen. I can't speculate at this point. I haven't seen the jurors. I haven't been in the courtroom. All I can do is rely on what we're hearing outside of the courtroom. And everybody outside of the courtroom is saying, it appears that the judge at least has a friendly relationship with Diddy. It's not like he has any animus towards him. It sounded like, honestly, based on the testimony I was hearing from everybody who was in the courtroom, that the jury was sort of on Diddy's side initially. They would laugh at jokes made by his defense, and then as the trial progressed, he was doing his 100-yard stare at everybody, and he was sort of admonished and told, hey man, you got to stop doing that.
Chill out, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, what do you need?
Yeah.
you need one of those vitamin.
What?
What's the serotonin infusion he was getting after, consuming certain substances? So
having flashbacks. Yeah,
exactly. So, I'm sorry, I just had this image of like P. Diddy staring at me.
Yeah, right. It's like what do you want, man? What are you looking at?
Oh my God. So, I think that sort of changed the tenor and the tone. And I think that after Cassie's testimony, I think actually after day 11, I think the jury started to change its tone. And this is just based, again, on what I have heard from other reporters, from people in the courtroom. That sounds like what's happening, but I can't say for sure. It really is one of those things where I've got to put my hand up in the air and say, hey, look, man, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly, I can't say. Just think of it this way. Think if the Karen Reed trial was played out in transcript form and based on secondhand accounts.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a clue what was going on. Or the Kyle Rittenhouse case is an even better example. Imagine if Kyle Rittenhouse's case was only in transcript form. There would still be people out there saying he, drove across state lines and killed 3 black guys, right? Like, it's crazy. That actually happened, by the way. A couple outlets had reported that, and he won in all of his cases of defamation against them. So this is a huge issue. And I don't know. Has the media learned its lesson? I'm not sure. That's really it. Do you trust the media? Do you trust the people reporting on this case?
The Diddy trial have told you how
Yeah,
great
hold
the
on.
defense's closing
But
What is
I'm
going on?
But
I don't
after the
know, but I'm very undecided. Honestly, I don't know. I have to trust the jury. I have to trust the process. Jury gets it right sometimes. I think they got it right in Karen Reed's case. I think they got it right in Kyle Rittenhouse's case. And so I'm just going to put my hands up in the air. Now, here's the thing. The way that it's charged, again, the way that it's charged, the 64 pages are 64 ways, honestly, to Sunday to find him guilty. So it's a tough case to overcome for his defense. It doesn't surprise me that the defense decided not to have him testify, told him keep your mouth shut. But it is surprising he didn't call any witnesses. As far as I'm aware, I think
Zero.
their case was closed within like 10 minutes of having it turned over to him.
Zero.
So
It was zero,
yeah.
zero witnesses for this, and I think everybody was shocked. But then I feel like a lot of people were reacting to this, saying, "Oh, well, maybe they were just cocky enough to think that that prosecution just did not present a strong enough case on any of these charges. So they're like, what's the point of bringing any of these people in to testify on Diddy's behalf?" It's a ballsy move. I will say that. Definitely a ballsy move. But I don't know. Even so, even the
Like,
closing
what do you
arguments.
bring in?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
What do you
Go ahead.
bring in? How are you going to fight this case? I honestly don't even know where to start. If I was defense counsel, when you have uninterested bodyguards and third parties confirming the same testimony as the witnesses, as these victims, where do you start? You know, if all you can say regarding the $100,000 exchange for the video, right, of the
Yeah.
hotel incident, if all you can say is, well, he wasn't intending on destroying that evidence, he was just wanting to get a copy. Like, what? that's really the only argument the defense had for that. So there's, again, you guys, there's multiple felonies involved here, multiple ways to Sunday to find him guilty. I would be shocked if he wasn't found guilty. I would be not surprised if it's a hung jury based on the initial notes that came to the judge and based on the 64 pages of jury instruction.
Yeah.
The more confusing you make the jury instructions, the more likely you're going to end up in a hung jury.
But that's exactly what I think the defense was trying to do. And I've been saying this too, that they've been swimming and playing in the sea of gray. Because if it was so black and white, if it's yes or no, it's easy. But if there's a maybe, or what do you think? Think for yourself. There's plenty of gray right there where they can just surf all the way through, all the way down to not guilty. But the thing is of course, the prosecution's going, no. It needs to be black and white. We need to say yes to this question. We need to say no to this, or whatever it may be. We need to make it very, very blatantly obvious what the answers are, or what the descriptions are to these specific charges. I still am wondering what the hell is going on, right? I'm still wondering what the hell is going on in this, in that deliberation room. I wish I was a fly on the wall to see what's really going down. Because it does make you wonder, why would this particular, like juror number 25, why would juror number 25 be someone who is quote unquote going against the grain, or quote unquote going against the judge's instructions? What does that actually mean? Like I said, these charges and what's being said and what was presented in the courtroom, one thing for sure the defense did was throw in a lot of reasonable doubt. They did all of it that they did was literally going, look at all this gray. Yes, the prosecution is presented black and white, but look at this gray. Don't you see that there's all this gray? Don't you see that Diddy's a good man? Don't you know that this is all made out of love? Right? This is all that they said. This is all love. You don't see that? It's love, baby. It's modern day love. That's what Agnifilo said in his closing statements. This is a breakdown of modern day love. He loved these people, right? So again, throwing out as much gray as possible, so I could see why, I'm thinking that we'll have a verdict tomorrow, maybe, but I can see why they're debating right now because of that gray, and because the testimony that's been put out is it's mucked up. It's so all over the place. Okay, I feel like Cassie's the only one so far out of all the testimony of the victims. Okay, at least this very just clean cut. I feel straight up and down like 6 o'clock, just clean, right? And I feel like that's one of the main reasons I think that there's so much maybe deliberation going on in that courtroom, because I think I don't think Jane Doe helped prosecution. I really don't. No. Once they did that, when they did cross, it just seemed like everything fell apart. Everything fell apart with that one.
And that could be enough. I mean, you just need reasonable doubt. That's the thing. But you need reasonable doubt on each and every single charge, on each and every fact, on each and every piece of evidence that has been brought forward. Because guess what? You only need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or two of those things. That's it. That's it. You don't need to prove reasonable doubt. And again, that goes to the jury instruction. Do the jurors understand that? Do the jurors understand that they don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt everything that's alleged by the state in this case? Because it is a RICO trial. That's a hard thing to find in these certain circumstances. It's difficult for people to want to get on board with RICO charges, generally speaking. They're difficult to prove beyond a reasonable doubt on each and every allegation that's raised by the state. So, we'll see how this plays out. But a more recent RICO case where the jury said, F this, I'm not buying any of it, and the evidence was substantial, but the case was weak because of the way it was structured, is the YSL trial. Okay. One, you had a corrupt judge, you had a corrupt DA, you had lies, you had all sorts of nonsense that was going on in that trial. But by the time they finally got a new judge and they started moving forward on that case, turns out there was no way the state, one, had lost all credibility, but two, they couldn't sustain the charges and the entire structure of the case. It was very difficult for them to prove everything else beyond a reasonable doubt. And frankly, I think the jury maybe misunderstood, what needed to be proved, what the burden of proof was in that case. Or maybe they completely understand. To be honest, looking at the YSL trial, they were all, found not guilty. And I think rightfully so. Again, state didn't prove its burden in that case. If you have the state playing games, you're more likely going to be found not guilty. Okay. Whether that's Karen Reed, Kyle Rittenhouse, YSL, you name it. Okay. If you have the prosecution playing games, you're going to lose your case. And if it's obvious to the jury that that's what's happening. So I don't see that in this case, though. At least I haven't. But again, I'm not in the courtroom.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the other thing, like the Karen Reed, the Kyle Rittenhouse. I forgot the other one that you just mentioned.
YSL.
YSL. Sorry.
And 24 defendants, I think, in that trial. That was a crazy case.
And then this one had 34. And two of them were taken out. So you have potentially, it was supposed to be 36 people coming in to testify against Diddy. Okay. But Gina, and then, the victim number 3, which was Gina, we already know about that. She didn't show up because I think she was tampered with. I think she was paid off. And then also, Chef Jordan was supposed to show up, and she never was called, which I still don't understand why they threw that out. But one thing is for sure, and I'm glad I have you on, because you a lawyer, okay? You out here, being an Esquire. I got to ask you this. So KK, about Christina Coram, right? Why didn't prosecution bring her in? I feel like she's such a huge, proponent to everything, to the RICOs, the racketeerings, all that stuff. Why not bring in the star witness that was standing right next to Diddy, his lieutenant, in all of these crimes that he's being alleged of doing? Why not bring her in? That would have been huge if they were able to bring her in. Why didn't they, though?
Your guess is as good as mine. Honestly, it's trial strategy, right? Either they felt that they had enough, they had proven their case, and they didn't need her, and maybe her testimony cut both ways. Maybe it could be just as beneficial to the defense as it could be to the prosecution. Maybe they were concerned that she would be credible as a witness, but more credible in favor of the defense, right? So it could have been there could have been a number of reasons not to call her. In the Karen Reed trial, we all wondered why they didn't call the lead investigator, Michael Proctor. And as it turns out, that was the best call they could have made. Because at the end of the day, everybody wondered, why didn't they call him? Why didn't they call him? The defense at least didn't call them, and the prosecution didn't call him either. That weighed in favor of the defense in that case. Whether it's going to weigh in favor of prosecution in this one, I'm not sure. So this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting turnout, because obviously what we think and what, court of public opinion thinks is going to be completely different on what's going on in that room, right? There's so many different people, I'm sure, varying degrees of opinions about whether or not one is guilty and one is not, these different charges. But I really don't think, I'm going to say this, and I want to know your thoughts too. I really don't think he's going to just walk. I don't see him walking out free. I think he's going to get hit at least with one charge. Okay, because let's be real. The bribery is real. The bribery 110%. Even if it's that, the bribery is real. There's proof of it. They brought in the guy who was part of the bribery, or part of the exchange of the footage. Him getting paid not only $50,000, but that Diddy paid him double the amount because he felt so thankful for him getting the footage out and erased. So he gave him $100,000. I mean, and then he split it amongst him and two other guys. But that did indeed happen. That guy came in and talked about the quid pro quo, right, of this whole transaction. What are your thoughts? I mean, and that's just low-hanging fruit. Like I said, that is just simple as hell. What do you think? Do you think he's going to get charged on all, none, 1, 2? Your thoughts?
Oh man, you can't ask me that. That's not a fair question. I'm not there. I'm not in the courtroom. I don't know this jury. For all I know, this jury could have come in saying Diddy is innocent. F the man, F the feds. I'm going to find him innocent. I'm going to find reasons to find reasonable doubt. Now, to be fair, that's what the jury should be doing to a certain extent, right? They should be assuming this man's innocent. The presumption is he's innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. I think what will tell me whether or not he's going to get time is how quickly the verdict comes down. If they come to a determination today or tomorrow, I think he might end up being found guilty or having a hung jury at a minimum. The longer we wait, the more we're going to have likely a hung jury. I don't think he could be found guilty of some charge and not be caught on the others. Again, with just the way this is structured, and people don't want to hear that. I'm just telling you, that's the way it plays. As an attorney, though, I would be very cautious for your audience to believe whatever anyone is saying online. 100% he's going to be found guilty. 100% he's going to be found innocent. Bro, unless they are in the courtroom, they have no clue. They really don't. Juries are notoriously known for coming out with determinations and decisions that, whether you agree with them or not, are unexpected, right?
Right.
So like, what's her name? Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony. Everybody thought she was going to be found guilty. Okay. There were some Casey Anthony supporters who were like, she's innocent, but generally everyone looking at that case said, no way, she's guilty as sin. Come on. And the jury still acquitted her. So, I don't know is my answer, because juries are notorious that way. They come to their own determinations, and you just have to respect that. So,
okay. Well,
we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
We definitely will see what happens. But Danny, I appreciate you coming on and chopping it up with me, about this particular case. I mean, there's a lot of things going on Would love to have you back here very, very soon. Everybody, please go and check out her YouTube channel. It's Danny on Direct. It's spelled AHN. Okay, Direct. Okay, go check her out. She's got a great YouTube channel, and she's been following a lot of things that a lot of the same things we have been following and covering as well. But she obviously, you were covering the Karen Reed, the second trial. I stopped after the first because I was like, okay, what's done is done. I had a feeling she was going to walk, in this second trial for sure. But and of course, you talked about the Brian Koberger situation, which is also very interesting as well, which we will be talking about here, guys, in just a little bit. But Danny, again, I appreciate you coming on, chopping it up with me, and letting me know your thoughts on everything. It really does mean a lot. Okay, but
hey, thank you, man. Sorry, I can't opine on some of this stuff. Like,
no.
That's one of the shames of it being in New York. We don't have a live stream, right? We can't watch it in real time. And there's a reason why jurors don't get to base their determination off of the trial transcript. I just don't think it's right when attorneys and commenters do the same thing. I think you got to look at all of the facts, look at the circumstances, and then understand this might be read out of context. The way I'm reading this may have not been the way it came off to the jury. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your time. You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much. We'll talk here soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So yeah, but guys, big shout out to Danny on. Please go and check her out. She's got a really great program, really great platform. And she comes in with nothing but the information and the facts. So definitely go check her out for sure. Okay. But real quick, we do have a couple updates that I want to share with you guys while we're in the conversation. So of course, I want to get into those really quick so we can do a little bit of a bathroom break here in a second. But let's see, we already did that one, but there's a couple other ones. So both sides argue over the excerpts about the Intercontinental Hotel. Let me make sure I didn't already read this one. Hold on. Nope. This one right here. Which is interesting. Okay. So Diddy reassures his mother that it's going to be all right. So Diddy sat in with his defense team this morning wearing. Now I hate when they tell us what he's wearing. I don't care about what he's wearing. Okay, I really don't. But it's okay. All right. So he's sitting there. He's wearing light pants and a light sweater. He's still trying to look angelic. That's how I see it. The light colors, giving off a vibe, right? Appearing a little bit on edge as the day began. He waved to his family and blew kisses to his mother, Janice, who sat in the second row. He leaned over to speak to her later in the morning after both parties had argued over how to answer a question from the jury. He says, "Just relax. It's going to be all right, Ma." And this is what he told her. Okay. He added, "I like your shirt, your outfit." That's what he said to his mama. Okay. I'm telling you this, okay? If he's found not guilty and he's let go for free, to freedom, right? I will say he better be a changed man. That's all I gotta say. He better lay low, because no matter what, if he does get free and he's innocent, okay? I'm telling you, the feds are still gonna be watching him. Every move you make, really, real talk. Okay? They're going to be watching every minute of this situation for sure. Wait for it. They're going to be watching every single thing that he does. They're not playing. Okay? So I'm hoping that if he's found guilty, he is whatever. You know what I mean? That he sets his life right, devotes devotes his time to finding sobriety, finding the right therapy, maybe finding God, like what he said in that Instagram video. I'm hoping that he does that. Real talk. Okay. I really do. The jury has been deliberating for around 10 hours now. Okay. As of this was posted 27 minutes ago. So the jury has been deliberating for about 10 hours. The jury started deliberations yesterday around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and they are dismissed for the day, or they were dismissed for the day, around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They returned to the court at 9 p.m. today, or 9 a.m. today. Okay, they have sent several notes to the judge, including a request for testimony transcripts. Again, I look at that as an example of them actually giving a damn, trying to figure things out. There may be some serious, heavy debates going on in that deliberation room, which, of course, I feel is important, right? It's got to be. This is not as cut and dry as some people might think, right? I think that they're doing everything they can to go through as much of this information as they can, okay? But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Let me get some of these super chats here really quick because I see a bunch of them in here. Charlton, thank you so much for the super chat. I have a hard time understanding how some people can defend that kind of behavior. Charlton, I feel you on that. That's where I have great pause too. What makes somebody want to suddenly, defend behavior of this kind, of this caliber? But again, like I said, what he has done is deplorable. What he has done, what he has been caught on video, let's just say, is disgusting and wrong. What he has put those women through, I feel that we should all agree is insane and crazy. But at the same time, if he's found not guilty of those things, then he's just going to have to live his life with that. You know what I mean? That's basically it. And I know some people are looking at it and going, oh yeah, they, like I see, some comments are like, yo, they were grown people. They were making adult decisions. All of this was consensual. But, according to these women, some of these women are saying that it wasn't consensual. You see what I'm saying? So something to think about for sure. Tiffany, thank you so much for the super chat or super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Denny, thank you so much. All the way from Canada. Thank you so much. My take, he's guilty 4 out of 5 accusations. Woo! That is crazy. Crazy. And definitely comment down below or comment in the family chat. Where do you think he's standing right now? Do you think he's fully accountable for all 5? Do you think he's only guilty of 1, 2, 4, 3? Let me know. Okay. Black Anonymous, what's up? Thank you so much. Remember that Diddy had Cassie under a 10 album. Yep, we did talk about that for sure. And again, that is a level of manipulation that is just a whole nother level. Okay. Dabs, thank you so much for the love. Would we still feel the same about this case if it had been a female encouraging her male partner to have queen nights with a female ex-worker? Wow, that's a good question. I think there's a level of if it applies to this person, it applies, or if it applies to one side, it definitely should apply to the other. Because men get AR'd too by women. Yes, that's possible. Okay. I know some people out here will argue and say that's not possible. There's no way that men can get AR'd by women, but women can R men. That is very true. But that is a very interesting and very good question. I truly believe if they're able to prove that, it'll be a very interesting trial for sure. Just like this Diddy thing, it will definitely be an interesting trial. But yeah, I don't know. Tiffany, thank you so much for gifting 1 membership. Welcome to the family, you new member. Welcome to the family. Pay it forward. That's all I'm asking, guys. Pay it forward, okay? Do something positive with that new membership, okay? Monique, she says, guilty, guilty, guilty. Diggity damn. Well, we're going to see soon enough, right? We're going to see if him guilty or if him innocence or if it's going to be a mistrial. You never know. It might be a hung. He might like that jury because he got a hankering for hogs. Let's not forget that. A hankering for hogs. Okay. So again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in the very, very near future. Are they going to have a verdict by today? Whew, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I am kind of curious if they are. I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, because right now it's 2:00. It's 2:00 right now in New York. They got 3 whole hours left. 3 of them to come up with something. They could have everything in the next 3 hours. Or it might be first thing. It might be first thing tomorrow morning. Or we won't hear anything until next Monday. Okay, I'm back. Internet just went kind of crazy on me just a second ago. But I'm back. I am back. Well, okay, so just so you know, Thursday, okay? Thursday, they are closed. So there will not be, I mean, yes, they can go and deliberate on Thursday, but the courts will be closed. So if they make a decision on Thursday, we won't hear about it until Monday. So they really have until Wednesday, tomorrow, to make their decision. And that's if they really want to, get this done before the weekend. So my theory still remains on Wednesday. I still truly think that Wednesday is when all things are going to be popping off. But then again, I could be wrong. They could still be, having issues. Juror number 25 could be a huge pain in the butt. You never know, right? Angel, thank you so much for the love. I think I remember Tiana Taylor saying that she was the one who chose the women she and Iman slept with. Okay, in regards to what you said about men can be victims too. Yeah, I mean, that is if it was a situation where Iman was like, I don't want to do this, right? If he was like, I don't want to do any of this, and she's like, listen, I'm the biggest name in the world. I'm going to make your life a living hell. I mean, if it's the same approach like Diddy, then the same rules will apply. That's just what I think, right? Let's not forget the guy, the Abercrombie and Fitch guy, right? Yes, this has to do with men, but at the same time, he was having his own version of freak offs too, and allegedly plying these young male models, these young hopefuls of becoming big time male models. He was plying them with substances as well, making them go and perform and do certain things that they never thought they would ever do, just so that they can have a shot on being on the Abercrombie and Fitch catalog or on their posters and their ads and all that stuff. Some dirty stuff going on, right? And it's crazy that this stuff still even exists, right? So again, yeah, I hold on. Debbie, no. So they can deliberate, but but they're not bringing in, let me just say this. They're closed, y'all. Let me repeat that again. Courtrooms will be closed. They can go into a room and deliberate, okay? They can go into a room and deliberate. But if they come up with a verdict, it'll have to be read on Monday. Courtrooms will be closed. Let me repeat that again. Just because they can go into a room and deliberate on Thursday, they're not going to be open on Friday. Friday is July 4th. They're not going to be open at all. Then nobody's going to be in that room deliberating on the 4th of July. Hail to the nah. But on Thursday, they're going to be allowed to go into a room and deliberate. But if they come up with a verdict, they can't do anything until Friday. They're not going to call everybody and go, okay, everybody, pack up all your stuff. Come on in. We got a verdict on Thursday. No, they're not going to do that. Okay. They're literally going to be like, okay, they got their verdict. We'll see you guys Monday. That's literally it. That's it. Just so you know, Thursday and Friday, courtrooms will be closed. They will have a room to be able to deliberate on Thursday if it bleeds into Thursday, but they are not going to be doing anything Friday. Okay? It's a national holiday. Okay, it's the nation's birthday, for crying out loud. That ain't happening. Just so you know. Okay? So, just letting y'all know, reminder. So hopefully, because I know some of these people want to get done. Okay? They want to be done so that they can go and have their pop off firecrackers and have their cookouts and their little barbecues and all that stuff. Okay? Without even thinking about this trial ever again. They, I'm sure, are very hell-bent on trying to get this done within today or tomorrow. Okay? Yes, I understand that Thursday isn't a holiday, but they are taking Thursday. They've already said that the courtrooms won't be open on Thursday. So again, like I said, Diddy will not be in that building on Thursday. So like I said, if they go into a room to deliberate, they're not going to sit there and go, we need to get everybody to mobilize. Everyone's going to be doing their respective things. Some people are going to be traveling to go to, to go celebrate. People travel on 4th of July weekends on this, especially this one. It's a 4-day weekend for some of these guys, right? So again, Thursday, if we get there, they'll go into a room to deliberate, but that verdict will not be read until Monday. That's it. Yes, government closed 3rd and 4th. I repeat, government closed 3rd and 4th. Diddy, will be in a holding cell somewhere else. He's not going to be right next to the courthouse. So like I said, if they suddenly came up with a verdict on Thursday, they wouldn't be able to do anything because everything's shut down. So we won't be able to hear anything until Monday. Okay? Again, they won't hear anything until Monday. If and only if we don't get a verdict by tomorrow. It's a 4-day weekend for a lot of people. They want to go and enjoy it. I truly think that the jury as well wants to do the same thing. They want to do the verdict and they want to go and have that. They want to enjoy and suck up that long weekend. So, just so you know, all right? Just so you know. So, let's see. Mississippi Girl, thank you so much. I'm so ready for this to be over with and with a guilty verdict. You know, I think we're all ready for it to kind of have the orchestral music just be playing. You know what I mean? Wrap it up, B. Let's keep it moving, baby, please. Right? I think we're all ready for that. Right? And we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm waiting for it too. Real talk. I'm waiting for it all to go down. Whether it's innocent or guilty. We will see. Right? But guys, I got to go and use the restroom really quick. A quick break here. I'm going to grab a little bit of food and then hop back in here. I'm going to play the great Law and Crime. They've been doing a halftime show, I like to call it. They've been doing a big old halftime show talking about everything, all the stuff that's been going on inside that courtroom. They kind of go into a much bigger, deeper dive into everything that's going on. So I'm going to play that for you guys while I go stretch my legs and grab something to bite on. I'm going to bring it in here. So I'm not going to be gone very long. Okay. So stick around. We got a lot to talk about and I haven't done this yet. So before I go into the super chat, do me a favor. Okay. Hit that like button down below, please. And thank you. Let's get it to 1K. That would really, really mean a lot. Okay. Mean the world to me. Real talk. Okay. So hit that like button down below. Let's get it past 1K really quick. Of course, don't forget to subscribe. All right. And then, of course, while we wait, we got some other stuff, these other things that are going on that I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you guys about yet. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about these other things that are going on in the world. Let's talk about those things when I get back. Of course, if there's any developing updates, if there's anything big going on in the trial, of course, we're going to hop over and talk about it for sure. Okay. We're going to be hopping back and forth and talking about a gang load of different things. Okay. So please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, set it to all, and all of that stuff. I'm going to be right back. I appreciate you guys being here, and I will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Elizabeth Milner, Long Crimes in Court reporter with us. Everybody's been waiting. All the questions are flowing in. Elizabeth, great to see you as we continue deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Let's get right into it. This is from Corey Boone. I heard it was pandemonium on Friday, Elizabeth, when the family was leaving. Are there new rules on how the media public should conduct themselves during the verdict?
Oh, well, obviously we were all kind of told not to have any outbursts, not to say anything kind of, as far as like applause or as far as just an overtly emotional reaction. So we were told to pretty much keep quiet. But as far as pandemonium goes, I don't think it was necessarily the case on Friday during, closing argument at that point. And so from what I could tell just of the family's reaction, and by the way, Jesse, more of his family members did show up. And even though we're just getting jury notes at this point, we're not even at the verdict portion yet. I will say that a lot of his support system definitely made their way into that courtroom today, even though we're still waiting on a verdict at this point. So I hope that answers the viewer's question there.
We got another one coming in from Sylvia Nunez. How did the prosecution do in making the argument that victims of what is being alleged will have a soft spot for abusers? Does that question make sense to you? You get what Sylvia's asking, right?
I might need to do like a lawyer move right there and ask for a rephrasing of the question.
Yeah. So basically, I think it is that how did the prosecution do in making the argument that, look, these victims, Cassie, Jane, Mia, they may have conflicted emotions regarding Sean Combs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not victims of sex trafficking or violence of some kind. Or forced labor, if you're talking about Mia. They can still be victims despite the fact that they stayed in touch with him or wrote glowing messages to him or set things up. What was your take on how the prosecution explained that, how they got in front of that during closing arguments?
Well, I think it's a question that a lot of people have in their minds, right? Especially when you're talking about interpersonal conflicts, you're talking about interpersonal relationships. And I go back to a question that always remains, Jesse, is a lot of people have, or that a lot of people do have, is like, why don't they leave? If they could leave, why didn't they do that? And I think the government did a good job as far as sprinkling Dr. John Hughes' testimony in during their closing argument as they were talking about why alleged victims don't leave, why they continue to stay, or even just that fear of leaving in general. So I think that they did a good job explaining it. It's all about how the jury's kind of interpreting it, though, because I'm sure that's a question in their mind, as it's been kind of a question in a lot of viewers' minds too. So I think the government did a good job, but again, it's up to the jury to talk about, or excuse me, to deliberate on whether or not they kind of agree too.
Elizabeth, what are the flavors of the Mr. Softy truck behind you? I see they might have vanilla, they might have Oreo as well. Sorry, I got distracted. It's sorry, I see ice cream.
Told me there's a Mr. Softy truck behind me. I got excited.
If they played the music right now, we're doing great. Okay, we got a super chat question from Christina Lester. This is so kind, Christina. Please just tell Elizabeth how awesome it's been to watch her grow on this channel. So confident and beaming.
Oh, that is so sweet. Oh, yeah. That's so nice. Like, I know, truly the viewer support has just been so overwhelmingly nice. Like, I never know if you guys are going to like us or anything like that. So just the overwhelming support has truly been phenomenal. And we do look at a lot of your guys' comments. So I want to thank you all for watching, sticking with us being kind of your destination for all things Diddy and all things Diddy trial. So we love you all here at Long Crime.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We've got a question from Truman. Jesse, Elizabeth, a big thanks to you and all experts for your great job. Do you think the trial would give a reason for other celebrities to rethink their lifestyle? That's an interesting question.
That is a good question. That's a great question, actually. I think, a lot of celebrities might want to consider their actions. We're seeing just so many kind of court cases come about. When you go back to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, we've seen civil complaints or civil lawsuits filed against legends like Smokey Robinson. Now we're seeing the Diddy trial, because remember, Jesse, when we were first started reporting on Cassie's lawsuit, and then that was settled, and just more lawsuits came that I think a lot of other celebrities should consider. I think, one, the way that they're treating others, especially the way that they're treating women, whether or not that their actions do constitute and possibly criminal actions or just terrible choices maybe too. But I think a lot of people, it's not even just celebrities, a lot of people need to kind of maybe, maybe take a little class or two just about their actions and how their actions definitely could have consequences. But we'll see if this is just the beginning or whether or not, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, other celebrities are going to be named. Like that wasn't even the case in this particular trial. It related to victim 1 and victim 2, that being Cassie and Jade.
There was that testimony from Jane, right, about this other rapper who had a girlfriend or a wife and they were part of the lifestyle. And like, I think the point was from the defense, you got somebody else who might be engaging in the same thing, right? Why is that person not being brought up on sex trafficking charges? So I thought that was interesting when you think about it. I did want to ask you this.
Yeah.
What is Diddy's vibe been like? You know, every time he's entered into the court, what does he look like? Does he seem nervous? Has he been taking notes? What is his interaction with attorneys? You know, any behavioral things you've taken note of?
I've definitely been noticing he's been reading a lot since the jury went back to start their deliberations. Because obviously when I'm outside here, everyone's outside kind of doing their live reports and stuff like that. Diddy's not inside the courtroom. He's going back to, I think, what it's considered to be a holding cell, where he even told his attorneys that he just wanted to take a couple books back. And so when we see him come out of the kind of where he's been held up at, and when kind of he sees some of his attorneys, he sees his family, he sees the entire courtroom in the gallery. I think, one, he's happy to see his family. That's something that I've definitely been taking note of. But in terms of just his maybe possible nerves, they're not showing necessarily all over his face. But also, mind you, Jesse, that it's likely that the defendant is reading these jury notes, these jury messages before we're even learning what they actually contain, because the lawyers, they get these messages first from the jury, so that way they can work everything out, they can think about their arguments, all of that stuff. So I'm sure if there was any type of questions that had concern for the defense, he's probably hearing about that in probably a private holding cell, probably digesting it then. And then when he comes out, sees the rest of us, he's probably, putting on a strong face, especially for his family. I don't think he's putting on a strong face for us in the press, but I think as far as the support system goes, he's not going to show, to my what I'm seeing inside the courtroom, kind of show any type of wavering in terms of just looking mad or looking annoyed or looking mad or concerned or any of that sort. So it's pretty hard to read him at this point, but I'm sure a lot's going through his mind, especially as more and more questions keep coming out.
Let's talk about that real quick. When I was reading that the jurors had asked for Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions, freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura, what jumped out to you about that? What do you think the jurors are trying to get a little bit more information about?
Well, it's interesting, Jesse, because I think if you think about the first question, it kind of had to do with RICO conspiracy. And now they're asking kind of things that pertain to sex trafficking. And I think in part two, to count 2 that's been alleged in the indictment. And so I think there are specific questions about Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie at Cannes. I know I always mispronounce it. And then the events that immediately followed afterwards. And plus Cassie's testimony in regards to the interaction with Daniel Phillip at a freak off at her apartment, plus the Essex Hotel incident with Cassie and Daniel Phillip. I think their questions are very specific. And it's interesting too, Jesse, because I was sitting by one of the reporters inside, and I was going back through my notes, even from just closing arguments. And the prosecution pointed out these specific instances in their closing argument. The Intercontinental Hotel that had happened in March 5th of 2016. They showed an exhibit photo of Cassie at the Cannes Film Festival. And then they even specifically talked about a particular freak-off where Sean Combs had punched Cassie and then kind of forced her to do a freak-off even after being physically violent with her. And so I'm wondering, a lot of people are talking about testimony and how far back it goes, but it seems like the jury really kind of took heed to the closing argument. And I think what's also interesting too, Jesse, is the whole Instagram post that's also going to go back to the jury too, something that's still on Cassie Ventura's Instagram page even to this day, just in regards to the outpouring of support that she had gotten after the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video was released by CNN just last year, where she said in part, "Thank you all for the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those that I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now." But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue, and she capitalizes THED issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. So that's just in part of what the message reads. But it's also interesting because the defense pointed out the specific IG message. So it really seems like the jury really kind of took in what was said in the closing arguments, and now it seems like they'll be getting kind of the testimony from the few days before, the few days after, and they're going to get this Instagram post too that's going to be sent back with them. So it's interesting that the questions, a specific question too.
Yeah, they're definitely considering the evidence after all these hours. I think the deliberation is going to last quite some time, and it's very hard to gauge where the juries are, where the jurors are right now, what they might be thinking. By the way, the ice cream music did hit as well. I couldn't have planned that better. All right.
Oh, you heard it. Good.
Oh, I heard it. All right. Before I let you go, we got a super chat question. We got a super chat question from Augusto USA. Thank you so much. Hello, Elizabeth. I would like to know if Sean Combs has VIP treatment at his cell. Thank you. You guys rock. Congratulations. So sweet. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I think in terms of in his cell, I think he's getting the treatment that a lot of other defendants are getting. I don't want to make any assumptions because obviously I haven't seen his cell or anything like that, but I don't know if he's necessarily getting VIP treatment as much so as he's just kind of being treated like any other possibly high-profile defendant.
All right. So, Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. I know you have to head back into court. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you later.
Yes. Thanks, Jesse.
All right. Let's continue the conversation. Back here with Safa, back here with Tyler. We're going to have a lot more questions coming in. So, Safa, Heidi Hocking asks, how does the jury decide on a four-person?
Well, usually, and it depends. If it's in state court, it's usually the person that is juror number one, and the way that they're seated by the judge. In federal court, they will have a conversation and designate a conversation amongst themselves and designate who the four-person is going to be.
Yeah, and is that's a daunting job, right, Tyler? I mean, do they feel like they have to be the mediator? They have to lead everybody in the right conversation. I wonder if every day they say, okay, our objective today is to go through counts 3 and 5. Our objective today is to go through racketeering. What role do they typically play in this?
So the thing that's interesting, there's no syllabus for being a four-person. The judge declares that you're the four-person, and then you pretty much take leadership with that role, how you see fit. I mean, a good four-person really helps drive what they're going to be considering, drives the conversation, make sure everybody's heard, and then we'll continue to move the deliberations along. It's always been a dream of mine. I wish I could be a juror. I doubt anybody would ever select me to serve on the jury, but it's a four-person. It serves a specific role in really being a leader in the jury deliberation rooms.
I got a bunch of super chat questions coming in. Awesome super chat questions. Awesome questions in general. Safa, this is from Black Sigma. Thank you so much. This is fair. Okay. Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted as a criminal enterprise? Remember, this is the service that provided alleged sex workers in this case, male performers in this case. Why is Diddy the only one being charged in this racketeering conspiracy case? Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted?
Excellent question. Honestly, that's a question that I myself have personally had with respect to this case. When we typically see RICO cases, we normally see a number of defendants. You can see anywhere from 2 to 15 to 20. It just depends. But I find it interesting, and this was a prosecutorial decision not to indict this company. I don't know why the answer to that is. Only they would know. But it is definitely a question that has come into my mind. if they are providing these alleged sex workers and receiving payment for these individuals' time and things of that nature. Why have they not been charged as a part of this enterprise? I think is a very great question.
And by the way, in the jury instructions, one of the things they were told is there were witnesses that weren't called. There were people who weren't called as witnesses, AKA, Christina Quorum. It wasn't mentioned specifically in the jury instructions, but you can't use that to infer anything. So, but look, these jurors are human beings. They might be wondering why other people weren't charged. Look, that was what the defense said. They said he's the only one charged in this. Who are the other co-conspirators? So it's interesting to think about that. Or maybe Cowboys for Angels. Okay, super chat question for you, Tyler. This is from Jose Talavera. Thank you so much, Jose. Pretending thousands of people are not watching this, okay? In your personal opinion, is he guilty or not guilty?
Great question. I mean, when I'm on this show, I'm talking my personal opinion. I can care less about how many people are watching, but I think he's guilty of the charge that he's been accused of committing. If you look through the jury charges, if you read the actual statute, look at the verdict sheet, I think it's pretty hard not to convict him for at least the Mann Act violation. RICO, I think the way the jury verdict sheet looks, it's pretty hard not to even convict him for RICO because it's RICO conspiracy. The judge describe what a conspiracy is, and then you have 10 predicate crimes that you can choose from beneath that. So it's really hard, I think, for Mr. Combs to walk on this. And I personally feel that everybody's innocent to proven guilty, but the videos and the evidence and the testimony is kind of hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I've always said that I feel the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, if you look at the facts, look at the evidence and the testimony in this case, particularly now that the jurors through jury instructions, they don't even have to accept that the men that were transported or allegedly transported, they didn't have to be sex workers. They don't have to be prostitutes. They're just, if there were completed sex acts, you get there. I mean, through the text messages, the audio messages, the Amex receipts, the testimony, it put Diddy at the center of it. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to make the argument that he didn't know this was illegal or he didn't know what was going on. So I think he's probably going to get convicted of those. Racketeering, toss up. Sex trafficking, probably stronger with Cassie than there is with Jane. We shall see. Natalie Mejia has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Not even a question. Wow. Jesse and Elizabeth for president, vice president 2028. Well, first of all, that's very kind. Second of all, wow, really? That's where we're at. I mean, stranger things, but no, if that's who we're looking at, we got some more serious problems. But hey, this is not the politics show. This is a way to get out of politics a little bit. All right. Got a super chat comment from Katie. Excellent reporting and discussions, Jesse. I always notice when you aren't here. That's very sweet. How do you think Combs is handling deliberations? Will KK be charged immediately if he's found guilty? Safa, look, I don't think necessarily she's going to be even a part of this case. I don't even think, or charged afterward. There is a question why she wasn't called as a witness. There is a question about what she needed when they have all of her text messages and you have so much testimony about her. I think he's probably very nervous right now. There's a difference between being charged, waiting for trial, going into the jury selection process, beginning the trial, and now you represent clients. How nervous are they when you now come to the main question? Will I be found guilty? And if I am found guilty, the likelihood of a successful appeal where the conviction could be over. His whole life can change in any minute.
His entire life is at stake. And during the verdict watch process, everybody's on pins and needles. The defendant is, myself, or we as attorneys, we're all so nervous. The moment we hear that there's a note from the jury, everyone's stomach drops because we don't know if it's going to be a question or if it's going to be a verdict. So it is a very highly critical time right now, and everybody's nervous and everybody's on the edge of their seats. And you're right, Jesse, to your point, this moment is truly going to define what the rest of Mr. Combs' life looks like. And the likelihood of his conviction being overturned on appeal is probably not going to be likely unless there was some error that was done during the proceedings or by this lower court as it goes up on appeal to the Second Circuit, and ultimately wherever it may land after that.
Got a super chat question. Oh, we have Sierra Gillespie with us. Sierra, hi, good to see you. You're back. Okay. So Sierra, let's jump into the conversation. I want you to feel a part of this. And by the way, I'm sorry they didn't want you to be president or vice president, but I think that you are a part of this. And I think you are a part of this administration. Whatever role you want.
I want to be in the cabinet.
You want to be in the cabinet? Secretary of State. How about that? Secretary of Defense while we're at
Please.
it. All right. We got a question.
Why not?
From Charles Menifee. Thank you so much, Charles. Did you cover the RICO? Did you cover the R. Kelly case? Because I get this question all the time. How does this case, this RICO case, differ from R. Kelly's case?
I did cover R. Kelly, actually, Jesse. If we wind the clock back 3 years ago, this very week is the first time I met Jesse Weber in person. I have it on my calendar. I got to mark it because it was a monumental day for me. Actually, it was my first time I met any of my law and crime coworkers because I was here in Manhattan. Actually, I was in Brooklyn, excuse me. It was in Brooklyn for the sentencing of R. Kelly. So I was there and I did cover it a bit. And I do remember when P. Diddy, even before he got indicted, when we first had these civil allegations, a lot of people were comparing the two. And I think they are similar in a way. There are definitely the differences between the two. How are we here? I mean, we heard Barrett in the last hour talking about, why it makes sense, the RICO charges here. And I tend to agree with her that it makes sense, the reason that he's facing these charges. But I mean, I don't want to say R. Kelly walked so that P. Diddy could run in terms of the prosecution side of things. I'm not going to say that at all, even though I technically just did. I mean, there are big differences here. I don't know. I guess we can compare and contrast.
Well, the minors. It's all about minors. If minors were a part of this case, that defeats a lot of the planned defenses. Consent is no longer a defense. Then it's just you have to say it didn't happen. And while there were allegations about minors in the civil cases, again, Sean Combs, that was not something that was mentioned, referred to, that he was accused of in this criminal prosecution. Hey, first of all, somebody, Black Sigma says Sierra for press secretary. So there you go. I think you're beyond press secretary. No, I think Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. This is what you get. Maybe Attorney General. I don't know. I have to see if I'm president in this scenario. I don't know. James Bolton. Will Diddy saying? Wow, listen to this one, Sierra. James Bolton says, will Diddy say that the judge did an excellent job affect a possible appeal? Remember when he said that?
Yeah, I do remember when he said that. And I do think that's a topic of conversation, especially since all of us are wondering, when are we going to hear from Diddy? I mean, we heard from him in that apology video, I believe in May of 2024. And then that was it, right? He chose not to take the stand. So we didn't hear from him then. And the time that we did hear from him is when he basically said, "You're doing a great job, sweetie," to the judge, And I don't know if that's going to affect appeal in any way. I do think that it's something that's maybe going to be considered in all of this. Let's say that there is a conviction, and let's say that it comes to sentencing. The comparison that I like to do is that when your parent is the coach of your T-ball team, they don't want to start you. They don't want to put you out first because they don't want to show any sort of favoritism. And so I have heard, especially from our other guests here on Law and Crime, that sometimes when there is some sort of celebrity who's the defendant, perhaps maybe the judge is a little harder, doesn't want to show any preferential treatment here. And so perhaps maybe the judge would kind of keep that in the back of his mind, like, thank you, P. Diddy, for saying that I'm doing a great job. Okay, back at you, and then move on. I don't know that it's grounds for an appeal. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be mentioned at an appeal, but maybe just something that Judge Arun Subramanian would keep in the back of his mind.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, got some more legal questions coming in. Safa, Christina Lester has another super chat question.
Okay.
Can you elaborate on the difference between reversed and vacated in appellate court?
We got something here crazy.
Yeah. So what ultimately happens is
Y'all,
if a person is convicted, then they go up on an appeal. If the court or if the appellate court determines that there was an issue with the lower court's decision, the appellate court would decide either to reverse the conviction. So if somebody was originally found guilty of murder, they would reverse that conviction. The person is no longer guilty of murder, or they would vacate it. And it'll also depend on if the person's going to stay in custody, or if the government's going to have the ability to retry the case. Vacature essentially just means to get the conviction out of there as well.
Have a lot of questions about these notes, Tyler. I'm going to throw two to you. This is from Checka B. Why was the judge not able to answer the note from jurors about distribution being defined as the handing over of drugs? This is from yesterday. Why couldn't he answer it with a simple yes response? And also, Joshua Randolph says, in most state cases, when the jury requests previous testimony, the judges refer them back to their notes or memory. Why is this different in federal court?
All right. So answering the first question, the specific question that came out was essentially asking the judge to give another definition for distribution. And in the jury charges, he already gave his instructions for the jury to consider for distribution. There's a specific question as to what distribution in the form of this case was from the jury. And the reason why he couldn't say anything further than that and referring back to the jury instructions, I think was a proper thing to do, because you don't want additional factors regarding how they're going to decide the law to be used by the jury when they decide not guilty or guilty based off the definitions that the judge gave. And then the second question, Jesse, if you could rephrase that for me.
Yeah, so the second question was, why was the judge, oh no, that was that one. Where was it? I lost it already. It was the one, where was it? I lost it already.
Oh, I'm remembering now.
Oh, check B. Yeah, why was the judge, it was about the drug distribution. So, why was the judge not able to answer the note from jurors about distribution being defined as the handing over of drugs with a simple yes response? Yeah. And then, that was the one.
Okay. Well, there's one more about the transcript, I believe, and why the judge just didn't tell them to refer to the notes or the materials.
You're right. I'm trying to find that. What was that one? I saw it too.
Okay. Obviously I was hoping to get him to finish that answer or finish those questions, but unfortunately we got to keep it moving. There's some stuff that's been going on, y'all, that is pretty crazy. And we gotta, y'all, we got to talk about something. Okay. Obviously they're still doing deliberation right now, but something just happened. Okay. Something just recently happened. And it's just funny, just very funny how this is all. Something just happened. Okay, guys. So this is kind of breaking news, kind of, sort of. Okay. First off, let me get this super chat here really quick. Kessia, hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the super chat, but then I hope he's innocent with time served for DV. He already got robbed for $20 million by a girl who loved the freak offs. Damn. Well, I will say this, what you're saying right there, this comment down below, this comment right here is not uncommon. Okay. A lot of people are feeling the same way, saying exactly the same thing, right? The court of public opinion, I think, is very, very split down the middle when it comes to this whole trial. Some people believe that he's guilty as hell, not only because of the DV, but also for the other things that he is alleged of doing. And then other people think like, yo, he's not on trial for DV. He's not on trial for DV. I repeat, he's not on trial for DV. So he should be able to walk solely because of that. Well, we'll see. The jury's going through everything, going through the through transcripts, etc., and we'll see exactly what goes down. But again, what that super chat said is not far-fetched from a lot of people's opinions. Okay, but yeah, Tish, I'm gonna be real. Tish, let me tell you, they got him on bribery. That's what I truly think. Okay, if I had to dwindle everything all the way down and just be like, there's just at least one, it's bribery. That's without question. They can sit there and say the pros, the prostitution, the STing, fine. They can sit there and say it's a difficult thing. That's a tough hill to climb, right? To show proof of those things and any of the other things that he's looking at, the RICO, the racketeering, etc. Fine. But yes, he's guilty of DV for sure. He's not on trial for DV. He is not. But that bribery is definitely real. If he walks, I don't think he's going to walk unscathed. Like I said, I don't think he's going to walk out free as a bird. I still think that he's going to be found guilty of something. And if it's one of those things, it'll definitely be the bribery. Why? Because because the video exists. The video mother loving exists, y'all. Okay? The video exists. They have it as evidence. They've played that throughout this trial. You've seen him put his paws on Cassie the way that he's done. Okay? And this is very much the video that went and he tried to have destroyed and try to get it to disappear. And all the, moving factors. Okay? Even the person that was part of the bribery, who was paid to get rid of the footage, took the stand. That is hardcore. That's enough to throw that charge at him, for sure. That was smoking gun. So if anything, you can go on semantics all day long saying, no, they were entertainers. They weren't S workers. You can say, no, it wasn't STing. They were willing participants. Fine. You can even say that. You can move all those goalposts as much as you want. But when it comes to the bribery is real. That is real. Okay? That is tangible. And I feel like at least the jury can look at that and go, I agree. We all agree that the bribery is real. There's no question, right? But again, like I said, we'll see what happens with the jury. Now, I got this interesting breaking news, and this is all about the timing, baby. Okay? Now, here's the thing. There were people that were supposed to be taking the stand and testifying on behalf of the feds. Some of them didn't show up, like someone of the likes, like Gina, victim number 3. Yeah, that Gina. Damn, Gina. Gina, who has gone on interviews on like Tasha K and the sort, talking about how she was viciously attacked by the diddler years ago. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, she's supposed to be testifying, and she goes completely ghost on the feds. But what's really interesting right now is she made an appearance out in the streets recently, y'all. Yeah, baby. She suddenly made an appearance right now as the jury is out for deliberation, battling, thinking about what's going on, all that stuff. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Gina makes a public appearance out here in these streets. And now she is saying, which is also very interesting, given the timing and everything, she is now sitting here saying, I won't be scared if he walks. If he walks free, shoot, he's not dangerous. Say what? Everybody and their mama has been wanting to know, where's Gina? Where's Gina? Where is Gina? Only to find out that she's been sitting here right under our noses this entire doggone time. And how convenient she comes out right now and says what she says. Don't you think it's a little bit weird? And I'll tell you what, the devil's a liar, okay? The devil is a mother-loving liar. So you got this woman now suddenly showing up to make a statement now. Jury deliberations happening right now. And suddenly she out here in these streets saying, oh, I ain't scared of him. He's not dangerous. Yet she has interviews in which she says he is mother-loving dangerous. So make this make sense to me, guys. Make it make sense. The timing is impeccable. I'm sorry. We're not dumb. We weren't born yesterday. We were born at some point, but not yesterday. Okay? Real talk. What the hell is this all about, y'all? Let's take a look. So she says Gina just comes out of nowhere. And the TMZ is right there to pick it out. How convenient. TMZ's right there to be like, hey, look at this stuff. She's Gina. She's supposed to be there for the trial. But she didn't show up. She didn't pick up any of the phone calls that the feds made to her and her own lawyer. But somehow TMZ is able to find her outside. Make that make sense, y'all. Make that make sense. So there's TMZ doing that thing. Let's take a look at this article. We're going to look at the video. Don't worry. I got it queued up. So the prospect of Diddy being acquitted in this criminal trial isn't weighing on an ex-girlfriend whose name kept coming up in the witness testimony because she says she's not scared of him. Don't worry. We need to look at Tasha K for a second. We're going to take a look at that in a minute. Okay? So now she's saying she ain't scared. But in those interviews that she had with Tasha K, she does say, me scared. He's a dangerous man. Blah, blah, blah. She says all this crazy stuff about him. That she lost a baby because of how viciously he was attacking her. But now he's not a dangerous person anymore. She ain't scared of him. Maybe because she got paid. So his ex, Gina, was leaving a Whole Foods. How convenient, in Las Vegas. So that's where she is. Oh, okay. That's where she's been holed up at, in Vegas. And apparently she had a hankering for something, some, I don't know, organic meat or something. So she had to go to Whole Foods at this particular day, at this particular time. And, oh, gosh, hi TMZ. Hi. I didn't expect you guys here. Not at all. Not so whatsoever in this particular Whole Foods parking lot in Vegas, of all places. Gosh, you guys are everywhere, aren't you? No, he ain't dangerous. I ain't scared of him. Ain't nothing to worry about with him. Huh? Man, them ducats go long, baby. So, ran into her on Monday when a photog asked her if she thought Diddy was going to walk free. Gina said she's not sure what the jury verdict will be. Deliberations started a few hours before she was asked the question. So yesterday, okay? How convenient. But if he does get acquitted, it sounds like she won't run for the hills. Now, I understand there's other people that are saying, I'm out. There are other people that are saying, I'm packing up my bags and I'm kicking rocks because Diddy's a dangerous man. I don't trust it. I don't trust Diddy going and doing his thing. A lot of them are like, he better be found guilty on at least some of these charges, or this is going to be bad for these people that have been out here accusing Diddy of doing things. Okay? You know some of them. You know their names. They've been out here. Celebrity names I'm talking about. I'm not talking about damn YouTubers. I'm talking about celebrity mother-loving names. So Diddy's ex says he never did anything dangerous to her. I'm just going to let that sink in for a second. What? Come on. So now she says he never did anything dangerous to her. So those interviews with Tasha K were a fat ass lie? They were just a full-on lie? Yeah. What? Okay. Which is interesting. She says, sorry, say this again. I'm going to repeat this again. She says he never did anything dangerous to her, which is interesting considering prosecutors were trying to get her to testify in Diddy's trial. Prosecutors also confirmed last month Gina was actually victim number 3. Let me repeat that again. This woman was indeed victim number 3. She was supposed to come in and testify against Diddy, taking him down for the count, but she disappeared, remember? She didn't end up going to trial. because they couldn't find her. Okay. Apparently she's been in freaking Las Vegas thinking about organic apples. So Gina didn't end up taking the stand during the trial, and with the feds saying early on in the case they were having a difficult time contacting her and weren't sure she would show up to testify, even with a subpoena. So his defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, told the court he had a hard time believing federal prosecutors couldn't track her down and compel her to testify. Instead, he claimed the feds were choosing not to call her as a witness. So he's like, yeah, miss me with nonsense. You just trying to say that so you don't look like Boo Boo the Fool because you had her and then you didn't have her anymore. So you're just trying to say that she just went and ghosted y'all. When in reality, you didn't want to use her anymore because she probably turned on you, or what she said was not holding up. When in my personal opinion, I don't see the feds doing something like that. Going out of their way to say something like that that's not, like, to lie in court. I don't see it, y'all. I don't. Okay? We broke her story. She never cooperated with prosecutors, and she made it clear she did not want to testify. Gina's name still popped up several times during this witness testimony. Diddy's exes and alleged victims, of course, Cassie and Jane Doe, both testified about jealousy involving Diddy and Gina's relationship. And former assistant George Kaplan testified once he saw an angry Diddy throwing objects at Gina's head. Just that alone, okay? Just that alone. And she's saying, he's not a dangerous guy. What? You lying, okay? You just playing now. She was most definitely paid off. Oh, my dear God. Okay? Paid the F off. Let me let you guys know something, okay? Newsflash. Diddy tampered with witnesses. This woman was most indeed paid off. That's all I'm saying. This woman was paid off. But here, she's saying Diddy isn't dangerous, even though in the past she's alleged he was physically, mentally, and emotionally volatile. So again, why would she sit there and say that again, everybody? Let's follow the bouncing ball. It's because she was paid. Hey, it's because she was paid. Hey, it's because she was paid. She was paid. Mother lover got paid. Stop it. Like I said, how convenient she shows up right now. It's because she was paid. Hey, it was because she was paid. Come on. It's a song that is a tale as old as time. Okay? She was paid, baby.
Hi, Gina. How you doing? I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, that's what I want to know. If Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? No. You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy wins, she's gonna leave the country.
Boom.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me.
Did you hear that? Don't worry, we're going to play the whole thing, but let me just roll that back a little bit. She's standing there. Oh, hi. Oh, my God. What are you doing here? Oh, my God. Yes, thank God my face is beat up and just ready. My face is ate up. Let's go. Okay, my face. I don't even know. What's the phrase? My face is eating up. What is the phrase you girls say now? It's not even beat to the gods no more. It's your face is eating. Something like that. Okay, but I'm all ready. Yes. Oh my gosh. Why are you out here in Las Vegas in the parking lot of a Whole Foods? I'm just here minding my own business. Oh my gosh. What are you doing here? You're going to ask me about Diddy? Okay. Stop.
He never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
What the Stop it! Stop it! We got to roll that back. Roll that beautiful bean footage again. Oh my God. Okay, seriously, we already know about TMZ. Okay, with all due respect, okay, but we already know we already know what kind of team they're batting for, and we already know they have a history of showing up to places perfectly on time to catch a particular person out there in these streets. You know, we're catching them. We're catching wild, catching the stars out in the wild, right? Crikey, we see a little Asian woman that looks a lot like Jaina. Crikey, out in the wild. Let's go and see her, right? And then suddenly they pull up, and she's like, "Oh my God, stop it! You're here? Oh my God." You gotta be kidding me. They do this all the time, by the way. Okay? They do this all the time. They know when to show up to an airport when you got somebody showing up like a Tiffany Haddish or something like that, an Amber Heard or something like that. You know what I mean? Oh, Jamie Foxx is coming through around this time at this particular place at this particular time. And then they show up and they shoot and it's like, yeah, man, check out my new movie. Yeah, okay. My new comedy special. Now, I ain't got nothing to say. Yeah, that whole thing's diabolical, but go check out my new movie. These people are getting paid to do this, y'all. You really think that they went digging, finding her out there, stalking this woman to suddenly catch her outside of a Whole Foods in Vegas?
I have a quick question for you. Do you think Diddy's going to win this trial?
Let me pause this really quick. Let me also point something out here. Okay? If she wanted nothing to do with paparazzi getting all up in her face, she would have said to F off. Okay? You would have already been gone up to them and said, you know what? I had nothing to say to you. F off. No. And they're doing this whole thing. No, I don't want, no, get out my face, man. This is staged like a mother lover, okay? Oh my God, you're here. No, she should be saying to them, F off. Leave me alone. And you know for a fact you ain't walking into no Whole Foods looking like that. You got sweats on. That's it. Baggy everything. Hair, a mess. Face, not beat. Okay? You just walking in that mug to get your organic milk, okay? And your grass-fed frog legs. And that's it. Okay? And you're kicking rocks to go back home. You ain't going in there going, oh my God. Yas. You have something to ask me? Oh my God. Paparazzi. No, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not. She's been dodging the feds like crazy. Why would she suddenly, out of nowhere, stop to have a conversation with a dude with an iPhone in his hand? Think about this for a second, y'all. Yeah, I did say grass-fed frog legs. Okay, but yeah, grass-fed frog legs. I stand by it. Okay, they range free. Okay, and they do sell frog legs at Whole Foods. Just FYI. But anyway, all right. Real talk. You're not going to stop it to talk to paparazzi. Me. It's because she was paid. Hey, it's because she was paid. It's because she was paid, mother lovers. It's because she was paid. Let's continue. Come on, guys. We were born during the day, but I was not born yesterday. That's the phrase. There you go.
Before you go, I just what I want to know. If Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? No. You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl, Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy wins, she's going to leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank
Unless we've all been just been bamboozled. It's got to be that. Either we got bamboozled, run amok, led astray. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. We've been swindled, hoodwinked by this woman. It's got to be. It's got to be. Because it doesn't make any sense that she would go onto the likes of Tasha K and say all kinds of scathing stuff, disgusting stuff that Diddy did to her. And then suddenly out of nowhere, outside a freaking Whole Foods parking lot in Vegas of all places, where she says, oh, he's not dangerous. He's not dangerous at all. We have been swindled. Real talk. Charlie, oh my God. Yes. Yes, I was just cashing my check. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Hold on, though. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. She posted on Instagram too. Small box that said smallpox. So she posted on Instagram about it. It's sus. Of course it's sus. Hold on. Quick trip down memory lane. Remember this ish? I'm just randomly putting it somewhere. That sounded weird. But I'm gonna randomly put this up here, okay? And I just clicked on the middle of the interview. I don't know where this is. I don't have any timestamps or anything of that sort, okay? But this is a huge interview, huge bombshell interview that she had with Tasha K. And I highly recommend all y'all go back to this mug and rewatch this mother love all over again, okay? Because this is insane. She's saying these things here. She's made claims here saying that he was very vicious. He was a villain. Villain. That's what she was saying. That's villain in French. But it's the same time. Villain. And then all of a sudden, no, I'm just walking out of this. Whole Foods. No big deal. Trust me, if she did not want to talk to anybody, if she didn't want to talk to paparazzi, she would have turned to them and said, F off. That was staged. That was planned. That was choreographed. This is trash. We're not dumb, y'all. Okay? Yeah. I'm wondering the same thing, Monica. Damn it, Monica. I want to know too. How long did they know that Gina was out there in Vegas for? Then who made the call to TMZ? Oh, dear God. Wait a second. Isn't that interesting when the wheels keep on turning in your brain? Here's something to think about, okay? Think about this. TMZ, the head of it, Harvey Levin, okay? He has a podcast with Mark Garagos. Mark Garagos is a lawyer for Diddy. Mark Garagos is also not only the lawyer for Diddy, but also his daughter is the lawyer in this particular trial. So if you do 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon here, there's only like 1 degree you have to go through to find out exactly where she is. Because if she was paid, which she was fucking paid. Okay. If she wasn't paid, but she is, how would they know where she was? Someone reached out to her and said, hey, we want to pay you some money. How can we get this to you? They already knew where to find her. because they had to pay her somehow. And of course, Diddy, or his team at least, are keeping tabs on her. So if you do the reverse math, it's only 1 degree to Diddy, 1 degree to Gina through Mark Garagos. You don't think Mark Garagos was helping Diddy make those deals happen? Think about that for a second, y'all. How would they know that she's in Vegas? How would they? TMZ of all people. Do the math. Just do the math. They have a podcast together, Harvey Levin and Mark Garagos. A TMZ podcast together. 2 Angry Lawyers or whatever the hell it's called. Okay? Just do the math. Now, of course, this is my speculation. Okay? I have no proof of said thing. But I do think it's interesting that Mark Garagos, who is the lawyer for Diddy, who also has his own daughter, his own flesh and blood, being one of the lead attorneys for Diddy's big profile case, I'm just saying, do the math. Connect the dots, y'all. Connect the mother-loving dots. Real quick, let's just take a look at this. I'm just going to play a little bit. I put it in some, I queued it up in a random spot. Okay. It could be anywhere. I don't know where it is. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of conversation about how Diddy is bad. Oh. And let's not forget, guys, take a look at the title at the top of the screen. Just look at the title of the top at the top of the screen. Take a look. Take your time. Don't worry, I'll wait. No, I won't wait. But look, exclusive. Diddy allegedly attacked his ex-girl and made her get rid of some babies. Do the math. This is only part 1, guys. But he's not a dangerous individual. She ain't scared because she's getting paid. Just saying.
Forward to like talk to somebody, say hi or whatever. And so I turned over to Meek and I said, happy birthday. He put his hand out and he was like, thank you. So I reached his hand and shook it. And as I shook Meek's hand, he turned around and saw it and he got so mad.
Wow.
And then we probably like stayed like 20 minutes after that happened. And then when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair. We were in the one of those Escalade trucks.
Okay.
So I was sitting on this side, he was on the other side, and he like grabbed my hair and like cussed me out for doing that. He was like, why the fuck can I cuss?
Yeah.
Oh, he was like, why the fuck you shaking his hand for, like, just saying stuff like that. I was like,
I mean, I'm just saying, look at that. Look at that. Ladies and germs, I just randomly picked a spot. Randomly picked a spot. And what happened? Ladies and germs, what happened? That's just one small moment. Read the title to the top of this freaking video. He made her get rid of babies. Then on top of it, put his paws on her. I just clicked on one random spot. She shook Meek's hand. I'm assuming Meek Mill. And then he grabbed the back of her hair being like, why are you touching his hand? This is her talking about this years ago. So what are you talking about? She got paid, baby. Here's another spot. I just picked a spot. I'm looking at the algorithm thing here, you know, like where the most viewed is. Let's take a look. Let's just randomly take a look here. Again, this is the same woman who just came out saying, I ain't scared of him. There's nothing to worry about him. She is also the person that was supposed to go and testify against Diddy. And she suddenly ghosted the team, the team feds. Okay?
He would always compare me to Cassie and tell me that I'm the bad one and she's the good one.
And he was with both of you guys at the same time.
Yeah. And at one point, like I was breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times to me. He was like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their face.
Oh.
Yeah, he would say that to me.
Take a drink. Relax. Okay. I can tell this is bringing up a lot.
I was trying to be sneaky.
And you were how old
I'm
at this
hopping
time?
around, guys.
I was 22 probably.
Wow.
So in other words, like this interview is, I don't even know how old. Okay. I don't even know how old this video is. In fact, let's find out. 6 years old when it was uploaded. Okay. 6 years old. So she has gone on to a multitude of, well, not a multitude, but she's gone on this interview exposing Diddy for the monster that he is. Let's be real. I mean, it's not even alleged anymore. I mean, I think we all know it. Okay. Dogs know it. The wind knows it. This man is a volatile man. Okay. We don't need to have a debate about that. He is diabolical. Okay. But again, he was able to sink his talons back under the skin of Gina in some kind of way. And it all has to do with those greenbacks. Yes, I said it. That's it. Okay. And I'm just hopping around randomly in this part one of this interview. And what's being said in this interview, just that one quick thing, he seems to have some sort of hold on this woman still, which is insane to me. I'm going to play one more little piece. I don't know where I don't have queued up. We're shooting from the fly. Okay. We're shooting from the hip on the fly. Let's take a look.
Okay. So this was like what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and then I got
Okay.
pregnant in October.
Oh, so the same year.
The same year.
Okay. And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
Hold on. I'm rolling that back. Hold on. Let's get a little bit more backstory.
Being pregnant.
There we go.
Not once, but twice, correct?
2 times
Yes.
a day.
Okay. When was the first time you became pregnant with Diddy's child?
The first time was October 2014.
Okay. So this was like what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and then I got
Okay.
pregnant in October.
Oh, so the same year.
The same year.
Okay. And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him and he was like, you're going to get an abortion, right? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me $50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him and I just
Huh. Okay.
I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl that
Was
wanted
with
him for money.
Okay.
I just care about him. And I just wanted him to be nice to me. That's it. I was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me.
Whether you decide to keep the baby or not.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be fair to say that he was an asshole about it? I mean, offering somebody $50,000 to abort a baby, whew, he must really want it gone bad.
I mean, in the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, like the first 4 months, he was really nice. But then after that, he started being an asshole. So like I say, like the first 3.5 years, he was like mean to me.
So when you say mean, describe it.
Yeah.
He was abusive. He was like always belittling me and always like, he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Okay. So if these claims are true, okay, if these claims are true, what did she just say? Again, if these claims are true, What did she just say? So you mean to say to me that over the past 8 years, suddenly those strikes, those paws on you, etc., that he those hits that he administered onto your body, etc., suddenly just didn't exist anymore? And now he's not dangerous? You ain't scared of him anymore? I mean, it's still possible to not be scared of him. It's still possible to say, I have leverage. I have power over him because of what I know he has done to me and other people. Hence the reason why she was mother loving paid. But outside of that, though, you mean to tell me this interview's obsolete now? It's bupkis? It's trash? It's filled with lies? Like I said before, the timing here is out of this world. The timing in regards to this thing is out of this freaking world, y'all. Okay? Suddenly those things don't exist no more. Never underestimate the power of money, everybody. Never underestimate the power of money. We got an update. We're going to get into it. You'd let me know what you think because, again, the timing is incredible. It's tacky. And also, I'm going to say this too. Absolutely mother-loving insulting to think that they can actually do something like that to the general public and for the general public not to use their brain matter, not to use their brains and go, nah, man, that's choreographed like a mug. That's perfect timing. While the jury is out, now she's coming in and saying what she's saying. Come on, y'all. We ain't dumb. We ain't dumb. That was tacky and insulting. But let's continue on, though. So what was the incident at the Essex house? So while most people might remember the attack of the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016, S-worker Daniel Phillip testified early in the trial about an incident that happened at the Essex House Hotel years prior. So Phillip told the court, all right? Phillip told the court sorry, 1 second, guys. Just writing stuff down. So Phillip told the court he was paid to have relations with Cassie, okay, while Diddy watched around 2012 to 2013. He testified that after a freak-off at the Essex house, Cassie went into a bedroom with Diddy while he remained in the living room. He testified that out of nowhere, he heard Cassie yelling out that she was quote-unquote sorry repeatedly. Phillip then said he heard sounds of someone being slapped and slammed around. Yeah. So that's the incident they're talking about in the testimony for that. Okay. They want to get the testimony for that so they can relive that conversation and hear verbatim what Daniel Phillip said in his testimony. Okay. So it's the Intercontinental and it's the situation of the attack that Cassie apparently endured from Diddy in the middle of freak-offs. Okay. When the freak-off was done. Let's take a look at this too. Deliberations had a rocky start yesterday as issues arose between jurors, which we already knew about this. Okay, but deliberations appeared to be off to a rocky start in the ST and racketeering case against Diddy, just hours after the judge turned the case over to the jury. So Diddy has spent the last 6 weeks in trial, which we already know about. Okay. Of course, the government seeks to prove that he was at the helm of a criminal enterprise using his employees to commit several crimes. Within about 2 hours of deliberation, however, the jury sent a note to the judge expressing a concern over one of its members. The note to the judge was that they were worried that jury number 3, that's weird. Juror number 25 actually does not follow the judge's instructions. I wonder why they call him juror number 3 now, but no additional details to the about the cause of the concern were proven. And that's the thing. I really still want to know why they suddenly had this guy come in, or the note come in basically saying like, Dad, he's being tough. He's picking on me. You know what I mean? Like what's really going on here, right? What's going on here? Hopefully we get some answers here soon. Let's take a look at CNN. What we know about the 12 jurors deciding the fate of Diddy. So a jury panel made up of 8 men and 4 women, ranging from in age from 30 to 74, is currently deliberating the legal fate of Diddy. Here's what we know about the jurors. Interesting. So, juror number 2 is a 69-year-old man who works as a massage therapist in Manhattan. He has a BFA, Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting from New York University. Interesting. So he's creative. Moving on, juror number 5 is a 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. His hobbies include golf, tennis, and video games, and he's described himself as an active churchgoer, loves long walks on the beach, loves a good cold champagne and some stemware, and his favorite color is mauve. Moving on, juror 25 is a 51-year-old man. I was joking about that, by the way. I was joking. That was a joke. Juror 25, the infamous juror number 25. Okay? He is a 51-year-old man who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. Juror 28 is a 30-year-old woman who lives in the Bronx with her mother and her brother. She works as a deli clerk at a grocery store. Juror 55 is a 42-year-old woman who lives in Manhattan with her fiancé. She works at a nursing home and said she is not a fan of news. Interesting. Juror 75 is a 68-year-old man who is retired and previously worked in finance. He lives in Westchester County with his wife, and he said he listens to old Indian music and likes to play cricket and volleyball. Okay. So is he Indian? He could very well be Indian. Interesting that they don't say his race there too. But they don't have they don't have anybody's race in here. But they say the 51-year-old, the juror number 25, is actually Hispanic. But, the cricket and old Indian music kind of gives the vibe. Okay? Kind of gives the vibe. Okay? But anyway, moving on. Juror 116 is a 68-year-old man who lives in Westchester County with his wife and kids. He's a retired lineman. Juror 160 is a 43-year-old woman who is a physician's assistant and works with elderly patients. She lives in Westchester County, a lot of Westchester County people, with her husband and kids. 184, he is a 39-year-old man who lives in the Bronx with his brother. He's a social work program supervisor and part-time security guard who has a master's degree in social work. 201 is a 67-year-old man who has 2 adult children and works as a logistic analyst. He lives alone in Westchester County. 217 is a 74-year-old woman who works as a treatment coordinator and has a bachelor's degree in sociology. She lives alone in Manhattan, and she does not have any children. And finally, juror 230 is a 57-year-old man who works as a manufacturing architect and has a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He lives with his wife and his kids in Westchester County. The juror started as an alternate and was replaced. So he's the one who replaced juror number 6, okay, over the inconsistent disclosures about where this guy actually lived because he lied, okay? Let's not forget that mother lover lie, okay? Let's see if Inner City Press has said anything or posted anything as of yet. Let me see here, though. Yeah, nothing. A whole lot of nothing. I'm telling you right now, that Gina stuff is shocking, y'all. I'm going to keep it a bean. That Gina stuff is shocking. And it's just insulting. Dr. Ed, what's up, Doc? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Doc. Appreciate it. Thank you for covering this. I believe Diddy is mendacious, and has no precipitous demeanor. Sorry. I do recall him on Ellen DeGeneres joking about how someday he was going to most likely be arrested if it couldn't be done. As if it couldn't be done. I'm sorry. As if it couldn't be done. You know what? I got to be real. He has said a lot of those things in the past. Like, oh man, you know, we have so much fun. You know, the cops should arrest me. We have so much fun, right? He said all kinds of crazy stuff on Jimmy Kimmel, Ellen, I mean, etc. He's out here. He just says all kinds of stuff because, you know, he's trying to talk up a big game too. Like, yo, I throw one of the biggest sought after parties out here. When you go to a Diddy party, it's unforgettable, right? He will say the stuff like that, right? Rianne, thank you so much. This is Nuck and Futz. Yes, it is. The money, because she got paid. That girl got paid, though. Rianne, you are not wrong with that. Maymag, thank you so much. Because of women's like Gina, we got Diddy's. Yes. Yeah, you kind of do. You know? You kind of do. And here's the other thing. If he gets set free, he might as well go ahead and marry Gina. Might as well just go and do it. Because literally, they're two peas in the pod. Call it a day. Just be done with it. You know what I mean? It's a wrap, son. Real talk. Such a damn shame. Evolved. Thank you so much. Nobody's going out in Vegas heat, DoorDash, DoorDash for show. Yes. You know what? Why are you going out? You know what I mean? Like I said, it's just weird. Because it's not like it's like she was at some huge event in Vegas. She was at a Whole Foods, bruh. Okay? It wasn't even like she was walking in the airport where there's a multitude of people walking around. She was at a Whole Foods. I don't care how popular that Whole Foods is. You're not sitting there going, ooh, this Whole Foods is the number one place to go find celebrities in Vegas. No, you're not. You're not doing that. Real talk, you're not doing that. So this was straight up choreographed. Star Fury, what's up? Thank you so much for the love. No verdict yet? Nah, no verdict yet. Come on, man. Do these jurors want to go home or what? If I was a juror, judge, guilty. But, Mr. Fury, you haven't gone back. Guilty. No kidding. Judge? No, I don't even need to go. I already know. But here's my vote. I'm not changing it, all right? Let me just write it in. I put it in permanent marker just so you know, because it ain't changing. Here you go. Y'all figure it out. I got to go home and sleep. You know? Real talk. That girl was paid like a mug. She should have waited until after the verdict. They should have waited until after the verdict, y'all. At least that. But right then and there, that was some sloppy work, y'all. Some sloppy work. Real quick, guys, can you do me a favor? Hit that like button down below. Don't forget to do that. Okay? Hit that like button down below. All right? Also, let me do this too before I forget. You know? Tiny little commercial break here. But, of course, go over to pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. Okay, pascalmerch.com. Take a look at that. Okay, like the T-shirt here, 5 nights at Freddy's, 5 nights at Diddy's. I'm sorry, we got that. We got a couple other things as well. All right, got some really good custom hoodies and T-shirts. Real talk, make these with my own 2 hands, for example. Okay, we do have the suicide awareness collection still up and available as well. So go check it out. Okay, PascalMerch.com. We got some really, really great stuff over there for sure. Okay, PascalMerch.com. I haven't done a commercial in a long time. So let's go into the poll. Over 3,000. You know what? I'm not going to change. I'm not going to do the poll until we get to, let's go beyond 3,500. I would love to see an even 4,000 votes. Okay. But just get your butts to the poll. Okay. And vote real quick. That would be dope. Get your butts to the poll. I'd love to see it get to, 3,500 views or 3,500 votes. I'd be really happy if we can get it to 4,000. Okay. 4,000 votes. A nice even 4. Okay. But yeah, you guys are making your voices heard here. This poll is very interesting. It is very interesting. Okay. No, the reason why I say that, Debbie, is because people are going in and out. Okay. Some people leave, some people vote, some people stick around and vote. You see what I'm saying? So if we can get to 3,500, that'd be awesome. Okay. Because there's been a bunch of people in here, in and out of the show for show. Okay. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to hit the like button, etc. Okay. Let me get this real quick. Nicole, thank you so much. We're moving on. We got some things we got to talk about because there's plenty of things going on in the news that we have got to talk about. Okay. And of course, we're still keeping an eye on the Diddy thing. This ain't clickbait. All right. We've been talking about Diddy for 4.5 hours straight. Okay. So we got some things we got to talk about. But Nicole, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. No one's going to mention how Cassie and Gina were really young girls. Let's not victim blame. Yes, I agree. The older men preyed on these young ladies. The older man preyed on these young ladies. Power dynamics is what we are talking about. I agree. Yes, power dynamics indeed. You got somebody who has a lot of influence, a lot of money, okay, a lot of connections, etc. He's got that household name. You can't deny those things. You can't escape those pieces of information. Okay. So again, pretty crazy stuff. Now, there is a few things that I do want to share with you guys. Okay. Because there is a lot going on. Oh, actually, hold on. Philistine. You damn Philistine. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the facts and the laughs. Of course, that's what I'm here for. Okay. That's what it's here for. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're here to have fun. And we're here to have the information and the conversations for sure. Okay. Like I said, I want you guys to tune into this show, have a great time. Of course, leave with information, leave with something that you could talk to your friends and family about, but also make you laugh. You know what I mean? Like I said, I want this to stand out against the rest that's out there on YouTube. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of great content creators out there. There's a lot of great channels out there. But sometimes you just need a little bit of fun, Still get the information, but not like just sitting there like you're watching like a local news network. You know what I mean? Hey, there's a place and a time and place for everything. Okay. Especially that kind of content too. But at the same time, if I can get a chance to let loose a little bit, I'm going to. But if we're talking about something that's super serious, right? If there's a mass tragedy that's happening, that kind of thing, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of space and room to make those, to crack jokes. Okay. But again, I really enjoy what I love. I really enjoy what I do. I love what I do. So again, I try to keep it fun, because if it's not fun, it gets boring to me. If we just sat here and I'm just like, okay, here's what's going on the Diddy trial, and I'm just reading verbatim. For me, I get bored, right? Learning is supposed to be fun. That's how I see it. I think we all have that. We all have that Dead Poets Society type of teacher that we had in school. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, he's fun. Learning is fun with this person, right? I like this teacher. He's awesome, right? We all had that teacher. And then we all had the other ones like, this is what the, like amino acids do to the body. Like, this boring Bueller type of stuff. You know what I mean? Stuff gets old, right? Learning is supposed to be fun, especially when you're talking about learning about this stuff, news, etc. It's supposed to be fun, right? It's supposed to be. Unless you got to really get serious, like bombs in freaking Israel. Yeah, you got to get serious about that for sure, right? Making jokes about Trump trying to bomb Iran as if it's like a guy trying to find the G-spot. I mean, it just writes itself, okay? It just writes itself, okay? Sorry. Deanne, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much, okay? Thank you for the amazing work that you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I said, I want you guys to come to the show knowing that you're going to be having a good time. Yeah, we might have to get serious from time to time, etc. But at the same time, we're here to have fun. We're here to laugh and get the information. And, disagree, laugh, cry, etc. But we always resort back to still trying to have a good time, right? So, hold on. Did I get everything? No, I didn't. Deanne, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Diggity dang. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so very much. And welcome to the family, all 5 of you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Deanne. Okay. And like I said, Deanne just gave you some positivity. All I'm asking for you to do is pay it forward, dog. Pay it forward, dog. That's it. It's a simple ask, man. Just pay it forward. Open the door for somebody. Okay. Or if somebody opens the door for you, say thank you. And if you're going through like some 2-door kind of entryway, if they open the door for you, return the favor and just open the door for them. Hey, I'm just returning the favor. Thank you. Have a good one. That's it. Paid forward, accomplished. You see what I'm saying? Just do it. All right. So again, pay it forward. So let's go into this. Okay. We got a few things. Okay. Actually, before I do any of that, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Because there are a few things that I do want to talk to you about. But I do also want to check to make sure there isn't anything brand new. Okay. Actually, there is something Diddy-wise. I'm just going to pull it up. Something interesting. Diddy-wise, still going into the Diddy talk. So, damning text Cassie sent to Diddy. Apparently, jury is reviewing over again. So, live trial updates. So, the jury in Sean Diddy Combs' trial has asked to visit key evidence related to the alleged STing of Cassie. The disgraced music mogul, 55, could spend the rest. We already know about all that ish. On Tuesday, though, moving on, jurors asked for testimony transcripts, which we already know about. Okay. But I thought it was just an IG post that she put up. So I'm wondering about this text message. We're going to move full on. A win for Diddy. In a win for Diddy, the testimony sent to the jury will include text Cassie sent to Diddy ahead of an incident saying, I want to freak off so bad. Oh, damn. Woo! Yeah, baby. So she's like, yeah, I want to freak off so bad. Right? Defense lawyers said this was essential for jury understanding whether he coerced his ex-girlfriend or not. So Diddy's lawyers score win over trial testimony as jurors see damning Cassie text. Remember, it does not matter whether or not she was consensual the whole time until that one time. Just want to make that abundantly clear. Okay? But they can still use this. That's fair. That is fair. Fully fair. So it's got this random fruit fly flying around in the room right now. So sorry, guys. So after a lengthy debate, both sides agreed that the jury should get transcripts of testimony from 2 days before the Intercontinental Hotel incident and 3 days after. So at one point, the judge looked set to send the jury Cassie's entire 800-page testimony. 800 damn pages, y'all. But the judge finally decided against it. Yeah, I was going to say, why not just send it all? But that's 800 pages. Never mind. I'd be like, nah, I forget that. I don't need to read through 800 pages. They'll never get done. They'll never be done. It'll be 2 weeks before they come to some sort of verdict, before they come to some sort of a decision. So in a win for Diddy, the testimony sent to the jury will include a text Cassie sent to Diddy ahead of the incident saying, "I want to freak off so bad." Diddy's lawyer said this was essential to the jury's understanding whether or not he coerced Ventura. I mean, you hear the testimony of one, you see the video. Two, you see the testimony of of Daniel Phillips saying that he heard him slapping her around and slamming her around in the other room, her screaming, "I'm sorry." That's kind of insane, right? But moving on. Prosecutors had proposed a far narrower range of the transcript focused solely on the violence at the Intercontinental. The judge also said the jury should see the transcript Cassie's testimony about an Instagram post she wrote in 2024 about the incident in which she said the DV is the issue. See, I mean, dear Lord. So Diddy's lawyers have tried to portray him as a domestic monster, okay, but not an estual deviant, an S tier, right? So it'll be interesting that they're going to be like, well, look at what she said in 2024 in a post on Instagram, right? She said this. Oh, he's a monster, but it all had to do with DV, right? But maybe she didn't realize that she was being ST'd too until much later. That's still possible. That's still very, very possible. Nonetheless, yikes. Yikes indeed. So that's more of an explanation on what's going on with the information that they sent over to the jury. That kind of text is going to muddy up the water for sure with the jury, for sure. Like I said, they might be in there. They might be in there till Monday. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. But we'll see what happens. Real quick, I'm just checking to see if there's any new updates, any news. Man, oh man. Man. By the way, what's up with these teachers bumping uglies with the students? What's up with that? That seems to be a thing now. It's an epidemic. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. All right. I was just seeing if there was any updates. Now, here's the thing, okay? We're taking a little bit of a detour just for a second because there's a few things that we need to talk about, especially with things that are revolving around. Obviously there's a few things that we haven't gotten a chance to really talk about. Oh shoot. I had it. I thought I did. Hold on. Unbelievable. I still can't believe the Gina stuff. Real talk. I really can't. I really, really can't. Okay. Now, the thing is we talked about this the other day or yesterday when it was breaking. Okay. So this is a very quick conversation. All right. But I do want to give you some updates because, of course, this is, you know what I mean? Hold on. Can join. I have iPhone. Tried and tried. I don't know what you mean, Dr. Ed. But thank you. What do you mean exactly when you say that? Let me know. Put it in the comments. I'll keep an eye out for it. And then, of course, Tiffany, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Seriously, that really means a lot. So here's the thing. We talked about this yesterday. There was a big breaking news that happened in the true crime world. Okay, so we are venturing into the true crime world just for a tad for a small minute. All right, but something happened big. Something really big happened yesterday that I had to run back and go live. Okay, I had to run back and go live and talk to you guys about this, and this all had to do with the Idaho 4 unalivings. Now, if you don't know about the Idaho 4 case, this was a very tragic situation and that happened a few years ago in 2022, where 4 students, okay, lost their lives. Okay, they were viciously attacked on campus in the 3 girls' home. Okay, the boyfriend Ethan was staying with his girlfriend Xana. Okay, now Maddie and Kaylee were in another room, and then, of course, they were viciously attacked. Now, there was a guy that was arrested for this whole thing by the name of Brian Kohberger. Now, if you don't know who this Brian Kohberger is, I call him Coco. He is the one who is looking at some very serious time, okay, because they believe he is the only person, the prime suspect, the one to take out these 4 kids, okay? Now, what's so sad about this is that for years, the state have been building a case against Brian Kohberger, or Coco. And Coco has been trying his damnedest to throw everything and the kitchen sink at the court to find any excuse under the sun why, one, he shouldn't be tried, okay, that he shouldn't have to fight for his life. Literally, the state was looking to take him out, okay, that he was going to suffer the full extent of the law, that he was going to pay the ultimate price, the DP, okay? He would pull out, oh, he's on the spectrum, he's autistic, he's this, that, and the third, right? And of course, at the very last minute, they threw out another Hail Mary, and they said, oh, well, if you guys don't already know, there were 4 other bits of DNA in the crime scene. So there could be 4 other people. There could be 4 other suspects that they did nothing about. They didn't look into it at all, right? Judge came back and said, miss me with the nonsense. Sit down, have several seats, Coco. We are still going to do this trial. You're still going to have to fight for your life. It is what it is. And these 4 particular people are completely, they're baseless, okay? A big waste of time. Then, yesterday, big breaking news happened where Coco finally took a plea deal. In other words, the mother lover did it, guys. Okay? He takes a plea deal where he's going to live the rest of his life behind bars without the possibility of parole, which is a massive, massive deal. But here's the thing. Certain members of his certain family members of the deceased feel some type of way about this revelation, about this plea deal. They even said, hey, we're heartbroken by what the state decided to do, what prosecution did. They shouldn't have struck some sort of plea deal with him, etc. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say what they feel is wrong. Okay? Nah, I would not. If I was a father of these kids and I lost my child in this kind of way, trust me, I'd be like, give me a room. Give me a pair of rusty pliers and give me a room with no windows. Okay? And trust me. I'd make it worth its while. Trust. Okay? I'm creative. Okay? I'm real creative. So I get it that I would want justice to the fullest extent. That I want to see him. By the way, this guy was looking literally at the possibility of getting executed firing squad style. Very old school, but they brought that back in Idaho. So I get the desire to see him go out, right? The desire to see him gone for good, right? I fully get it. And I understand the frustrations and the disappointment from various family members. Not all 4 of the victims' families are saying the same thing. Some are saying this, some are not. But I get the frustration, right? Because there are a few other things that we'll never get the full answer to, okay? We will never find out why he did this whole thing in the first place. Why? Why did he do the whole thing in the first doggone place? Now we will never know that. That's one thing we'll never see in the courtroom, which is very frustrating. I can see the family being mad because they're like, we want answers. We want an explanation. Why did he do this? Why did you target my daughter? Why was my son taken? Why? But now we will never get that answer. Unless he decides to go and do a tell-all interview with Barbara Walters or like a Gayle King type of person, which is probably not going to happen, y'all. But of course, I get the frustration and the anger. So again, he's got this plea deal, and starting tomorrow, he's going to be going into a hearing tomorrow, which we will most likely be watching while we are waiting for this, waiting for the verdict. But he's literally going to be pleading guilty for the taking of these 4 lives tomorrow. Okay. So one thing's for sure, people are still wanting to know why this happened. So Bryan Kohberger will likely will not have to explain why he took the lives of these students, okay, these University of Idaho students, when he enters a plea deal, okay, or a guilty plea, leaving the victims' families with unanswered questions. The whole world wants to know. Everybody who knows about this tragedy all have the same question, which is why? Why did you do this? Make it make sense. Why? So he reached a shocking deal with prosecutors yesterday, not today. It was yesterday, but okay, that's fine. Late afternoon yesterday, okay? Just weeks ahead of the highly anticipated quadruple homicide trial. So the plea will spare him from the possibility of losing his life by firing squad, okay? But we'll see him spend the rest of his life in prison, okay? A hearing is scheduled for his case for 11 a.m., so tomorrow, okay, Wednesday, and one local expert says he'll likely plead guilty then. Yeah, he has to. That's the plea deal. That's the deal for the whole situation. So he's going to be doing his thing, right? Moving on, the former PhD criminology student will have to admit to his crimes, but likely won't explain his motive. Yeah. So he'll admit to doing it, but we will not find out, most likely, how he did it. And most importantly, why he did it. But here's the other thing, too. I want to point this out, too. He never was going to say anything like that. If you really think about it, if he went into trial, we'd just be seeing him sitting there, quiet, letting his lawyers do all the talking. And if, and only if, he decided to take the stand, which would most likely never happen, he'd still not be telling anybody his motive. So we never would find out. We still would never find out. Like I said, the only reason I feel most are upset about this is because he's not going to be found guilty in trial and then get hit with DP. And I think a lot of people were hoping for him to get the ultimate price. Let me tell you this. It is what it is. This is how it all broke down. It is what it is. Yes, it's very frustrating. I feel some type of way about this too. Yes, I think somebody like this should be looking at a much harsher crime than taking life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's just me. Okay. But at the same doggone time, because I feel like that the punishment most definitely would be meeting the crime, right? Because I understand some sentences can be very extreme and very, very intense over minimal, small crimes, but this crime is something else, okay? But with that being said, that's not in the paper. That's not in the books. That's what I mean. It's not in the books for this one. Unfortunately, it's not. But we're also, the families, I know this is not the justice that they want, but this is a version of justice that is being served. This guy's not going to be seeing he's not going to be out living life. He's going to be locked up for good. Okay? That's it. And I know some people will sit here and say the ultimate price is the bad thing, right? Is living losing his life is the best part, right? That's justice served. But then other people go, well, him being locked up, constantly looking over his shoulder, worried about dropping the soap. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that people feel like that is much more poetic justice, right? That feels like it would suffice. Him living his life living the rest of his life trying to dodge problems in prison. That sounds like justice to me to a certain extent. Yes, he's still alive, but at the same time, his life is pretty much over when he's locked up. But that's just me, okay? One thing is rest assured, though. We now know that this mother lover did it. Why he did it? Yes, we're not going to know. I know. And that's frustrating, unless he decides to write a mother-loving book, which I dare him to. I dare him to, okay? But he wouldn't have to say why he did it. Just that he did it, okay, is what is being explained. So they also said there's no requirement that says why for a plea. So again, he doesn't have to explain anything. He doesn't have to explain like, I thought they were really attractive and I have a thing for wanting to take women out that look like that. Or I was turned down by one of them. I felt some type of way, so I wanted to do some bad. Nope. They don't have to. He doesn't have to say anything. Like I said, I know that angers a lot of people, but at the same time, there are varying degrees of justice for sure. Now, the father of the Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's father, okay, spoke out last night, and it's pretty quick. I'm surprised that he got on to Ashley Banfield's show this quickly, because they said we need time to process, and then that very night they were on. So I guess they processed it pretty quickly, but nonetheless, they came on. They had some things to say about.
I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men in the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so.
Yeah, let me just say this really quick. We have, if you've been watching this show, okay, or not this show, but if you've been following this particular case, okay, you've already met Kaylee Gonzalez's father, okay, and this is definitely on note for how he feels. This is definitely note for note exactly how I expected him to react. He is the kind of guy. He's old school, okay? He's old school. And I don't blame him. Let me just say this. I don't blame him for feeling some type of way, okay? Definitely don't blame him. But at the same time, justice is being served in some sort of semblance. Again, there is no need to waste taxpayer dollars. There's no need to go through everything, go through all the trauma all over again. This guy is getting locked up, and he's going to be locked up for good. Now, I get it. The frustration for sure. I'm not belittling how he feels. Not at all. Okay? I don't. But at the same time, I feel like even if you let's just say, erase Coco from this planet, if he really did have to stand in front of a firing squad, which he most likely would have been, okay, because he was guilty as hell. Him guilty, and all you pro-Kobergers out there that are saying that he was innocent, y'all are out your minds, okay? He did that, and now there's plenty of proof that shows that, okay? But if they were to erase this man from this planet in this situation, the memory will still remain, okay? The memory would still remain. Again, I'm not trying to justify the plea deal at all. I'd be angry too. But sometimes when you do see the act happen, you still don't feel like there's closure. I just think with something so tragic, I don't know if the families are ever going to get full on unadulterated closure. But that's just me.
That's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here. But tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hitler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
I get it. I do. I fully 110% get it. Yes, it's frustrating. It aggravates the heck out of me too. Because of course, there's a lot of information that I was really looking forward to. And this is more on a selfish reason, on a selfish tip. Let's keep it a bean. But I was really hoping to hear testimony, more background information, more of a thorough through line of what actually happened and why these things happened. There's so many holes in the story that we still don't know about at all. And all the theories that people have been going with like crazy on the internet have been absolutely crazy. And yes, they're putting a lot of those things to rest, but at the same time, it's got a lot of people wondering what the heck is going on. Why did he do this? Right? So again, this is something that's very, very interesting, right? But again, let me play this really quick. I'm going to check
Steve,
something
did
here.
anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So here we are. We're stuck, and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hippler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
It's unfortunate that they didn't even get a chance to kind of put in their 2 cents. Like, something like this, you feel like the families should have like the final say. That's one thing I don't like, right? That's one thing I really don't like is not being able to, for these families who are like, no, we want to see him fry, right? We want to see him see, Sparky, right? Or, you know what I mean? Cigarette in his mouth. You have any last words? You know what I mean? He's saying birth and hips. Bow! You know what I mean? They're not going to see that anymore. Right? They're not going to get that choice, which sucks. And I get that. It's heartbreaking that they don't get a choice with that. But and then this is the other thing too. This is a question that they should be asking prosecution too. Ask the state. Where's the conversation? Like, hey, why did this happen? Right? Why did this happen? Why did they decide to go down this route? Did they not want to spend taxpayer dollars? Did they not want to sit there and really see this man sweat and take this mother lover down? Something I feel like that should be answered. If it's not for the general public, at least an answer and a conversation that they need to have with the families, right?
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogan, best of friends. And I know that you got to know the Mogan family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogan family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
We actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them childcare. I mean, prison is nothing but adult childcare. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
And that's very interesting as well. I mean, he's not wrong, though. He ain't wrong with what he's feeling. I don't blame him for feeling that some type of way. I mean, I'd be mad too, right? Jeez, just trying to put a pause. No good pause on him. Okay, there you go. But, you know, I'd be pissed too. As a parent, if I was a parent in this situation, I'd be mad too. Absolutely. Right. But then at the same time, it's like, okay, you know, I get it. Like you want some more clarity. You want some more transparency on why this thing happened. Why is this going down the way it's going down? This aggravates the hell out of me too. Because we wanted to know what was going on too, just because, well, we're nosy, but we also care, right? We also know that what happened here is devastating. And one of the biggest crimes that's happened in, I don't even know how long, right? But, you know, like I said, it's frustrating. I would love to get or hear some sort of explanation on why they pushed for the plea deal. Again, you have law enforcement that have worked tirelessly to lock this guy down. So something about this is very interesting. But there is something else that I want to share with you guys in regards to this actual case. This is interesting. Okay, so and according to this DT show, Drunk Turkey show, there's something here that I think that's interesting that we need to talk about. So allegedly, they're saying they were watching Drunk Turkey show. Somebody, okay, they're posting this on the discussion site. Okay, the University of Idaho Murders Facebook discussion page, right? So apparently they were saying on DT show. So watch DT last night, and he's slowly releasing some things he's known for a while. So here's something that apparently he said. It was one of BK's, Brian Kohberger's sisters, who contacted the FBI after December 7th with info about the white Elantra, when info about the white Elantra came out. And they told them about their brother and said he could be a perp. This may be the FBI informant that was referenced earlier in the case. Wild stuff. So apparently, remember, they said that they did have an FBI informant. And also the prosecution also talked about possibly bringing in, they did not want family members in the room because they believed that they may bring up or call family members to the witness stand. So there was a lot of people asking the question, is one of the family members that's going up to possibly testify against Diddy? I mean, against Diddy, against Brian Kohberger, right? That was the ongoing question. And everybody was wondering about who this FBI informant could be. And people were thinking maybe it was the mom. People were thinking maybe it was the sister. People were thinking maybe it was a cousin or, you know, whatever, relative, right? Now we're hearing from another channel, okay, that it was one of his sisters that called FBI to be like, yeah, he drives a white Elantra. He drives a white Elantra. And that he could be the perp. And that's why maybe FBI was looking at Coco so hardcore, which is still possible. Then Here's the other part that's very interesting and very weird. And I keep wondering, did they try to cover him up? Did they try to help him out? Get him away from the situation early? Take a look at this. Okay. It was after the December 7th info about the Elantra that Coco's father was sent to Washington State to go get his son. I imagine sent by Coco's mom and family. It wasn't pre-planned. It wasn't a pre-planned road trip as originally thought. This means his family knew, or at least strongly suspected, that Brian Kohberger was the perp, and the family wanted him back home. Now, if that is the case, remember that long trip that he took all the way back to Philly or Pennsylvania, right? Took that long trip. They got pulled over a couple times, blah, blah, blah. The dad went out there. They said it was not a pre-planned trip. He went out there, took him, and I don't know if it was more like we already know he's gonna get arrested here. We have a feeling he's gonna get caught. Let's just make sure he gets home and he gets caught here with us. Maybe that's what it is. Let's make sure our son is okay. Let's see what's actually really going on with our son. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe they're just like, I don't want that car out there. So let's get him over here for Christmas break, get his car over here as well, and we'll figure some things out. You also got to remember, he did call his parents at like 6 a.m. or something like that the following morning of this tragedy, okay? Just so you know. So at the end of the day, when you see something like that, that is very, very strange, right? Out of nowhere, y'all. Sister calls and rats out her own brother, and rightfully so. And rightfully so. But isn't that interesting, right? Something to think about. Definitely something to think about. But let us continue. Let's see if there's any updates here. Just going back and forth, making sure. Okay. We got some new updates, y'all. We got a new update. Okay. At 4:15 p.m., this was posted about a minute ago. Okay. Says, after a long lull, now Diddy's attorney, Agnifilo, Steele, and Shapiro are back in the courtroom. Meanwhile, the U.S. Attorney's Office belated docketed emails to the judge. Okay. So they're back in the room. Why are they back in the room? Don't know yet. Hold on. So So docketed emails to the judge after inner city press request. They were told to do so at latest at the end of each week. But, and of course, this is something else. Okay, government writes to bring to the court's attention the below news article published this morning that reports on the sealed proceedings involving juror number 7. And then redaction. The article cites 2 anonymous sources with direct knowledge. Okay. So yeah, then of course, somebody's asking if there's another. Well, somebody said another note, and then another note has been sent. Another person saying, "Uh-oh, jury sent another note." Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. This might be until Monday. You know what I mean? It depends. Maybe they have reached a decision. Maybe they have. If they have, this is going to be nook and foods. But we here. We out here. Okay, we out here. Let's see. Let me see what CNN is saying. Yep. Jury sends another note. Oh, God. The next note is they're like the jury would like to know is water wet? I mean, it's getting at that point, y'all. Dear God, is fire hot? Oh, okay. So they sent another note. Jury has sent another note to the judge. Lawyers are filing into the courtroom now. But here's the thing. The note could literally be, we have a decision. Could that be it, though? Because if they come up with a verdict, they don't send a note, right? I'm asking for a friend. Someone explain that to me, because diggity damn. Okay. Dr. Ed, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome back. J Rip, thank you so much for gifting 5. And of course, CR gifting 1. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family, every single last one of y'all. Welcome. Welcome to paradise. Welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That really means the world. And here's the thing. They got, 30 more minutes? Just about? 37 minutes left before they have to adjourn for the day. Unless, and only unless, they say, we have come to a verdict. But it doesn't look like they're getting to a verdict today. Okay? Damn. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let us see here. Sorry, guys. I'm just pulling up a few things. Seeing if there's any more updates right quick. Refreshing this page. Excuse me. Okay, we got a few more. All right. Something that just got posted as early as 20 seconds ago. So, let's see. So, prosecution hands piece of paper to Agnifilo, who passes it on. Driscoll confers with Westmoreland. So, Diddy will not. I guess he won't be brought in. Okay, so he's not being brought into the courtroom from the holding cell. Well, now they're saying that he's being brought in. Okay, so he stands with his hands in his pocket as Agnifilo speaks to him. His other lawyers come and huddle around him. He ends up sitting down. So I'm wondering what the F is going on, baby. What the F is going on? Yep, so they most definitely... Oh, my God. So it's the 6th note, okay? 6th note. So attorneys are filing into the courtroom, as the jury has sent another note to the court. This is the 6th note from the jury since deliberation began yesterday. So they're either going like, we don't understand anything, or we're going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. And you know what? To be really real, we have to show some respect and love for that. Real talk. That they're like, okay, we want to know exactly what's going on. We want to make this, we want to make sure we're making the right decisions. And I give them mad love for that. I give them mad respect. This is somebody's life that's on the line. That's a huge decision to make. So I get them being like, hey, we're just trying to make sure we got it all on point before we make some huge decision, or we're having a huge debate in that room, and we want to make sure that we have everything down to the freaking punctuation, for crying out loud, right? So I get it. It's just crazy that we're having the 6th note so far. So we'll see what happens here. Okay. But real quick, I'm still here, guys. Don't worry. I am still here. All right. But thank you, Deanne. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Thanks again, Pascal. This is the only channel I come to for the news. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, what's a note for? Yeah, I don't know what the note is for. We're still waiting. I'm sure it's going to be explained here in just a minute. So we're just going to wait. We waiting. Just another freaking note, man. Let's see. So he's surrounded by his 8 lawyers who are talking. He's looking down. His hands are crossed on his lap. And that was just put up about a minute ago. So we're still waiting. Still waiting to find out what the F is going on, baby. Oh, boy. I mean, you know, if it was that, Coco Melon, I feel like they would say, yeah, we let's bring everybody in. They've come, you know, they might be saying that. You never know. They might be like, we can't come to an agreement, guys. We can't come to an agreement on anything. That could be possible, y'all. That'd be freaking wild if that's the case. Okay. That'd be freaking wild if that's the case, y'all. Hold on. It just said it had a new update, but then there's nothing there. Let's go over to CNN. Yep, still same thing. Surrounded by his lawyers inside the courtroom. So he's seated. He's now seated in the courtroom with his lawyers encircled around him. Their expressions are serious. We're waiting to learn more about the latest note from the jury. Yeah, they're probably like, what the hell do they want now? You know? We have a question. If you're hungry, do you eat food? Like, it's like, come on, y'all. You know? Figure it out. Unless it's another note about juror number 25, which would be wild. See, nope, he's still not cooperating, Judge. Like, we need to get rid of him so we can get this figured out, right? That might be the situation, but we'll see. Let me refresh Intercity and see what's going on. See what's going on, baby. Nope. To the break of dawn, baby. To the break of dawn, baby. Yes, come on in here. I know some of y'all like, oh, Idaho 4. Oh, Brian Koberger, I'm not interested. Bye. And then it's like, oh, new note. What happened? Suddenly you all came back. All y'all came back. No interest in other things except for Diddy. Okay. Before I go, thank you there, love. I'm here. Do it, Pascal. I can't do it. All the way from Ireland. Thank you. I appreciate it. Get some coffee into you or Guinness. If I do Guinness, I'll just be like, nah, I can't do that. Nah, I can't do that. Okay. Okay. So surrounded. He has his hands crossed on his lap. So about a minute ago, Diddy's rubbing his eyes, one with his thumb, the other with his index finger. Is he doing it in counterclockwise motions? Like what the hell's going on? His lawyer continues to talk. Okay, so now Nicole Westmoreland is talking to Xavier Donaldson. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, and now he's sitting there rubbing his eyes, one with his thumb and the other with his index finger. And then now his lawyers continue to talk. Now Nicole Westmoreland to Xavier Donaldson. Like, okay, great. They're human beings. They're breathing. They're breathing. Cool. Just saying. Oh, dear. Mrs. Doubtfire. Let me get this. Let me close this poll because we got to over 4,000 votes. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, mother lover. All y'all haters out there. Okay. Look at that. Over 4,200 votes, y'all. That's gorgeous. Okay. Absolutely beautiful. The most beautiful thing. So moving on. What do you think on Diddy verdict? 68% of y'all say him guilty. Yikes. Hamburglar. Yeah. 68 of y'all say him guilty. And 19% of y'all say mistrial. 11% of y'all say him innocence. 11%. Just so you know. 60, it's supposed to be 69. 69% of y'all say him guilty. That's insane. That's insane. Let's see. Agnifilo goes forward, then returns and hands Sean Combs a piece of paper. He stares at it. Yeah, okay. Okay. They're really amping the anticipation, the tension here, right? Let's see what NBC has to say. Don't lie to me now. Okay. So Diddy enters the court and huddles with his defense attorneys. So he's back in the room. He's standing in a huddle with his defense attorneys as they discuss another note from the jury. So what is the note, man? So the prosecution is sitting in their chairs, but Diddy's team has formed a horseshoe as members stand around Diddy. His head is down and defense attorneys are hugging each other. What does that mean? What does that all mean? What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Hear me out again. Prosecution is sitting in their chairs, but Diddy's team has formed a horseshoe as members stand around Diddy. His head is down and defense attorneys are hugging each. This is a mistrial, I think. Oh my God. I think this is going to be a mistrial. I think this is a mistrial. Hugging him goodbye? I don't know. It can't be. If they reached a verdict, he wouldn't know about it yet. This might be a mistrial. This very well might be a mistrial. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Don't quote me on that. Hold on. Don't quote me on that. Hold on. You see, the anticipation is killing me. So after talking to Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs looks up again, resting his head in his right hand. What does that mean? So he's literally doing this. Resting his head in his right hand like this. So either he is out of there, but that's the thing though. They wouldn't know the verdict right now. Okay? They would know possibly of a mistrial or a hung jury, because he likes it hung. But it would be either a mistrial or a hung jury. So I don't know. Let me see if there's another update, because that was updated 50 seconds ago. Okay. Oh, snap. Take a look at this. We have, breaking. Breaking. Oh my God. Holy snap. Okay, so they received a note. Okay, judge says we have received a note at 4:05 p.m. today. It reads, we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1, as we have jurors on each side. How should we respond? Oh! Yo, come on. That's crazy. Well, then they're hung on it. If they're hung on it, they're hung on it. So they might have the verdict today. They might do hold up. They better do it quick. They got 24 minutes. Y'all better go and do it. Let's go. Okay, finish strong. Get it? Finish strong. Diddy? Finish strong. It won't be a mistrial. It can't be a mistrial. Right? Right? Because they can sit there and say he's guilty on 2, 3. Let's just say they can say he's guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5. but not guilty on number one, right? That's not a mistrial. That's not a mistrial. They have to unanimously agree on every single count. You see what I'm saying? Because that would be ridiculous if let's just be real. If he's found innocent, let's just say that he's found innocent on 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then they say, well, we don't know what to do on number one. Well, that's a hung jury. No, that's not it. That's not what a hung jury is. Okay. It would have to be, we don't know. It would have to, from my understanding. Okay. Is it a mistrial? No, it can't be a mistrial. Okay, wait. Can that be? What the fudge? Well, let's see what happens. Let me refresh. Maybe I have that wrong. I could have sworn. Okay. Let's take a look. Because I don't want to mislead anybody. All right. I just thought that is not a mistrial. Okay. If you got 4 out of the 5 charges and then the one, then you're like, okay, we're null and void on that charge, right? But let's see what's going on here. So prosecution says we are preparing a modified Allen charge. Don't know what that is. I'm going to look it up and see what's up with that. We propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the pretrial verdict or the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. This is what no modified Allen charge. So prosecution said we're preparing a modified Allen charge. I'm going to look that up here in a second. Agnifilo said we propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. So the judge says, would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? So then the defense said, of course, after conferring with Diddy, says, yes, please, like definitely bring them back out here. Yeah, let them talk. Let them see our faces one more time. What? Like, right? You know what I mean? So the judge says, okay, email me your proposals each side. I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge. Or at some point, I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. Email me. I'll wait. So what in the F is going on? Okay? What is going on? So hold on. I'm looking on another screen. What did she say? A modified Allen charge. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. So a modified Allen charge is a supplemental jury instruction given by a judge in a trial when the jury is deadlocked and unable to reach a unanimous verdict. It encourages jurors to reevaluate their positions and continue deliberating, but also emphasizes that no juror should surrender their honest conviction. This instruction aims to help the jury reach a verdict without being overly coercive. That doesn't help anything at all. That doesn't help the situation at all. That's what let me pull this up so you guys can see this. That doesn't help. Hold on. That doesn't help. Let me repeat that, what I just read. And this is from AI. This is from the AI review, the Google's AI, okay? Just so you know, I said, what is a modified Allen charge? A modified Allen charge is a supplemental jury instruction given by a judge in a trial when the jury is deadlocked and unable to reach a unanimous verdict, like right now, where we're at, with a unanimous verdict on this one particular charge. Okay. They don't, by the way, defense has no idea what the verdicts are on 2, 3, 4, and 5. They have no clue, by the way. Okay. They could be all innocent. Half of them could be guilty and half of them could be innocent. You never know. They have no clue, but they're like, oh, it's almost there. We're almost there. That's why they're hugging each other, because they're like, oh my God, we just want to find out if he's getting out or not, right? Count one is RICO. Okay, I'm going to pull up the questionnaire here in a second so we can confirm that for sure. Okay, but this is if they're unable to reach a unanimous decision, that they're deadlocked on one particular charge. They're deadlocked on a charge right now as we speak, which is number one. Remember that. We're going to get into it, okay? It encourages jurors to reevaluate their positions and continue deliberating, but also emphasizes that no juror should surrender their honest conviction. This instruction aims to help the jury reach a verdict without being overly coercive. To me, it sounds like, oh, you're deadlocked? Okay. Well, remember, that's what you feel, so that's how you feel. Keep talking. Good luck. It doesn't change anything. You realize that, right? It's not like they're going up and saying, like the way that they're saying it here, it encourages jurors to reevaluate the positions and continue deliberating, but also emphasizes that no juror should surrender their honest conviction. So in other words, it's like, oh yeah, if you think he's guilty and you think he's not guilty, well, I mean, that's how you feel. Talk about it. But remember, if you feel that way, that's how you feel. Don't change your thoughts just to please your fellow juror. In other words, it doesn't move anything. It doesn't change anything. It's just like, okay, if that's the status quo, then I guess it's the status quo. You see what I'm saying? Which is ridiculous if you really think about it. With all due respect, it's like, oh, I see you. You feel this way. He's guilty, and you say he's not guilty. Well, that's what it is. But I recommend you guys talking about it, and hopefully you guys can find an even ground. Good luck. Wow. Let me pull this up. We have got to take a look at the questiones. Let's take a look at this. Count number one, racketeering. So they can't come to a decision on the racketeering. Okay? I understand why they got a problem with it. I mean, they're really, it's a lot of fun using that kind of thing. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Definitely a good time. Everybody uses one when they're playing tennis. Those damn racketeerings. But again, count one is racketeering. So they are split down the middle with count number one, y'all. Yikes. Yikes. Oh boy. Yeah, they're not going to be, verdict won't be named. The verdict won't be named until tomorrow. Unless they're able to reconcile the differences. Like literally, unless they're able to reconcile the differences in 14 minutes. I doubt it. And if they're really split down the middle like that, sheesh. I'm just saying. I am just saying. Let's see what's going on here. We are looking. Hold on. Let me take this down. Bam. Refresh this mug real quick. Because they got literally 14 minutes to get their lives together. Okay? Real talk. To come in with a verdict. Okay? Court TV is saying that the verdict is in. Wow. I'm going to take a look. So they said yes, and then they said, please wait. If that's really true, I'll take a look and see what Court TV is saying. But I doubt it. Hold on. Okay, and I'm seeing other people coming in saying that the verdict has been reached, but we shall see. Hold on. Let me see. Long crime. Hold on. Actually, we got that mug right here. Let's see for ourselves.
That it's very easy for just a jury to not reach a unanimous.
So they're saying verdict has been reached, okay, on count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but count number 1 has not been done. So they do have a verdict out, like we've heard already, but they have not finished. They're not done. They're not done yet. Verdict watch is still happening. Okay. So they do have a verdict. Let me get this out of the way. They do have a verdict, like I said, like we just talked about, on 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they do not have a verdict on count number 1. Okay. They're stuck. Exactly, Philistine. They're stuck on 1, on count number 1. So it's not done yet. Okay. But let me let them cook. Hold on.
Here on Law and Crime for forever, since before a jury was even seated. And it's never really gotten easier, right? I mean, the more I talk about it, the more I personally understand it. But I also have a leg up on the jury, the fact that I can discuss it with my peers, and they've only had about 13 hours of deliberation, which, by the way, we have paused the verdict watch clock at 13 hours and 11 minutes because it seems overall we have overall we have a verdict.
Not done yet.
The first one, I'm going to go back to you, Philip Dubé, about all of this because you so astutely broke down all of those predicate.
It's not done yet. You see what I'm saying? They're going to be bringing them in and doing an Allen charge, right? They're going to sit there and go, okay, we understand that you're not fully done and you have not made a decision on count number 1. And then they're going to discuss it again, and then they're going to urge them to go back into that room and deliberate on count number 1. But if they don't, then then we find out what happens after that, right? But again, not a full verdict, y'all. Not a full verdict. We're still waiting on that. But again, it's still count number 1 that they're fighting over and that they're talking about. Okay, they already have 2, 3, 4, and 5. But it still doesn't mean that he could just, from my understanding, it still doesn't mean that he can walk for, because of 1 count, right? But again, because they can't meet 1 count. But we'll see, right? But again, let me repeat that again. Verdicts have been made on 2, 3, 4, and 5, but it does not mean that they are done. The verdict they have not said, let's bring everybody in. Verdict has been announced. They have not said that yet at all. But we're going to continue, okay? Actually, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Let me let them cook. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, guys.
Okay, so I'm going to throw that to you, Adante, and ask if you agree with what Philip is saying about all of that. Judge Arun Submarinian says, okay, it needs to be unanimous as far as deciding on these predicate crimes. What are your thoughts about all of that?
Well, frankly, when I think about that, and when you were showing us the jury verdict form, I was in my mind, I'm thinking, look, you have this is one of the most high profile, if not the most high profile trial taking place right now. Those jury verdict forms are debated, they're reviewed, not only by the attorneys you see in the court, but by other attorneys who are assisting on the case back in the office, be it on the defense side or the prosecution side. And I've been in that situation, and everybody can still get it wrong in terms of the way it's enumerated and or the way the jury instructions are provided. My understanding is that they do need to come to a unanimous decision as relates to at least one of those subparts in order to support the RICO charge. But we're all going to find out, because no matter what happens here, best believe you're going to see this wind up in the appellate court.
Oh, I know that Diddy's team is definitely keeping an eye on everything as far as appeals if it doesn't go his way. I tend to agree with you exactly what you're saying, Adante, about all of this, that they definitely going to be ready with all of that. Now, we do have a viewer question asking, this is from Lee Now, who's asking, if it is guilty, will he still go to jail for counts 2 through 5, right? So Philip, about that, if he's guilty, and the first one, let's take the racketeering conspiracy and just, step it out for a minute. But if we're talking 2 through 5, let's say he's guilty, which by the way, we still have yet to know. He's guilty, he'll still go to jail for those, right?
Yes, of course. They're certainly not going to release him because he would stand convicted of those charges. And the only real question then is how much time he'll get. So no, he's not going to get released. But you can bet, depending on what the split is on count 1, if in fact a mistrial is declared, the prosecution will likely retry him because if I'm not mistaken, I think it carries life. And they definitely want to get him on that top count if they can get a life sentence.
A lot to think about here. I again want to remind anyone who is just tuned in that we have reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict in counts 2 through 5. It's that number 1, the racketeering conspiracy, that is still the question mark at this time. Now, we do have some questions. Where's Jesse? Where's Elizabeth? And let me answer them both right now because this is a really intense time. Elizabeth Milner is in the courthouse behind me. She is there in the courtroom so she can make sure to get the latest updates, be there to see how Diddy reacts to anything and everything like that. I promise you we'll have Elizabeth Milner on as soon as we can, but it's important for her to be in that courthouse. I'm going to continue to stay here live in the Southern District of New York to bring you the latest, but also we've got Jesse Weber who will be live from the studio. We're going to be with you until we find out an answer for all of this. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, Jesse Weber will be here to break it all down for us, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm here, y'all. Hold on. Man, oh man. Let me just say, this is very interesting. Again, we're still trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. Pretty crazy stuff. But let me pull up a few more things here, of course, because we're still trying to find out what the heck's going on here. And I know everybody and their mom is like, "Oh, verdict reached." No, verdict is not reached. Okay. They're still trying to deliberate. They're still going to be talking about charge number 1, count number 1. But hold on. He's waiting, blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. Let me just check. Come on, computer. Let's go. Yeah, no verdict yet. Yeah, everyone's like, verdict is in. No, not yet, guys. Not yet. Not yet. Hold on. Just pulling up a few things just to see what's popping.
We're going to find out where they fell on all of that with a live report.
Check this out.
From outside the courtroom, Lisa Evers has been covering this every day of the trial. She has unique insight into this case. She's a veteran journalist here in New York City. and really has an insight as to how this is unfolding. And we also have some attorneys with us as well. You can see security. That's a live picture outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And of course, security is tight in a case like this because of the media attention that it has generated. And this is another case, much like Harvey Weinstein, much like a number of these high-profile criminal cases we've seen in the last couple of years, where someone is literally at the top of their game with money, wealth, and fame, only to be taken down by federal criminal charges. And that is what we saw in P. Diddy and in his trial. We also saw his family. He has a number of children that showed up at various points during the testimony, and we're, of course, here today as they waited for the jury to return a verdict. And Fox 5 has you covered on multiple angles. The judge says he has 3 options, and I'll...
Let me see here. Checking if there's an update. Come on. Okay, we have another one. New update. So it says, in the well of the courtroom, everyone but Donaldson is in their seat, waiting. Diddy's leaning back, his legal crossed, his legs crossed, I think, right? And he does not look happy. Now, you never know. This does not look like, he does not know what the verdict is. You understand that, right? He doesn't know what the verdict is. He doesn't know what's really going on. All he knows is that, and it could be 50-50, right? It could be they came to some conclusions on with verdicts on 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then with count 1. But that's the thing. You just never know, right? You just never know. You never know. So he does not look happy. Well, that him not looking happy could mean a multitude of different things, guys. Okay, let's see if there's another update. Oh, let's do that again. Nothing so far, but I'm gonna keep refreshing and seeing what's going down. Okay, but yeah, he looks like he's not happy, but that doesn't mean that he is going to be locked up for the rest of his life. Just so you know, just because they said we've come to a verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5 could also mean that he's going to be locked up, right? If he's found guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5, or if he's found guilty on 2 and 3 and not on 4 and 5, he's still going to get locked up. If he's found guilty on one of them, he's going to get locked up. It just depends on what that is, right? So again, it just depends on what the breakdown is, okay? But again, this is obviously this is big deals. This is very, very big deals, okay? So we're going to get into it, all right? But I am going to check this out here, okay, and see what they're saying here as we wait. Don't worry, I'm refreshing, I'm checking it out and all that stuff. We're going to rock and roll.
The jury can keep deliberating. He issues a different charge, and the court can also advise the jury if they that they could also give a partial verdict. So they have a couple of options, and we're going to hear the very latest from Lisa Evers coming up in just a
partial verdict. Dag nabbit. I'm still here though. I'm still here. Don't worry. But this could be a partial verdict. Remember that. A partial verdict could mean that he's found guilty on some of these charges and that it's not just a hung jury. Remember that, okay? Because they would have to be hung on all the charges. They'd have to be like, don't know. So they are, if anything, they might go like, we can't make a decision on count number 1. So that one's done. We can't come to we can't find an equal ground on that. Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is, right? And then count number, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they're like, we are officially locked in on those. So let's roll with that. That could very well be what's going on. Okay. So again, let's see what's going on. But this is a big deal, and if it ends up being a partial verdict, then we could hear very soon about them giving us a verdict today. So we might find out tonight or very soon here, which is crazy.
Deliberations right now, not taking a partial verdict. There's no verdict on count 1, which is the most serious charge of racketeering conspiracy. What are you hearing?
Well, right now it appears that both the prosecution and the defense are fighting to keep that jury to continue deliberating. But let's roll it back just a few minutes, like just a half an hour or so ago. We saw Diddy's family, that some of the kids running towards the side, the court entrance to go back into the entrance. The jury was told the court that they could not reach agreement on count 1. That's the first charge. That is the charge of RICO. That's the racketeering charge, which all the legal experts that we've been talking to here on Fox 5 these past weeks and actually a couple months have said that will be the most difficult. It's also the most significant because that's the one that could send him away for many, many decades. Now, they did say they reached agreement. The jury claimed that they reached agreement. They reached a verdict on the second charge, which is 2 counts of the sex trafficking charge and 2 counts of the transportation for prostitution, which is the third charge. So they've reached agreement on everything except that RICO charge. We don't know what their verdict is on those charges yet, but now both the prosecution and defense, everybody's back in the courtroom right now, which of course we can't be in and we're not allowed to be live in, obviously.
Wow.
But they want both sides, it appears from the latest reporting that we're able to get, that both sides apparently want those they want them to go back and continue deliberating. So we've heard about these partial verdicts, most recently in a state case with the Weinstein verdict. But let's go right now to criminal defense attorney Seth J. Zuckerman. He's joining us here at our pop-up studio across the street from federal court. And Seth, you just came from the DA's office. You're running around. And when you heard about this in a federal case, that the jury's saying, okay, on day 2, they have a partial verdict. What do you think about that?
We're going to pause that. We got an update 32 seconds ago. So I'm going to pull that up here right now. Okay. Oh, now. Breaking news. Okay. We got to go over to Inner City because we do have something that just popped up literally now a minute ago. So the judge received each side's proposal. Agnifilo, so he says, I received each side's proposal. All right, Mr. Agnifilo, your proposal, there is not much there. So Agnifilo says, we are not remotely at the place where the jury needs to be more deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They really have 4 verdicts. They already have 4 verdicts. So in other words, I think that what they're trying to do, I think the defense is trying to be like, yo, listen, hey, they didn't say they're hung up on the decision on whether or not he is guilty of RICO. Okay, that's it. So if they have everything else, why don't we hear what everything else is so we can move the F on? Because that's the worst part. You got to remember, the defense is going, if that's hung, we'll take everything. Come on, say less, bro. Say less. That's what's happening right now. So you got to remember, this is the reason why you have Diddy still kind of folding his, crossing his legs and looking very upset, because he's looking at the situation going, oh, damn. Well, they have a verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I could be found guilty on all of those. That's still a possibility. It's still 50-50. It's still a toss-up. I could be found guilty on all of them. I could be found not guilty on all of them, or it could be, half of them, or one of them, or 3 of them. You never know, right? So again, he's like, damn, okay, well, if I don't get the racketeering, then if they're hung up on that, who knows what their final verdict are on 2, 3, and 4, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That means I could be locked up for good. I could be locked up for a while. It may not be for the rest of my life, but it's still a possibility of being locked up for a good long time if I'm found guilty on all 4 other charges. That's a big freaking deal. But the defense now is sitting there going like, no. We don't need them to deliberate. They already have 4 verdicts. So let's keep it moving, baby. Right? The worst one they can't make a decision on. So we're winning right now. In his mind, he's like, we winning right now, bro. Let's continue on, though. Okay. It says, judge says, I wouldn't call the government's proposal an Allen charge. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite from the jury charge. So again, it says here, again, your verdict must be unanimous, but you are not bound to surrender your honest convictions concerning the effect or weight of the evidence for the mere purpose of returning a verdict or solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Like I said a second ago, this is basically the Allen charge. Okay. Hey, you are not obligated to change your mind solely so that we can get an innocent or guilty charge on this particular count. If you still feel that he's not innocent, or you still feel that he's not guilty, or that he's guilty, right? And that he's innocent or guilty, well, if you guys can't talk this through, then it is what it is. It's a stalemate, right? That one is thrown out the window, right? But the other ones, they've all come to a verdict. They all have come to a decision unanimously on the other 4 counts. That's big. Okay? So each of you must make your own decision about the proper outcome of this case based on your consideration of the evidence and your discussions with your fellow jurors. No juror should surrender his or her conscientious beliefs for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. So that's basically the Allen charge. Okay? That's the Allen charge. Hey, you feel some type of way? You think he's guilty? You think he's innocent? Okay, bet. But you are not obligated to change your minds. But but they'll sit there and say, please, we urge you to go back into the deliberation room and discuss. And if he's found guilty, or if you believe he's guilty, or if you guys are able to find a happy medium, then go for it. But if you really still think that he's not guilty of those things, of that RICO racketeering charge, then so be it. Then we need to keep going. And of course, that's why the Mark Agnifilo is like, wait a second. Well, we have a partial verdict on the other 4. So let's just stick with that. Why change? Why ask them to go back in? Let's be done, right? Let's be done with this. Moving on. More updates. New updates. So Agnifilo says, we're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we wouldn't be at the point on Thursday, July 3rd, or Monday. Let's just wait and see. I'm putting stock in that they have reached verdicts on 4 counts. The judge says, I'm going with that, but I may give more later. So I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. We could arrange that. What do the parties think? So in other words, instead of the courts being officially closed, if I'm correct. Wow. Okay. So the prosecution said, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd, if it has to bleed into the 3rd. Agnifilo says, 1 second, Your Honor. And this judge says yes. That's a good question. Free just asked, defense, why not just let them be hung on the RICO, right? Why not just let it be what it is? You want to know? I just have a sinister thought in my head. Maybe they're going, well, if they got to deliberate till tomorrow, that gives us still an opportunity to reach out to one of those jurors and make them change their mind on the other charges as well. Think about it. Because the RICO is the biggest charge, guys. The RICO is the biggest charge. All right. Doc, what's up, Doc? Thank you so much. Idaho's approach. Idaho courts generally discourage the use of Allen charges, preferring to avoid any language that might coerce a verdict. You know, that's a good point. Now, obviously, we're in New York right now, but yeah, I don't know what they need to, what would be the right thing to say to them in this particular situation, right? That I think that's the question. It's like, what is the right, how would you respond or speak to the jury when they're hung on something like this, right? When it's a stalemate like this? That's kind of the question I'd like to know, without it being like, okay, you know, if you really think he's not guilty, because he clearly is not guilty. I mean, that's a very exaggerated version of that. But clearly, they want the answers. They want the verdict. You know what I mean? They want a decision on all, right? So again, this would be very interesting. But now Agnifilo is like, well, they're doing a good job. He's like, I'm willing to gamble. I'm willing to roll the dice and say that he's not, like, maybe Agnifilo's thinking that he's not guilty on all charges, on the first 4. Maybe he's thinking he's not guilty on all those. He's about to be not guilty on RICO. So let's get to that. Let's get to that not guilty. They can change their minds, right? So interesting. CR, thank you so much for gifting 1 membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. All right. Remember to pay it forward if you can, new member. Welcome to the family, by the way. Appreciate you. Okay. Appreciate you, CR. Thank you so much. Let me refresh this and see what's going on. Because damn, this is crazy. So again, he was 1 second year honor. He says, yes. So Agnifilo says, our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is that the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. He's got a point there. Or they might rush just to get done because they think that they won't have, because they want to get out and enjoy their 4-day weekend. So there's still, it's kind of a toss. It's kind of 50-50 here. Okay. But moving on, let them deliberate tomorrow. You could ask at the end of tomorrow. Sheesh. So just so you guys know, just a quick reminder, because I know a lot of y'all still new, you know, some of y'all just showed up, okay, to hear if there was something going on. But here, let me tell you guys that in a second. Let me explain and expand on that here in a second. Let me deliberate. Let them deliberate tomorrow. Could ask them to, ask that at the end of tomorrow. The judge says, so the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on the 3rd of July. So then Agnifilo says, no objection if they want to. So then the judge says, okay, let's bring back out our jury. So they're not going to have a verdict today. Verdict will not be said today unless they walk out and they say, oh, we got it. Okay. Crazy. All right. But let me get this here really quick. Eagle Stars, thank you so much. They would have had a better chance proving RICO if they also charged the assistant as a co-defendant, in my opinion. Eagle Stars, you ain't wrong with that. Like I said, it would have been a much healthier case for prosecution as far as the racketeering RICO charges if they were actually able to get KK on the stand to testify. They would have destroyed, I think, if they were able to bring in KK. But they didn't. And that's where they fumbled the ball. See what I did there, Eagle? Just saying. Just saying. Hold on, guys. Let's see what the heck is going on here. I'll be checking, though. I'll be checking the refresh and all that. Refreshing and everything.
Well, Lisa, they had gone hours today without any notes, without anything coming from the jury. And then to hear that they had a partial verdict was a little surprising to me. The judge obviously wanted the input of both parties to decide, well, what do we do next? The racketeering count, RICO count, count 1, is obviously, as you said, the most serious count that he's facing, but also the hardest for the government to prove in this case. The verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 is not surprising at an earlier phase, and what we're waiting to hear right now is whether or not the judge is going to give the Allen charge, which is a charge you give to a jury when they tell you initially that they can't reach a verdict, and the judge tells them you need to go back and try a little harder. You need to try and persuade your fellow jurors. Now, what I'm hearing is that there were multiple jurors on each side who said that they couldn't be persuaded one way or another, but still it's incumbent upon the judge at this point to give an Allen charge at an appropriate time to encourage the jurors to go back and deliberate more. But what's unclear is whether or not the judge has done that already. What I do know is that he has not taken a partial verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we don't know yet what the verdict is on those counts.
So have you ever heard of a partial verdict in a federal case like this?
Oh, yes. Partial verdicts happen all the time. It's incumbent upon the judge, however, not to take the partial verdict immediately and to let the jury complete their deliberations. If at the end of the day, the jury is hung and they can't come to a verdict on count 1, he'll take a partial verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. But it happens fairly regularly where they come to a partial verdict and then they get hung on other counts, and then it's up to the prosecution as to whether or not they want to retry that count.
But then does it happen this early on in the deliberations? I mean, we're only at day 2. Yesterday, it seemed like the jury was having trouble even with the instructions. This morning, things seem to be moving along pretty quickly. Then kind of nothing this afternoon. You know, they were getting transcripts and that type of thing, going over it. But is it uncommon to have that happen just like on day 2 of deliberations?
Lisa, it's really hard to predict what a jury's doing in the back. As a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, I've sat there for hours and days trying to figure out what a jury's doing back there, and it's impossible to figure out at all times. So is it surprising? No. We obviously don't know the discussions that were going on back there. This is obviously only the second day of deliberations. Yesterday, the jury asked to leave early. That, to me, was a sign that they weren't close to any verdict.
Yeah.
Because if they were close to a verdict, they probably would have wanted to stay. But today, they got a full day in. They were deliberating for a number of hours without any interruptions because they had limited notes. And clearly, they reached a partial verdict and decided that they couldn't be persuaded on count 1.
So when they say the terminology, and help us with the terminology so we understand this clearly, when they say they can't be persuaded, is this the same thing as a hung jury, or we just don't know? Like they feel like they've just hit a wall and can't go beyond it?
It's foreshadowing a hung jury. So it's not the judge isn't allowing them to be declared a hung jury quite yet, but this is the first step in a later hung jury. So the judge is giving them more time, encouraging them to go back and try to persuade one another, because like you said, they haven't had that much time back there together.
We got another update, so I'm going to pull this up really quick. My computer's tripping a little bit, so but we got another update. Let's get into this. Jurors enter. So he says, judge says, welcome back. I received your note that you have reached verdicts count 2 through 5. I ask you to continue deliberating. Okay. Discuss and weigh your respective opinions dispassionately and follow my instructions on the law. I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you are done for the day, send me another note and I'll bring you back at the end of day. By the way, it is already 5:20 Eastern Standard Time right now. Okay, 5:20 Eastern Standard Time. And now he's sitting there saying, please go back. Go back in the room and deliberate. If you want to deliberate some more right now, you can. So this is not even end of day yet. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy, right? So again, everyone can go back to doing what they were doing. So he brought them in. There's still another break. Sheesh. Yeah, they're I mean, unless the jury's sitting there going, nope, we're going to sit through. So we have received a note that jurors have concluded for today and resume for tomorrow. We will bring them back out. So they're taking the day. They're ending the day. They are ending the day. Jeez Louise, y'all. This is insane. Yo, what a day. What a day indeed. Wow, wow, wow. Let me get some of these super chats really quick. Thank you so much for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, my computer, the settings on this thing is all jacked up right now. So I'm a lot closer right now than usual. Let me push this back a little bit. Okay. I guess that'll do. All right. A little bit better. So, Rianne, thank you so much. The jury wants a little more time to deliberate on number one for sure. So, sometimes taking some time off to sleep, you know what I mean? Let it, mull over in their head. Maybe first thing tomorrow morning, they're going to come in hot with nope, RICO for sure. Or nope, he's innocent. Or they might come back and be like, we can't come to a decision right now. No matter how many times we try to convince these guys and convince them of coming back over to our side on the guilty or on the innocent guy, on the innocent side, we can't come to an official decision on that one. Sorry, but that one's a hung jury. That one's a stalemate. Moving on, right? They can still do that, right? So we'll see. But they're taking the day to mull it over and talk about it. So again, they need a little bit more time to deliberate on number one. They will then come back together and give their final verdicts all together. Absolutely. I think first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to be up early. That's all it is. We'll be up early to talk about it for show. Okay, to discuss and see what's going on. I truly believe, like I said, I think it's going to be tomorrow. Because they already know. I'm telling you right now, regardless if they're like, oh yeah, we know that we could do Thursday. We can still deliberate Thursday. They won't want to do that. They're not going to want to do that, guys. They're going to want to go and be done so that they can go enjoy the cookouts, okay? The barbecues, and enjoy their 4th of July, okay? And go on vacay, whatever the hell. Some of them, I'm sure, are trying to go to the Hamptons for the weekend. You know what I'm saying? They want to enjoy that full 4-day weekend. I doubt that they're going to be like, we really need to come back in on Thursday and deliberate. Tomorrow morning, I believe they're going to come in. They're going to be like, either it's going to be like, yep, we were able to come up with a decision, or they're going to sit there and say, nope, we could not come to a decision at all. No. We don't need Thursday. We're done. We've made our decision. We're stuck on 1, but 2, 3, 4, and 5, done. Right? And they'll have a partial verdict. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Again, T, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's easy to be an armchair juror. That's true. I sat here with my mind made up already based on what I've heard in this case. I'm sure you have, right? And I think a lot of us are still, think we're going to think what we want to think, right? Court of public opinion has already brought in their own verdict, right? There's still a lot of people think that he's guilty as hell. There's a lot of people who think he's innocent as hell. We'll see how this whole thing goes down. J Rip, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Let me refresh this and see what's popping. So they're back in. Okay, this was a minute ago. This was updated a minute ago. So very briefly to the jury, he says, "Thank you. Tomorrow, go directly into the jury room. Keep your mind open. Do not watch or read about this case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise." And then the judge says, "Anything?" And I guess both sides say, "No, we have nothing." And then they adjourn for the day. And you're right. Hey, not everybody does Coco Melon. You're right. But I'm just saying it's still a 4-day weekend for a lot of people. Okay. Whether you celebrate America's birthday or not. Okay. It is still real talk. This is very weird, but I'm going to have to fix this later. But it's still a holiday weekend. Okay. You don't have to celebrate it to take the day off. So again, there's going to be a lot of people that want to enjoy some time off. And this was a very long trial. So I don't blame any of these people wanting to kind of like wrap it up and get the hell out. Again, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting 24 hours. But I truly think that tomorrow they'll come up with some sort of decision. At least I hope so. And I hope it's in the early part of the day. I hope. And hopefully we'll have the verdict done. Because the verdicts for 2, 3, 4, and 5 are not going to change. They're not. It's just count number 1 that matters right now. That RICO, that racketeering. We'll see what happens. But what say you guys on this? This is very interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. Diddy can very well be hopeful, but also upset because nothing has been confirmed yet. You see what I'm saying? Nothing has been confirmed yet. So we're going to have to give it some time and see what happens here, right? And I could see why Diddy would be upset about this news because he wants to get out. He wants freedom, right? And he might be thinking, "Oh my God, I'm so close." Again, I'm so close. But it also kind of tells you he might be guilty of everything. Hear me out. And I could be absolutely wrong. Watch. Tomorrow we'll see, right? He might be guilty of everything except for RICO. Think about it. All the other charges that he's looking at. Hold on. Let's take a look at these charges one more time. Hold on. Let me just. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is just the AI thing again. Okay, he's facing several federal charges. Okay, so 1 count of racketeering. Okay, 2 counts of STing, 2 counts of transportation to engage in pro. So there is a possibility, if you really think about it, that they may believe he's guilty of these other charges, but he's not guilty of racketeering, of this RICO. Think about it. Or, it could be like he's not guilty of they agree that he's not guilty on the STing, but he's guilty on the pros, right? But they believe that he's, but they're split on the other things, right? On the racketeering. Because if you really think about it, this racketeering kind of is the awning or the umbrella on top of a lot of these other charges that he's already facing. So I think what's going on, and maybe that's the reason why he's thinking in his head, damn, maybe that's why he looks distraught or upset, because they could literally have been saying, well, these individual counts, absolutely, he is guilty of, for sure. But then the racketeering, well, it's a mixed bag of different things. You know what I mean? So again, there could be a situation where in his mind, he might be thinking, damn, I'm going to be going to prison for a while. Regardless if he is found guilty or not guilty, regardless if he's found not guilty, of the racketeering. I think he's realizing that there's other things that he's found that I think he's realized, okay, I'm getting hit with at least, I've been found guilty on at least one of these charges. And I think that's why he's like, damn. Because if he was innocent on everything, then he would be innocent 110% on the racketeering conspiracy. Why would there be a toss-up about that? Why would it be at a stalemate? Think about that for a second. Think about it. If he was found guilty or not guilty of the transportation to engage in pro, the STing, if he was found not guilty on all of those, why would they say that there's a toss-up for the RICOs? That makes no sense. Now, this is my prediction. This is my assessment. I could be absolutely 110% wrong. But again, like I said, if he's guilty of no crimes whatsoever, okay, with the other counts, He's innocent on all of them. Why would they be lingering over the racketeering stuff? You see what I'm saying? So he might be realizing like, damn, okay, I am about to be found guilty on at least one of these charges. 2, 3, 4, or 5, I am found guilty on one of those, at least. So that is my theory. Okay? That's my theory. Unless they go back into that room tomorrow morning and they all suddenly have a change of heart. You see what I'm saying? He's at least being found guilty on one of these charges right now. Like I said, why would they be hung up on racketeering if he's innocent on everything else? Think about it. But then again, I could be wrong. This is just my assumption. Maybe that, and that again, that's the reason why he was sitting like this. Sad. You know what I mean? Pouting. So we'll see what happens, guys. Again, let me repeat. I could be absolutely wrong. Or I could be spot on. But like I said, if he's found guilty of doing anything, then if he's found innocent, of doing anything, there's no reason for them to be hung up on the mother-loving racketeering conspiracy charge. So let's see. We shall see, guys. We most definitely will see. Okay. And I think tomorrow, right around lunchtime, lunchtime, they'll have an answer. If you really think about it, I think they're going to be like, let's be real. Let's get our stuff. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's get our verdict. Let's get out early so we can enjoy the rest of Wednesday and enjoy the 4-day weekend that we have ahead of us. That's what I truly think. And it might be a situation where they're like, listen, we've tried. We're hung up on count number 1. So we have a partial verdict. Let's continue. So that could be it. But this is not a mistrial. A mistrial would require them to be like, we don't see eye to eye at all on anything. They have made unanimous decisions on 4 of the 5 charges thus far. Tomorrow will definitely be the verdict. I truly believe that. And I truly believe it's going to be on earlier, before lunchtime. That's my prediction. So with that being said, I'm going to tell you this. I will be on super early. Okay. They're supposed to be, back in court around 9 a.m. So that's going to be 8 a.m. my time. Most likely I will be on right around 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, to cover what this verdict is going to be in real time. Because I truly think that they're going to do this before lunchtime. I truly do. They only have to talk about that one charge. And I know it's a big charge, but it's only one. And they are either going to swing either to guilty or not guilty, or they are literally going to sit there and go, we've tried. We can't come to an agreement on this one. It's a stalemate on this. Because they don't want to spend a whole mother-loving day deliberating one charge. Just something to think about. So I will be on very early in the morning to discuss all this and cover all this with you guys. Okay. Again, I appreciate you guys being here. Okay. It's been a long 6.5-hour show. Diggity damn. Okay. It's been a long one, but I think tomorrow's going to be a very short one. So get ready. We'll be in first thing in the morning. Get your coffee, get your Red Bull. Okay. Whatever, Monster drinks, whatever you need. We'll be here to talk about it all. All right. But that is the show. I appreciate you guys for being here. It means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in, being a part of the conversation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Do me a favor before we head out. You know your boy was working hard out here in these streets. So hit that like button down below. Can you get it to 2K? Get it to 2K really quick. 2K, real quick. As you're here, just hit the like button on the way out. Hit that like button. Let's get it to 2K. Your boy's working hard. Okay? Star Fury, thank you so much for the comment. All right. Guilty. We'll see. We will see. It can mean what we just saw could mean everything or mean nothing all at the same time. You never know. All right. My predictions could be absolutely wrong, but we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning for sure. Okay? Hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Kick, Twitch. I'm on all of them. Okay? Follow, like those pages. Hit that subscribe button here, please and thank you. Hit that subscribe button over on my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, please. Okay, check that out. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all on both channels so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. All right, because we do have breaking news stuff that happens every single day. And sometimes I'm popping off quick. Okay, so make sure you're subscribed and that notification bell is set to all. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, babies. All right, guys. We'll be talking very, very soon. Have a great rest of your night if I don't see you. Okay? Keep your head up. Stay positive, and we'll be talking soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.